Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must've got 2 bit. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. Yeah, I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and a friend of me. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. Yeah, I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own. Yeah, they judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Children in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, at the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. Yeah, I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, stone, man. Feels like I'm stuck in a maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 9 saves. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. future is now, not backing down. 'Cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must've got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it dub. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me.
Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome to APAC North. Very happy for you to join us here on yet another Playday. I'm Fnatic, your host for the show. We have 4 matches lined up for you. Welcome to the pre-show. Here we set you up for all that happened in our last Playday and welcome you to what's going to happen in the near future today. Joining me on the desk, as always, my beauties on here is Mr. Jack Fresh Allen and, of course, Mr. Ollie Exor Troika Hatton. Good morning, friends. How are you doing?
Full name treatment again?
Full named again.
I mean, Harry Demmer Dempster.
Aren't you? Yeah. Very consistent.
I mean, from when you touched me, you said my consistency was a different thing, but it's like a, harder
Very
consistency.
firm. Very firm on the shoulder.
Honestly, I love doing the, shrugs.
Oh, yeah.
It really helps, pull everything together. There are a lot of good exercises.
Sorry, I got a bit.
You're thinking of.
I was in a daze because
my shoulder.
You gave me a little massage yesterday. Oh, sorry, on Monday, Milosh, and I was like, oh my God. In the studio, I'm just sitting here doing the analysis. You come back, I'm sat literally in the chair just here, and you're just like. Oh,
yeah, I do it to have
and
too.
I couldn't stop thinking about it.
I hope that eases you into sleep at night,
Oh,
Jack. Well, maybe we'll get it done today. Anyways, welcome to the beautiful massage that is our APAC North Day. We'll ease you into all of it today and get you all relaxed because we are on Playday number 4. So this is kind of the exciting part of it because there's only 7 Playdays. So we talked about it last week. If you mess up by Playday number 3, you're going to have issues because you don't have the space for recovery like to do in EUL. And even in EUL, it's a difficult thing to recover from. So let alone here with 2 less Playdays, 7 versus the 9 that you get in Europe. That's a heads up for all those that might be joining us for the first time here at APAC North because you're an EUL or Tier 3 Siege fan, NA that is. Come on, we're halfway through the stage and they already confirmed who's going basically. This, how competitive is that? Anyways, let's just not, we'll find other times to trash talk North America. Don't worry, Super Week is coming. But let's talk about things. And we mentioned this in EUL, which is how the meta has shifted towards attackers. And now defenders have to kind of scramble and find better sites and better ways to play these sites. So what are those, I guess, if we narrow it down to a specific number, imagine 10, not too many, 5 sites. What are the top ones?
So we've got a little graphic for you, Milosh. We've got a little graphic to the viewers
ready
to go through the top 5 defensive sites in APAC North. Now, this is stage 2 and 3 combined. I know you're looking at Oregon Laundry Supply and thinking there's not been 33 rounds of that in stage 3. Correct. It's all in stage 2 and 3 combined. So the last 3-ish months when we turned into this attacking sided meta. And actually we did this graphic on EUL on Monday. And the site is here, a very different site.
Very different.
To what was on EUL. On EUL we were talking about verticality and how you can play power positions. Where APAC North it's slightly different. It seems like there is one very, very good site on each map, basically.
There's a common theme, and the theme is a kitchen.
That's true.
The site is a kitchen. There's a good bet that it's a decent site for the defenders. As you say, Jack, we were talking about the verticality and different ways to approach sites looking toward EUL, but here there is a bit more of a mixture. And still you're thinking about some of that verticality. You think about some of the sites that maybe are a little bit safer because they can only be accessed from one way. Obviously, Oregon, its laundry supply is always going to be in contention for a top 5 site. But nice to see Bank and CCTV lockers coming in there as well. And again, you can throw a little bit of verticality into that one too.
I do actually have a very small caveat to that graphic as well, Milosh.
Okay.
So I've got to hold my hands up here. Theme Park was played once over stage 2 and 3, and Armory Throne had a 100% win rate, but it was played 2 times. So I took it out of the graphic because it was just too small a sample size. We wanted sites that are consistently good. Now, Armory Throne on Theme Park, great site. I'm sure if it was played more, it would be up there. But yeah, just small sample size, so I took that one out.
Yeah, not enough to fit it in there. You call it a statistical anomaly. In that case, it's very anomalous, which is a word. If we're trying to enrich our lexicon for the shows, I know. English is my third language. It's my third language.
This is a record for how quickly Milosh has lost us.
No.
I've lost my own marbles.
I was just thinking about words that I could get in during the broadcast. I've just thought of 3 or 4 that I'm going to try.
Very whole ones. Actually,
very good words.
Here's the thing. For those that are out there, if you'd like to challenge the desk or the casters especially for, hey, can you incorporate this sentence or these words into your commentary?
Sign us up for it.
Please tweet at us.
I did it with Emmy once, and Emmy was unreal at it.
Yeah.
I gave her 6 random words, and she got every single one of them into the cast.
Yeah, so I find it very fun to do something like that. So if you have any recommendations, put them down in the chat, tag us, and also on social media, especially there, because we'll be looking at it. Viewer interactions, right? We're creating a new meta in this situation here. But we're talking about those top 5 defensive sides. Are there any ones that you feel, and statistically, because you've crunched all the numbers, Jack, to get all of this together, like that are just awful sites for defenders nowadays?
Honestly, I was surprised at the Chalet, the Dining Kitchen on Chalet, because Chalet should be a very attacker-sided site, a very attacker-sided map, especially that site, because you've got 3 or 4 different ways of taking it, 3 or 4 different ways of approaching it, vertical over the whole of site. You know, you can come up West Main, you can go from lobby, you can go Solarium Trophy side, and obviously the vertical. So I was quite surprised that was in there. And Chalet generally is a map where you can play all 4 sites, but none of them are particularly good, is what I would say. For defenders, they're much more suited to the attackers.
So let's take a look at our previous Playday. We had 4 best of 1s, as always, here in APAC North, with 8 teams that compete in our circuit. Of course, our sister region, APAC South. Make sure you're catching them tomorrow morning when they are live, pretty much at the same time from our Aussie crew. But first up was Fnatic versus Fav, and Fnatic are able to push in and get their 2 points out of the matchup. 7-3, DWG Kia versus Talon. 8-6 with our match of the day, Cyclops versus Reject. Honestly, a pretty solid game, if you ask me. Usually, when you see 8-6, it doesn't always tell you if the game was close or not. I'm here to tell you that it was actually a good game, and not just because the 2 teams were messing around in it. And finally, 7-2, Sandbox versus Spear. That is how our day ended, and it will give us a certain ranking that we will pull up right now. Just have a chat about it. I know we'll recap things with video, but we want to pull the rankings out first because we're past the halfway mark, right? 8 points for Cyclops, 6 for Sandbox, 6 for DWG Kia, 5 for Fnatic, 4 for Reject, 3 for Talon and Spear, and 1 for Fav. And there is a substantial fight for not just the top 4, because yes, you do get SI points there, which is important, but only the top 2 will qualify to the November major, which hopefully we'll get some news on that very soon. But those top 2 are more important than any other spot in here, Jack.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And that point about the fixtures only being 7 means every point matters more. The weighting of 1 point matters so much more. There's 4 or 5 teams that are still within a shout. We could be seeing a Fnatic, we could be seeing a Reject. And like you say, halfway mark. After today, we've played more games than we've got remaining.
Any surprises for you? Because Ollie, this is your first time, on the APAC North broadcast in this manner. So, would you feel that there's any surprises at teams where they are?
I think realistically, you've got to give a nod to a team like Cyclops and expect that they're going to be up there, especially inside of this current meta. I think it's something that's going to really suit them quite well. So for me, no real surprise there. I think potentially someone that you could be looking at and saying, maybe could we ask for a little bit more out of them is maybe a team like Fnatic. But as you say, there's still a little bit of time for them to make that sort of later run as they are just in the mid-table. But there's a bit more of a clear divide separating the teams, I think, here, as opposed to, when we're looking at EUL the other night, for example.
Maybe today will be that day. We'll have a clearer divide between the teams, but then who knows? There's upsets aplenty in APAC North. Though, if you missed the action, don't you worry about it. Hap sat down and recapped all of it for you. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to the APAC North Playday 3 recap. Our first game of the day was an absolute barn burner as Fnatic took on Fav. Even though it is Playday 3, this game could decide who fights for a major spot later down this stage. Fav started strong, as they had a 4-2 start on their attack, but as per usual, the attack was favoured on border and Fnatic managed to bring it to an overtime. Together with an incredible ace from Ramu, they found 2 points in this matchup. After that, we had DWG Kia taking on Talon. Important to mention is that Yas has returned to the lineup instead of PGH, and as they started off, DK looked very composed throughout their attacks. They closed up their half with a 5-1 lead and eventually translated this into a 7-3 victory. Managed to get the full 3 points on the board, which now puts them on a total of 6. Then we had the leaders of APAC North in Cyclops looking to find points against Reject. As we went to Cafe, we had 2 even halves on the board. This pushed us naturally towards an overtime situation. However, Blackgray proved to be too strong for Talon to deal with, as he went 21-9. This secured 2 points for Cyclops in the end and allows them to maintain their top position in the league as we stand. The last game of the day had Spear Gaming take on Sandbox, the latter of the two needing to win to stay competitive for a top 2 position. Well, they managed to do just that, as Sandbox was in charge for the entirety of the game, only dropping the last 2 rounds in their attacking half. This means they picked up a total of 3 points, which will put them even in 2nd place, together with DWG Kia. And that was it for APAC North Playday 3. There's going to be only 4 more Playdays to go before we find out which of these 8 teams are going to be sent to the November Major.
Thank you very much, Stein, for voicing that over. That's all the action. If you missed our last Playday, we're here to fill you in on the rest and prepare you now for the actual matchups for today. We talked about the rankings, and here's the games that you're going to look at today with our schedule for day number 4 out of 7. Yeah, we passed the halfway mark. DWG Kia versus Reject is up first, then followed by our match of the day, Talon versus Sandbox. Yet another Korean banger. Who knows, though? Talon up and down. Same goes for Sandbox, but Sandbox are looking quite comfy in the stage. Spear versus Fnatic. Will Fnatic continue their run and be able to grace us with a top 2 finish in this first stage of their changes? Who knows? Cyclops versus Fav is finally in, and can Cyclops continue their reign of terror? As I know Harry isn't here, Demo, but he's been someone who's talked a lot about Cyclops and loving every single bit about it. I think they'll be charming people, viewers, and the desk yet again. I'll be on Cyclops for the end of the day. That is our schedule for a Playday, and we'll turn to our match of the day, Talon versus Sandbox Gaming. Now, these two teams have faced off against one another many a times here in APAC North, but also in the Korean Open. Highly recommend you take a look at our regional leagues and nationals if you're not watching them, be it here in Europe that are kind of just wrapping up because it is the end of the year now, competitively heading into Challenger League, but also in the Korean Open, the Japan League. You know, there's a lot of nationals that should be looking out for because they don't always translate well into APAC North. And that kind of goes the same way for this game. If we talk about our individual teams in this case, Sandbox have been having a pretty good time. Can we see them again at the next major?
I think so. I'm just going to put it out there. Like the underlying theme for me for Sandbox, I like this team. I would go as far as saying I love watching this team. I think they're a very entertaining team to watch inside of APAC North. And I will say it time and time again to you, Milosh, about Sandbox Gaming, is that they very simply will be unreal domestically, where they can run over teams because they just have that much firepower, but internationally will come their true test.
It was something that we were having a conversation about before. You know, you were talking about Sandbox, and you said they're almost like the G2 of APAC, and that's
but good,
better, yeah. But then you throw in that sort of question of international performance and stuff. Yeah, sure, they can do it domestically, but we want to see them do it a little bit more, and maybe that will come with time. But yeah, realistically, Sandbox for me, they've got a really good shout today.
Well, what about highlight players from Sandbox? Do you have anything to talk about?
Yeah, so we've actually got head-to-head. And normally we do head-to-head between 2 opposition players. We've thrown it in today for the 2 new boys. I say new boys from Sandbox. It's been a little bit of a while now. But what we wanted to highlight with Sandbox, and I think the reason that I did that comparison, Ollie, with G2 is that Arakaze and Good Boy, new into the roster, well, both of them in a fashion this year. Both unreal players, would be the star of pretty much any team in this league. In this team, they're just another 2 players where, you know, you see a little bit of a Wamai on the defense, a little bit of Cade on the defense, a little bit of Flex from Arakaze, and a little bit of Frag from Good Boy. This is why Sandbox are like the G2. There's not really any supports, maybe apart from Static, who was an entry player. And this is where you kind of get when Sandbox can get kind of lured in to that process-driven siege. That's where I think that they can be exploited, and I think that's when, you know, coming back to the point about international, this is where they could be exploited when they get international.
Speaking of international, I remember speaking to our good friend Dev Marta in February, and he was telling me about this player called Goodboo who was about to come onto the scene, and about to explode and be this really sort of energizing force in the team. And it's great to see that he's done just exactly that, coming in and being that big impact fragger. It's the same as we see in EU with young gunners coming in that have just got so much talent, so much raw skill, and it's about learning to hone that and get it put in the right sort of an environment.
And Korea has shown us through DWG Kia of all examples that there is a lot of talent that's hidden in there, and you just need the motivation for them to go on there. And speaking of which, we're talking about Talon. Talon has plenty of it. They've had massive changes over the past year and a half even, but it seems like they just can't get it to click properly for a big top 4 finish.
Plenty of talent, but plenty of inconsistency as well. And it's not just inconsistency in results. Like, you know, you look at the stage 2, the round performance graph is what I want to draw your attention to here. Started off really well. 2 big wins going off, you know, Fav and Spear. And then just slight losses, pick up one against Sandbox, lose massive against Fnatic. And it's kind of the story of Talon is there's something there. There is substance there. And it's kind of consistently inconsistent coming out of them, even when it comes down to players. We saw last week, Heady wasn't playing last week. They brought Marble back into the fold with this 6-man roster that they've got going on. And it kind of feels weird to say, but I've been watching this team for like over a year now, and I still don't know what to expect. Sometimes really good, sometimes genuinely mediocre.
Sometimes really bad, sometimes really good.
I wanted to say it, but it's too early.
We'll gotta see. Well, Ollie, from your point of view, what do you feel with Talon?
Again, consistency is difficult to find when you're not fielding the same roster every time, and that's something that, you know, at this sort of a level, you're expecting to see the same 5 week in, week out grinding, and failing that, you know, a transfer at the most, to see a new player introduced, not sort of having a 6-man roster and, you know, weaving players in this way and that. And again, it comes down to that consistency. You're not going to be able to build that level of synergy in the team unless you've got, you know, a regular 5.
I do want to ask you a technical question because we still have a minute or so before we kick it off to game number 1, which is, what is then, there has to be a strength with Talon, right? Because they're able to get wins.
I think Heady and Demic, when they came into this roster, created really good team environment, really good strategy. They brought a lot of experience from their previous, you know, iterations in different teams. And they were working to something really good. They are working to something really good at Talon. And it feels like, for me, that's, you know, that's their strength. They're the 2 players that you need to look at. They can bring Talon success. Obviously, they had the reset in stage 2 where they went for Marble and Misa, and it's not quite played out. And I think they're just trying to find themselves. And I think once they do get that stable 5 on lock and they figure that out, what is their best 5, I think that's where we'll see Talon come good.
Well, more questions for us to ask once the match of the day actually rolls in. That'll be later on today. Our predictions for today, what do they look like? We're a minute off from starting off our first game. And yeah, we're all going with the same stuff, but we got Contrarian on purpose. Yeah. Fresh doing it on purpose just to break the mold. And honestly, I can see it, because usually if we're all picking the same teams to win, it means we're all gonna be wrong.
I'm just giving some love to the teams that weren't getting any love. I was the last person.
Everybody needs a bit of your love.
Exactly. I was the last person to do predictions, and I saw everyone had gone DWG Kia, Sandbox, Fnatic, and Kag, and I thought, you know what? I'll go reject Talon, Spear, and Fav. Especially Fav, because every time I predict Fav, they just do me dirty anyway, so it doesn't matter. If I'd have predicted Kag, Fav would have won.
It's impressive that you can actually go for predictions like that and still, you know, be in contention. You know, you're not going to be at the bottom there.
My predictions are always really funny, Ollie, because like sometimes I really like try and I think, oh, I can spot the upset, and then sometimes I'm just like, I'm just giving love to the teams.
Can we roll that back up just for a moment here? Thank you very much, production. Ollie, I gotta say, you look great in that photo.
Thank you.
Extra Troika, look at him.
Thank you.
Proper lad. There you go. That's all I wanted to say. It's time for us to start off with our matches, so let's bring it back. I just want to highlight, you know, when people, it's always something where we are our own biggest critics, right? So we always want to highlight the negative in ourselves or anything that's around us. We want to highlight the good things that we do. You look great in it, and we do great work in here, don't we not?
True.
There you go. Thank you very much. Let's get it started. Reject versus DWG Kia. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for game 1. See you then.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abide and by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know this.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 1. Reject versus DWG Kia is about to begin. Reject, they've come in much like DWG Kia, really a year after them, and we'll see if these two, I guess, teams coming out of the nationals and the challenger leagues phases of their own nations can really fight one another in a very respectful way here in the server. I'm really looking forward to it, to be honest. I think there's a lot of potential in Reject, and why don't we talk about them first? Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm Mr. Medic. With me are Fresh and XR Troika. Mr. Ollie, XR Troika.
That's right.
Hatton. There you go. You need to make sure. As we're saying, Eric, Mahafz al-Alqab, which is with respect to your many titles, as we say. His lordship. There you go. Reject, what can you tell me about them?
I'll tell you a few things about Reject.
Go ahead.
I'd like to know. I'll talk about Reject. Why not? Reject are a team that I love to watch. They have their big moments. And like you say, they came in new to this league this year. Basically, it was a baptism of fire. Stage 1, it really was. Stage 2, they had a great little flurry, as you can see there in the round performance graph. Stage 3, they came out and they beat Sandbox, and we're like, oh my god, this team, they could go top 2. And then it's not been too well for them. Obviously, they got the overtime loss last week. So they are picking up points. They're sitting comfortably in mid-table. They are the dark horses to me. They are the dark horses for a run, for the major. And, you know, I will say this again, I just love to watch them play.
They're one of the teams that has got the ability to upset the bigger teams, as we've already seen demonstrated. As you mentioned, a win against Sandbox, an overtime loss against CAG. Sure, it's a loss, but it's still taking points. And already we've spoken about the importance of points when there are only 7 play days. So when you look at that and you think, well, against DWG Kia today, there's still a very good chance for them. Even if they don't come away with a win, there's a chance for them to come away with some points.
Well, what about DWG Kia on the other side, Ollie, since you're just finishing your sentence? Because, I mean, this team, yeah, they've had a bit of a slump, but it seems like they can come back and be in the top 2.
I think they can. And, you know, DWG Kia have always been one of the teams, you know, to be feared. Obviously, we talk about, you know, APAC style inside of this current meta, and you think there's a very good chance for them to flurry and to thrive inside of the way that the game is currently played. It's not been all plain sailing for them so far. They did struggle against CAG. But realistically, it's DWG Kia. As long as they're playing their full 5, I know that we have seen PJH subbed in a little bit over the course of this stage, but as long as they're playing that full consistent 5, we know what this team is capable of.
I think the one thing for DWG Kia today is any team that goes up against Reject that would consider themselves top team, CAG, Sandbox, DWG Kia, Reject's the team that will split the ticket. If you need to pick up your points against Reject, you've got a good chance going to the major. So for DWG Kia today, this game's probably the most important game in the context of going to the major.
All right, there you go. We've set the stage for it. Then what map will it be for this first matchup of today? And we're all the way down to Clubhouse. All right, a classic. DWG Kia will take it to it, and they're starting on the attack. Reject has opted for defense. Jack, your thoughts on this?
Clubhouse was long known as a DWG Kia map. It was long known as one of their kind of big 3 powerhouse maps, but realistically, the fall-off in Clubhouse has kind of mirrored the fall-off in DWG Kia's performance over the course of this year. Last time they played it, Nip, Berlin, 7-1 on it. Didn't look too good. They're actually on a couple of games losing streak on it, even though it is one of their better maps. For Reject, they like it. They've already won at this stage, going up against Sandbox on it.
Bodes well for Reject, I think, if they can take a win off Sandbox. We've seen what Sandbox are capable of. Obviously, you're coming up against Atmon, so it's a slightly different beast. They're getting a little bit more used to that sort of process-driven siege and that sort of structured play style. So for Reject, really, you know, it's a very vanilla map, isn't it, Clubhouse? I could see Dez's face over in the corner there. He sort of pulled a little bit of a face at us when the map was announced.
Yeah, when I think vanilla, I think Dez.
Exactly.
Yes.
On that bombshell, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Jack. Let's toss it then to our casters. It's Des and Ace. Enjoy.
Screw you, Milos. Welcome to the desk for game number 1. Clubhouse, Tim. It's our 3rd Clubhouse in the last 4 games, which is why I pulled a face, but it's a different region, it's different teams. I'm sure there are plenty of hijinks for us to enjoy.
Yeah, you always know that it's going to be a good game on Clubhouse. You know, will it be an absolute classic and something different? Maybe not. Maybe it'll be the same as we've seen it the last couple of times. But it's always going to be at least a 7 out of 10 for me. You know you're at least going to get a decent performance out of both teams. Reject, they are one of those teams at the minute where coming up against them, there is no sure thing. They can easily turn anybody over. For me, Reject, keep an eye on them for next year. Are they going to go to the major this time? You know, there's always an outside chance for everybody, but I'm not sure they're there yet. But honestly, keep an eye on Reject next year because I really do think that they're improving as time goes. They're a fun team to watch. I said it in stage 2. I'll say it again now. I think they could show us some big things next year.
Tim, what's your favourite flavour of ice cream? You a vanilla kind of man?
This feels like a loaded question.
No, it's not. It's not at all. I just want to get you gauge. What's your favourite flavour of ice cream?
Well, I've got a few that I enjoy.
Tim, I'm not asking for your life story, so I just want a simple answer.
If I had to pick one that I'd eat forever, and I'm going to probably get rinsed for this, I probably would pick vanilla.
All right. What do you think Milosh's favourite is?
Ooh, see, I think Milosh should be something sort of exotic. He's got a very developed palate as Milosh, as we all know. He likes his cooking, and I don't know, something like maybe like a praline and cream, something, you know, something elegant.
He looks pretty pleased that you've had that selection. Milosh, want to tell him what your favourite is? He's thinking. Yeah. Salted. Okay, actually, I tell you what, that is top draw selection. I've got a lot more respect for Milosh now than I did 30 seconds ago. Right then, let's talk about how it came about the pick and bans that have rivaled. What's up? What a man. It only takes me 30 seconds to change your mind, and yes, it does, because what a convincing man he can be. We have had our bans come through, obviously. We are into game. We'll quickly catch up on those. I apologise that sidetrack, Tim. I imagine that wasn't the question you were expecting to start the day, but here we are.
It wasn't. I mean, like I said, there's all sorts that I like. Des Variety is the spice of life. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd go with a really... I'm not talking any rubbish vanilla. I'm talking like a top tier...
You know what you need? Like Cornish, like vanilla, proper.
Like a top tier artisanal vanilla, like, you know, something real high quality.
Do you have any sauce on it though, Tim, or just the ice cream?
5 seconds left before
Something maybe like a little bit of a salted caramel sauce might be nice on there, just to, you know, give it a little something, a little twist. I've got to say, I love it. I love a good vanilla ice cream on a sticky toffee pudding. I've got to say.
Oh yeah. Oh,
you see there, you go, the hot with the cold.
And this is I'm really passionate about how little like treacle sponge pudding there is available anywhere. But that's a topic for another point in this game, I'm sure. For now, talk about the bans again for a second. The Ash ban from Reject, a target ban against Rin, who's played that quite a bit throughout the stage. Everything else looking relatively standard mirror. We're used to seeing across most maps now, one of the highest banned operators. The banner for this map, looking at things like hatches, also the security that you get in the range. So I do expect we'll see things like you're seeing from Yas in this round. Why the hell is Yas playing this operator, you might ask? The ace? Well, one, the banner is banned away. Second, Doki from G2 commented on this saying, look, Yas, Ace has got a really good gun. As long as you're able to make use of the utility to help out your team, then you're in a great position to still play entry once you've made use of that entry utility. Here, at least, it's not going to get started straight away, as it is Rin on that entry, finding Take with the Zofia.
Big start for DWG Kia. The thing is, that, for me, is one of the areas Reject needs to be careful of. So he's going to pick up Rim with the beauty there to get a late trade out. But yeah, that's one of the areas Reject are going to need to be careful of here today, is that entry game. If they're going to have a result against Damwon, which I think they're absolutely capable of, they can't be at a man disadvantage all the time. They've got to be going in and getting those openers. They're going to find themselves 4v2 as Katsang manages to pick up Candy. Nice headshot, and that leaves Window really trying to hold things down on the lower floor. He's got the pulse with him, which is good. Salty's going to be able to feed that information back in for him. But this is not going to be an easy finish for them downstairs.
This is just a classic APAC moment. Pulse shotgun running around the map, looking for fights everywhere he goes. It's just absolutely brilliant. Playing Ring Around the Roses, a body full of holes, as it felt like inside a stock as well. That has now been regained in terms of ground for DWG Kia to start marching their way forwards. But a 4v2 and 60 seconds still remaining. It's looking good. The main detriment against them, though, will be the fact that this Pulse is still standing. That cardiac sensor, not quite out at the moment. When it is, like it is now, it's feeding away information on where the push is coming from.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to make things easy for them. At least they can be prepared. But look at this, DWG Kia not mucking about now, are they? 4v2, get that wall open with the skeleton key, but Salty manages to pick up Woogie Man. The diffuser's going down though. Des Katsang's going to try to stick that one. And Salty is a million miles away. He's absolutely nowhere near. Window manages to get one. Quarter does get the trade though. Well played by DWG in the post plant there. Just there, ready to effect. Final kill from Yas. He's back in the fold. He's back on the scoreboard. Gets himself a kill. And that's going to be DWG Kia taking round one.
That's such an APAC first round to Clubhouse. I can't believe it. Like, the fact that they're 4v2, there's an execute coming in, and Salty on pulse shotgun is up in bedroom, is just ridiculous. But DWG Kia still managed to hold the composure together. Nice little kind of opportunity identified with the buck as well to blow out that soft panel that we saw on the far right of Church Wall to give themselves a very comfortable planting location. Wonder if that was an oversight being made potentially by the defenders there, or if that was intended, but as we saw, all it did was work against them.
Good start then for DWG Kia. Exactly what they wanted here on Clubhouse. Just get things underway nice and smoothly. It all started, as I say, with that entry kill. That's something Reject really need to be cautious of. Need to be making sure that they're picking those up at least half of the time. You know, you're not going to come in and win every battle against DWG Kia on the openers. You're just not. It's as simple as that. They've got too good a set of gunners. Yas, Rin, they're going to go in there and get those kills for them. But they need to make sure they're not falling behind consistently. I think they're going to be heading up to the top floor this time. Reject might just be able to get a little bit of better control up there. They felt like, for me, they were spread a little bit thin last time around. That was part of the problem we saw in the last couple of minutes. Salty up on the top floor, Window on his own on the bottom floor, Diffuser down. Just a little bit spread thin. I think, you know, once we get back into this, get up on the top floor. Don't worry about the roam too much and just mix it up a bit.
It's one concept I've spoken about a lot over the last couple of years in terms of certain teams set the bar of what you need to be able to deliver if you're going to be able to fight for a major position in any given region. Now, in APAC North and APAC South, that has increased significantly because there are only 2 slots available at a major. Now, obviously, we know for Cyclops, in their case, they're currently riding high towards the top. DWG Kia battling things out with Sandbox, with Fnatic just 1 point behind them as well. You look at a game like this, and I know we're all holding hope that Reject will become a real force in this competition one day as well. But for me, DWG Kia, they've come up against a lot of chaos in the first round. They've done a full map clear. They've identified a really good execute. They've played things by the book in a very organised way and done it excellently. That is kind of the bar that you have to be topping if you do want to be fighting at all in this stage for a top 2 spot. So throughout the day, you can look at a number of teams and go, right, are they able to crack a team like DWG Kia? Are they playing near enough the same sort of standard of Siege as they are? Because if they aren't, you can wave bye-bye to that major. You simply won't be getting a spot.
Absolutely that. And, you know, we'll get into... The thing is this, when we talk about major spots in APAC North, it's that bit more difficult than other places. There's fewer teams, but there's fewer spots. You know, so the top 2 are going to go through. And when you've got teams like, you know, you've got teams like DWG, you've got Sandbox, you've got Fnatic. If you're one of those other teams chasing a top 2 spot, boy, are you going to have to upset some people along the way. And that is true of every single game. You know, just getting 1 win directly against DWG Kia isn't going to be enough to take them out of a spot because there's a good chance they're going to get points against everybody else. You know, so like you say, you've got to be taking every opportunity in front of you. And realistically, you know, the teams that are going through from APAC North to majors are losing maybe 1 or 2 matches over the entire stage. You know, that's where the bar is realistically. And that tells you just how consistent you need to be.
I really wanted to break into a conversation about desserts here, Tim, but I think they're about to go back into game, which kind of... Let's talk about it now.
Well, we didn't ask this. We didn't ask what your favourite flavour of ice cream was.
My favourite flavour of ice cream.
What would you be talking about?
It's a very good question, and one I hadn't really thought about, despite asking the question to others. When I was younger, I used to love mint choc chip. Used to absolutely love mint choc chip.
You see, I quite like that you've said that, Des, because that's again another pretty standard flavour. You know, nothing too. You know, I thought I was being a bit boring coming in with the vanilla, but the mint choc chip pretty standard. I'm not a big fan myself. I don't like. I don't mind mint, but I'm not a big fan of it in terms of like I like it on its own. I like I like a mint as in like you know like a breath mint or whatever. I can appreciate that. But I'm not a fan of like a mint choc chip or like a mint and a you know like a mint chocolate bar or anything. I'm not a big fan of that.
Just when you think you know a guy, he turns around and reveals he doesn't like mint choc chip.
It's wild, doesn't it? Yeah, not a big fan of the mint. It's never something I choose.
Whenever I have ice cream, if I ever have ice cream at all, like lately, it's always Ben & Jerry's. Other ice cream brands are available, but I love like their mixture. So you'll get like caramel with like chunks in there that like mini Rolos, basically. Other chocolate brands are also available. Those are the kind of vibes that I like.
You're having a nightmare here, Dad. You walked into a minefield.
Hey, look,
it's like a room full of mouse traps.
Other brands are available. It's okay, and I'm going to carry on down that path.
It's just a room full of mouse traps, and you're just treading one to the next,
and then relaying them. That's the way it's got to be.
Upturned forks, you know, upturned garden forks.
Just smacking myself in the face each
Just getting panged in the face repeatedly.
What else do I enjoy? I do like vanilla as long as there's something with it. So, like, a great example.
I can get that.
Earlier this year, McDonald's were doing cream egg McFlurries. Other fast food chains and other McFlurries are available. I'll explain the reason why we do this. Other things are available at some point. I've never been told to do it by Ubisoft. It was by someone that was kind of doing productions for Ubisoft, and I've just kind of kept it as a joke at this point. But yeah, the cream egg McFlurries, they were absolutely slamming. A lot of love for them. Interesting, I think I'm not really into. That's kind of a bit of a controversial opinion. Oreos.
I'm not a big biscuit person.
See, I am. I love biscuits.
Just across the board, I'm not
Oreos.
I'm not a big biscuit person.
Oh, you mean, mate, you're like Northern though. Don't you enjoy sitting down with a cup of tea on like a Sunday evening, like 4 or 5 biscuits and dunking them? And it's that wonderful game of like nervous trepidation that the biscuit's going to snap in half and fall into the tea.
I might get my passport removed for what's about to come next, but I'm willing to take the risk. I don't actually like tea.
Do you like coffee?
Don't like either. Don't drink either.
No, I don't know.
Don't
one
have
other
any
person.
caffeine.
I see. There's one guy that I used to know that used to work with. That he said to me, "I just don't like hot drinks." And I was like, "What do you mean you don't like hot drinks?" And he's like, "I just don't like hot drinks."
I don't mind a hot chocolate for a little treat in winter. I might chuck in a hot chocolate with a little whipped cream and a marshmallow on top of there.
It's banging.
Yeah, there you go. No problem.
Nights in a month, and I'm ecstatic. You know exactly what I'm already going into. We're going to a fireworks show where they've got toffee apples, they've got hot chocolate, there's a barbecue on the go. We're going the whole hog, mate.
You see, it's interesting you say that, Des, because there's a lot of people around the world now who probably sat there.
No idea what
I'm
bonfire
sure one
night
or two
is.
will know what it is, but a lot are going, "What bonfire night? Like, what is bonfire night?
What's a
'Cause I think
bonfire?"
It's just something that like we grow up with in the UK. It's just such a standard thing, and we forget that the rest of the world have like bonfire night is very specific to the UK. It's like very specifically referencing a historical event that happened here in the UK. So yeah, a lot of people might not know, but one night in November, 5th of November, all around the UK, people set off fireworks and so on and so forth.
And all the
tend
old
to have
cupboards and wood that we've stored up get thrown in this fire, and we just light a big bonfire for the night and enjoy it. And we have lots of nice
and
wintry
you stand
treats.
around, you drink hot chocolate, you have like treacle toffee.
Yeah.
There's a lot of snacks and drinks that go along with it. But I don't mind. I can appreciate a nice hot chocolate, but coffee and tea, it's not for me.
It's kind of disappointing, really. I thought you appreciate a good artisan
Especially
coffee.
as a Brit, it's one of them things as a Brit that you just you've got to say it in hushed tones. You don't openly admit
you can't say that in public. If anyone overheard you, you'd be locked up for 15 years. You'd be done.
Oh, there'd be a riot. There'd be an absolute riot. But yeah, not one for tea. Not one for tea.
Sorry, it's not as controversial as Gio saying she didn't like water that one time. So no, I just don't drink water. And I was like, how are you still alive? Like, come on. Like, tea I can kind of understand because people don't always like tea. They like coffee. Like, I used to be a massive tea drinker when I was younger. And then I've got into coffee more and more as the years have gone by. But, and this is the wild thing, coffee, energy drinks, caffeine, anything like that, it doesn't wake me up more or tire me in any way. I just like the taste. And people are like, oh, well, I wouldn't drink it if it didn't wake me up. I'm like, why? Good coffee tastes great.
Yeah, I think that's the experience that I've never had. I once drank, so I really don't like coffee. I found it quite bitter, and I really don't like the taste of it.
Yeah, bad coffee is very bitter. I'll give you that.
Yeah, so there was one time that I was struggling to get some work done for my education. It was an essay that needed to be done, and I'd left it till the last minute. Don't do that, kids. Make sure you get your work done in plenty of time.
Never gonna happen.
But I'd left it to the last minute, and I was on a late night of a job, and I thought, I'm dropping off here. I'm gonna have to have some coffee. So you can imagine my face as I forced down 2 cups of coffee. I hate this stuff, and I'm like,
were you buzzed? Were you absolutely buzzed?
With every sip, I'm like, ugh. And about an hour later, I'm still dropping off. It was decaf.
Oh, you like me? Oh, it was decaf. You silly knob.
Completely wasting my time. I was still tired, and it was decaf, and I'd forced myself to drink these 2 cups of coffee.
So you're tired, overworked, and really depressed because you've had to down 2 cups of decaf coffee.
So I went to bed anyway. I had to finish it the next morning.
Oh, you colossal knob! I love it. Right, enough of that.
Good news. I did get it done and handed in on time.
Without drinking decaf coffee.
As I say, kids, make sure that you get your essays done in plenty of time, and then you don't have to drink decaf coffee to keep yourself away.
All right, we're back into game. That was a nice fun Rios, Tim. Thank you for that.
There you go.
Nice story. I learned more about Tim today in both good and bad measure. Righty, let's look at what's coming along for DWG Kia. We've got the Twitch on side here. No more ace in play for Yas, but we have got the Ying on side for Coasted. An operator that when you see it, you know that operator is mainly being used for looking to get an execute onto site. We have seen a couple of teams use it to force defenders to move away from extended hold positions, away from the roam, for example. It's one of those where either you run away and potentially keep your life, or you stay put, get flashed, and most definitely die. And that's a very cheeky location to get yourself laid out. I love it.
Here we go then. We are into the thick of it already. We're going to have DWG Kia up on the roof. They're going to be opening up. I can hear breaches going off. Oh, it's a horrible angle. Is this one? You can sneak your way around that fence.
Just don't fall off.
That's the problem. You can look in, but Window.
Does Window
he knows,
know?
He knows exactly where he's going to be. I tell you what, if they pop up there, Window's going to absolutely delete. He's just going to drop himself back, but he's well aware. He sees the drone there. He knows that the pressure's going to come from Logistics Hatch. And meanwhile, we've got Katsang over there. Thatcher in combination to get that wall open. Ta-da, Nicky, though. Ta-da! Has not managed it.
No.
He's not managed to get that Bandit battery down in time. So Jacuzzi wall gets breached. DWG making good progress, but no kills inside the first minute and a half.
He did try, but I think Ring got the concussion in through the drone hole, which prevented that one coming out. Ironically, now dying to Salty yet again with the TCSG. Take into a second. It's looking good for Reject to have found the ability to disrupt what looked like such a good organised start for DWG Kia in terms of getting the wall opened up, starting to put pressure inside of Logi. But here comes Yas on a backstab. I think they've got an idea here. This is a freebie waiting for Yas, who sees the man's legs. He's just waiting. There's the freebie he's looking for. That starts to open things up on the construction side, and this is where all hell breaks loose.
Attackers have recovered their...
Here we go, DWG Kia are going to drop in, goes Courted. Can he find his man?
way.
Absolutely easy little pre-fire. Taraniki though, he's there, he pops out and gets himself the trade, and that's going to leave us now in a 3v2. Woogie man, he's on the hunt. He's having a look on the main stairs, can't find his man though. Shots do ding off his back and take a lot of damage off Salty, but not enough to put him down. Yes, steps out and gets himself cut down by Taraniki, and it's all up to Woogie man on the breach. He gets shut down as well, and that's going to be DWG Kia faltering at the final hurdle.
Woogie's had a real blinder.
They get themselves their first round.
He's had a real blinder there, Tim. 2 free chances to kill the Kaida. Misses it. Misses out on the kill potentially from the player that ran from bedroom out towards the hallway. Just missed basically every single shot that you could. And truthfully, I don't think we've spoken enough about the recall changes that have come in this patch, because this stage more than ever, unsurprisingly, as players are still starting to learn and get used to these recall changes. I've seen a lot of players whiffing just above head height, for example, or just about narrowly missing, getting themselves a kill. And honestly, there, if in a previous stage, Woogie gets 2 kills there, he gets rid of the Kai, which means Yas hasn't got to go pushing down main stairs. He can put all of his focus in towards bedroom, and he probably gets the trade immediately off the back of Yas dying as well. So I'm not going to say it's all Woogie's fault there. A lot of players are making this problem happen right now for themselves and for obviously their team when they're not finding those kills, but it is having a significant impact that I don't think is being recognised enough.
Round number 3, here we go. We're going to have a new site, bar and stage. One that, again, we don't see too often, but APAC have never been scared of defending here. They're quite happy to give it a go. We'll see how Reject are able to hold on to it, carrying a little bit of confidence. My concern for them here is that DWG Kia did very well when the defending was done off-site in round 1. Round 2, when defending was done on-site, they weren't quite as effective. Window, he's going to look out of the window, try and get himself a kill, can't find his man, and that's going to leave Rin to get up to the rooftop safely. But DWG Kia, for the time being, they're going to be looking for that top floor clearance. They need to bring that round 1 energy and get Reject cleared out.
Some more changes coming into the lineup here for DWG Kia as well. Expected as we're going through the different sites, but having the Lion coming along, Yas is onto his 3rd operator. Rin has stepped away from the Zofia to play on the Flores instead. Just overall, lots of changes happening across the whole team. Rin finding the opener this time round on Take after Rin has been found by Yas, not by Yas, sorry. Rin being found by Salty in the 2 previous rounds quite early on. Things are starting to look at least a little better.
Good start. Taki, second round out of 3 that he's been that opening death. Needs to be very careful that doesn't continue. Tadarnicki's going to be downed on the main stairs as well by Woogie. And outside on the Lion. Catches his man as he heads downstairs. And that is, as I said, very good attacking from DWG Kia off site. And that's something that Reject need to think about. Maybe focus around gym and bedroom, CCTV cache where they can. Sites where you will defend more on site rather than relying on the roamers. Coated manages to pick up window. That leaves Tadarnicki to be collected, but he's down on 20 health. So we're in a 5 versus 3 at the halfway mark. Reject spread thin at this point as they continue to try to hold on to top floor as well.
It feels like a real battle at this point with just 3 men left alive to still be contesting this top floor. I mean, sure enough, Coated's got up there now in a spot where he's feeling pretty comfortable to get to work. But I'm just eyeing up the occasional blue outline, moving out towards the west side that could try and push back up towards Cash and CC side and come swinging in. In fact, that's exactly what they were just thinking about. Salty especially, the one looking to do a little bit of work, almost dies to the roof there as well and trying to find someone on the south balcony. Rin holding on to a good angle for a couple of seconds there.
Going to be pushing in through that jacuzzi breach now, and it's not looking good for Reject is what I will say. 50 seconds left to go. Top floor supremacy is in the hands of DWG Kia. Tadarnicki's trying to hold on from strip side, but he's going to be found. Ooh, is he now? The Gemini clone goes in, but doesn't do the due diligence and check all of the little side rooms. Tadarnicki could have a field day here. This is going to be absolute freebie for him when he pushes back out. Yasser's got no idea. This is poor from DWG Kia. They've got to know where these players are. The 5v3, they're pressing the advantage, but they've got to make sure that they give themselves the opportunity to do it. But Tadarnicki might have missed this opportunity, Des. 19 seconds left to go, though, and Reject are holding on.
I feel here DWG Kia taking a little bit too long, and they're going to start paying the price. There's a flash down main stairs. They find the man as well. Good read with just 2 still left standing. Woogie finds Candy as well. It's Tadarnicki left all alone, but he's a mile away, Tim. He's got to get himself across and try and find this angle. Can he find the man? No, he cannot, as Yasser got the angle covered, clearly suspecting that someone's still behind and has the correct read for DWG Kia to close it out. And I do want to give a nod towards Yasser at the end, Tim. There probably was a very good chance that was they were in a case of trying to say, well, maybe someone comes from there. That was probably a call across the DWG Kia team that everyone's watching different angles, not the same angles, just in case something can ruin that round for them.
Yeah, absolutely. By the time they got into sight, they were safe. They had it managed, they had it covered. Yes, could have just lost his life pushing in through strip. But Tadarnicki, I understand what he was trying to do. He was holding on for as long as possible. He wanted that golden bullet. He wanted that one shot. We've seen it happen, a couple of times before where I've even seen it done in a 1v5. I've referenced it before. Pino, top floor of Cafe, 1v5, manages to slip through the net, gets himself into washroom and picks up one bullet headshot onto the planter. The clock's run down, bang, he wins the round in a 1v5. Simple as that. And at that point, Tadarnicki's he's made his choice. He's ready to go for it. But like you said, DWG Kia, they've got themselves established then. As soon as that diffuser starts going down, they know there's nothing else to do except watch the angles. Where can he come from? And they had it covered. So it was well played from DWG Kia, but, I appreciate what Tadarnicki was trying to do.
Exactly that. I think it's the right intent, just not quite the right outcome they were looking for there, because I thought they were holding on really well until the dying 15 seconds. I just realised, Tim, we were talking about Bonfire Night, but didn't really explain where it came from in the last rehost. Do you want to give us a little history lesson, Professor Tim?
A little history lesson.
About Mr. Forks.
A gentleman called, I don't know exactly the year, I don't know what sort of century we're talking.
Oh, I'm not sure actually. Probably the 1800s.
Hundreds of years ago, Guy Fawkes was a gentleman who tried to blow up Parliament. He tried to blow up the government, blow up Parliament.
Parliament is the main building where all of our MPs get together and do the debating and the shouting and the hear, hear, and all that kind of stuff that you might have seen.
Yeah, so it was the plot was uncovered. He was arrested and punished, and then the tradition has come about that we light fires on the night
because he had loads of gunpowder barrels in the basement, didn't he? That was the whole gist.
Did, yeah.
So for some reason, it's just something that we thought, this guy tried to blow up our
lesson for today.
This guy tried to blow up our entire government. Let's celebrate it every single year.
Yeah, exactly that. So the plot was foiled and the celebration was born, yeah.
And we very much enjoy it. We love that because we basically have like Halloween on the 31st. Then 5
I've
days
never been a big
later.
fan. I'm much more Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people, it's sort of like Christmas and New Year. A lot of people are divided between those, which do they prefer? And I think I get a similar vibe of Halloween versus Bonfire Night in the UK. And for me, it's Halloween. I love a good Halloween. Me getting dressed up and taking my little one out trick-or-treating. And yeah, I love a bit of Halloween.
What's your normal go-to costume, Tim, on Halloween?
Oh, I've done some crackers. I'm actually quite creative when it comes to costumes. I've done also. I taught myself to sew one year so that I could make a mummy costume. Also, I get really into it. I love
this
it.
Is the difference in organisation between you and I. Back at uni, I had to be a mummy, so what did I do? Bought like a 12-pack of like bog roll and just wrapped myself in tons and tons of bog roll.
Well, what I did was, so I wanted it to be more wearable. So what I did was I got a load of bed sheets and I dyed them in the bath. I made a massive brew in the bath, a big bath of tea, effectively, with about 50 tea bags, and I dyed these sheets so they were sort of like a sepia sort of colour, like a worn bandage, buried in the ground kind of thing. And I shredded it all up, so I had all my bandages, but I wanted it to be wearable. So what I did was I got some jeans and like a long sleeve t-shirt, and I actually took them apart. I picked all the seams out, took them apart, sewed the bandages on, and then sewed it all back together, so it was just like a wearable pair of mummy pants. It was great. So, yeah, that was one costume that I made. I've gone as a plastic green army man before.
I saw the picture of that. I'm pretty sure you showed me once upon a time.
It's a classic costume, that one.
Yeah, I see it all the
painted
time.
myself green and everything, so I did that one. I've done also. I did the bedsheet ghost, the classic.
Yeah, the
But I
classic.
went further than I didn't just chuck the bedsheet over me as is the lazy costume. No, I went all out. It had a scary face, everything. I love Halloween.
Fair play.
There's a game on though, Des. We're back.
There is. We will talk about this more. One thing I did clock straight away was Reject have left that same wall soft downstairs on Church Wall. So maybe Damwon Kia are looking towards that and thinking, hey, we can just do the same thing again. A little cheeky C4 being tossed skyward here towards Bathroom, assuming that someone might step in there for safe droning. In fact, it's coated on the entry. They're going to pull the trigger. Are they going to find their man? No, they are not, because he stepped away, and it's going to be just narrowly missed. Unfortunate. And then Salty dies in the process. That is classic Siege. You're that close to getting a C4 kill, you narrowly miss it, looking at Cota's HP, and then he kills you through the hole that you've opened up. Brilliant.
Rin going to be sending the drones in, going in on the Jackal, always a disruptive operator. Going to be trying to just pick out those footprints and make it difficult for the defenders to be playing on that roam game. And like I say, again, it's another site. I picked up on it the last round, Des. It's another site where it's being won away from site. It's not somewhere that Reject are able. They can, if they want to, just turtle up on site, but they're not choosing to. They're playing away from it and they're getting picked up as they do. There you go. Another one comes as Rin manages to drop Tadanik as he tries to push up the blue stairs there and get aggressive. And so once again, Reject, without losing anybody directly on site, have found themselves in a 5 versus 3 and not a good position to try and hold on for the rest of this round. So for me, if they could focus in the next couple of rounds, particularly on sites where they can play more of a site-based game, they're going to have more success.
It was a good read by Rin as well. They clearly had a drone in there because the yellow pings were flying on through, but just fed the information across that. It was a shotgun holder in the spot there. Didn't want to go too much more aggressively on that, else you pay the price. Stayed at range and got a freebie kill off the back of it. Now, they did actually do a late reinforce onto that church wall. As you can see, it's on the outside pipe side rather than inside. And for good reason, because that's once again where Damwon Kia are trying to push in. Take in a great position here as well to try and challenge through on towards the main stairs. And finally, we'll pick up Yas. A little bit of solace as a swing comes in, but it's Take with the counter swing onto Woogie Man. Rin finding another, but can Take do it all by himself?
Take is going to be looking for his man, manages to find him, but then gets cut down, leaves us now in a 1v1. Coated super low health though, Des. He's going to have to get this diffuser down. I think this is likely a round for Reject. Surely Candy, he's got to push forward. Kota comes off, but Candy finds his one bullet, finds his kill, and that's going to shut the round down.
Really thought he'd just Pokeball in them, but gave him the old little 1-2, slip from left to right, and bam! Caught him with the haymaker at the very end. So for Reject, still showing that in this game, sat now at 2 apiece. Damwon Kia, giving themselves a lot to do in every single round, it feels like as well. Full map clears coming through, starting from top all the way down. Don't blame them at all because you've seen the roaming coming out of Reject. They are getting some bits of utility set up on that top floor around things like the Mozzie, things like the Mute as well. It is giving Damwon Kia a lot to do, and they're starting to pay the price when it comes to the clock.
Round number 5, then it's going to be Reject, and they are back up to Gym and Bedroom. As I say, this for me is a better site for them to hold on to with what we've been seeing so far and how well DWG Kia have been cutting down the roam. It's not been an easy one for Reject to be able to play away from site. I'm just a little bit concerned about how well they're going to hold on to CCTV and Cash. They may find themselves under early pressure, but DWG Kia didn't really push on that side of the site last time around. They more went through logistics hatch, they went on to Jacuzzi Wall and tried to work from there. So do DWG Kia have plan B, or do they just sort of go back to the same push?
I think for the most part their pushes, especially onto the sites that haven't been downstairs, are generally okay. Like Bar Stage was a little bit ropey, but they managed to pull it off anyway. Same with this site. They can get themselves over the finish line, but we'll see exactly how things change up, because once again, they've all but changed up every single operator on the team. You've got Yas coming across on the DKB, an operator that we've said several times, you know, you've got to be fearful of DKB in the current meta. The fact that the recoil changes have come in, Mark 14s are now, in my opinion, at least far more stable and easier to use. You've normally got the EMP impact grenades, although he's got flashes on side here. Maverick really is their kind of anti-denial. So if you're looking towards Talon, for example, that's all they've already got, but they've already seen to this with that lovely big hole that we can see opened up along the wall. In fact, that's by the defenders, I think they opened that up. Yes, it was, sorry, my bad. I thought it was already opened up by the Maverick.
We can see that the bottom of the wall has been opened up a bit just to remove the mute jammer, and that's going to allow the wall to be opened up now for Jacuzzi Wall. As you say, nice and easy. Tadalniki is going to slap the battery down on the shower wall, though, just to prevent any further breaches coming in. It's going to make it at least a little bit more tricky. It's going to have to be Katsang who goes in to do it realistically, but he loses his exothermic as Tadalniki gets mobile over into construction, and that is big. It allows Reject to keep that hold further out.
It's a really good read by Tadalniki as well. I did think to myself, he's dropped down one of his batteries. Where are the other 3 going to go? And I saw him heading out towards the wall. I didn't know where the breacher was going to come in with the exothermics as well, but it was just a beautiful read overall. Coated on the downstairs, though, on that sledge. Up to 7-2 in this game so far, Tim. Coated is Coated, not every single Playday, but when he does start to step up, he's very, very known to step up well.
Yeah, he's a difficult player to keep a hold of, as you say. Like, he can just get kills in so many different ways. Take nearly walks into that one as well. Getting more and more difficult for Reject here. They're really being pushed from pillar to post. But look at the aggression coming out of Salty. Gets himself a beauty, and it's put the diffuser down on the ground. He might know that. There was a little bit of clutter in his way with the table and chairs there. So might just be difficult for him to have known that. But if they're aware, he can play aggressively on that breach now. Salted does manage to take Coated down as well as the push comes in. Yas keeps trying to push those main stairs, but right now, DWG Kia are looking like they might have a bit of a problem on their hands.
It's a real stinger because they lost Katsang first, and Coated was set to be his replacement to get the diffuser back to clear the west side out, but that simply isn't an option. Now Yas is starting to step up, so they've managed to retake some of the ground, but you still got to consider diffuser down on the outside. Sorry, Rin's picked it up at this point as well, so they've now managed to retake that ground and start stepping in. That's a great kill onto Take, undoing all the damage here that was done by the side of Reject, but Candy will find one more back. We're in the last 10 seconds. He finds a second. Rin has got to do it all here as well. Find the kills, get the plant. It's simply not going to happen. Reject with round 5. Again, thanks to a lot of work being done by Salty out onto Jacuzzi Breach.
This is looking good for Reject so far. You know, coming into it, as I said, they're a team that are getting to that position where they can upset people, you know, where they can make it difficult. And the bigger problem for DWG Kia here is, as I said, the top 2 teams that are going to go through from APAC North, you need to be making sure that you're winning almost every game through the stage. That is the bar that is going to be set by teams like Cyclops more than likely. So DWG Kia starting to get themselves into tricky positions at the minute. You know, the more that these rounds go against them, and the you know, the more that we see the slip-ups, and if they drop points again against Reject, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Massively so. I was muted then for a second. I muted myself and I was like, oops. I went massively so in response, and I was like, hang on, I can't hear myself. Therefore, Tim can't hear me either.
It's very true, Dad. You know, that's...
what other strange things can we talk about? We've had... we haven't really talked about desserts much. We talk about ice cream, but not desserts. What's your favourite dessert, Tim? You go somewhere for a lovely meal, and if you could have anything on that dessert menu, what would you have?
I did mention a sticky toffee pudding earlier.
Yeah.
It is one that I would definitely be looking towards, but there is a little bit of a caveat there because in the UK at least, there's 2 types of sticky toffee pudding that you get. So sometimes you'll get it filled with like dates and raisins and sultanas and things like that.
Ain't for me.
That's not the one for me, Des. If you're hitting me with a plain sponge with some nice hot salted caramel sauce on it, then we may have a different discussion going on. And yeah, I really do like that. I'm keen on maybe a bit of cookie dough, a bit of hot cookie dough. That's a popular one in the UK at the minute. Something like that, or a nice brownie. Can always go for a nice brownie.
I feel like you've gone for really basic selections there, though. I don't know. You can get them at like most restaurants, is the problem. Like, there's something that really screams to me. Most places don't do this, but this is what I would have if I could.
What I mean, if we were talking about something a little bit more, what are we talking, Des? What are you going for your exotic desserts?
Banoffee split.
A banoffee split?
Banoffee split.
Right, okay.
See, it's not just banana split, banoffee, because that specifically has toffee sauce laid all over it as well, and it is incredible.
I can't say that I'm a fan of banana. That's the
really?
problem.
Oh, you're in
really?
You're worse than my missus. She hates bananas, and I'm just like, they're the best thing ever.
I hate them with a passion, but yeah, I do hate them with a passion. I think it's a texture thing. I really don't like the texture.
She says exactly the same. What is this?
Well, I once had somebody make me a drink that was just blended bananas.
Oh, what? That sounds horrible.
It really put me off bananas, what can I say?
Okay, I'm learning more and more about you today, and it's getting more depressing the longer we talk. So let's get back into the game, shall we? Last defensive round then for Reject. Up 3-2, as you can see at the tops of your screens. Down 1 Kia, one in that 3-3 half, because that puts them in a good spot going on the defensive side, and in a pretty strong effort to try and secure that. This time round, it's Coated bringing along the Monty, looking to work his way up catwalk.
I'm just looking at the table as it stands at the minute. Damwon coming into
I thought you were on about your
today.
dining table, whether bananas are there or not.
No. There's a set of bananas there, they're making me sweat. I can't stand the thought of the texture. No. No, I'm just looking, Damwon Kia looking to drop down to 4th here, and as I've said, the top 2 are the ones that qualify. Cyclops, Sandbox, both going well. Sandbox and Damwon Kia are on the same record at the minute, 2 wins, 1 loss. But as I said, this could be, a serious differentiator come the end of things. So Damwon Kia really need to knuckle down and start getting some rounds won here. Because believe me, Clubhouse can slip away from you quickly. And Reject right now, they're going to be trying to hold on to the top floor. But Damwon Kia have brought along the Monty with Courted, so they really shouldn't have too much of a problem dealing with Garage Catwalk. However, in order to do that, they have to clear out Tadarniki. We saw it in EUL. They failed to clear out the player in lower garage and lounge, and it was to their detriment, not Damwon Kia, the EUL team. You've got to clear that position, and as you can see, Courted already taking damage. This is not going to be easy to use that Monty shield from here.
It was a beautiful Pokeball coming out of Salty. Other video games are available. That got Coated down to about half HP and also tickled onto Yas. It was a lot of damage just from a single impact. Now, the problem is you can hear all these coming in, all the fire starting to rain on down, but this is why you play one mile up here. It's so hard to unseat him when you've got those magnets strewn all across the ceiling. Now, Salty is taking a little bit of damage here as well, as they are still trying to unsettle him, but Tim, it's taken them 2 minutes so far. They've still got Take for support in place as well. They might have the East Breach open, but without this control of Garage, they're in hot water.
They certainly are. Tadarniki still in position down at the bottom. Honestly, you've got to clear lounge. It's going to make it very difficult, but I like what Reject have done here because they've got support for Tadarniki. They've got the Malusi of Kande is out and around in bar, and he's going to make it very difficult to push onto that position, and until he's cleared, it ain't going to happen. Window manages to get Katsang. Rin's trying to push in, and this is the thing. Damwon Kia with 30 seconds left to go, Des. They left for desperation tactics of just pushing in through the breach.
Oh, this is horrible. When you only got one direction, just look at the crossfire that's all been set up here. Taki will get a freebie, I'm sure. They had no idea he was even there. It's a slaughter as they step in through the breach. Yes, the last one left standing, and they still have the downstairs control onto him as well. This one's looking done and dusted. Not a single kill for Damwon Kia in this round. Well defended by Reject.
I think we're starting to see a little bit of an evolution of that site, and this is what happens. This is what happened. Oh, he brings the hype.
The passion.
This is what happens when sites become I won't say that CCTV's ever been unplayable, but what we did see was a significant reduction in the defender win rate of CCTV and Cash. Very popular site, and then it really died off, and it was because it was difficult to hold on to. So what happens, naturally, and we've seen it across all maps in Siege, is that teams go back to the drawing board, and they say, right, why are we getting beaten from there? What are the particular difficulties? What are the key differences? What are the win conditions that we can bring for ourselves as defenders to keep that site safe? When we're looking at CCTV and Cash, we've seen a few teams now leaning into the importance of Garage, and we've spoken about it repeatedly. If you can keep somebody alive on Catwalk, you can win that site. Simple as that. It makes it very difficult even to go in for a construction side plan. So teams are doing that, and the way they've figured out to do that is to play that lounge player onto the small stairs. Yet the attacking teams haven't figured out to go in and clear that player out as a priority. So I think what we're probably going to see is a bit of a shift in the attacking strategy as time goes on, and we're going to have maybe pushers coming across from strip side. A clear strip, clear master bedroom, push down through bar into lounge. Make sure you've got that area and lower garage before you try to push in. But the problem that you get then is time does starts burning more and more of it. So it's an interesting one. It's in a side. It's to do with the last round, I know, but it's a fascinating one to watch it develop, because it might mean that we see CCTV and Cash come in if teams can perfect that sort.
I kind of agree, but I think really in that last round, what really got it for me was you actually seen Attacker repick work against a team there, where they brought along a Monty and a Capital and basically boxed themselves into having to take Garage because they brought the ops for it. Then what did you have? The defenders had already got a perfect setup ready for it. That's where DWG Kia really should have read what the setup was, where they were looking to play players and adapt a little bit more. So almost in a way, I feel they've kind of outgained themselves there with Attacker repick. Maybe one for them to think about in the future. For now, though, with the side switched over, it is DWG Kia on the defense of the downstairs to kick things off. Britain's in a pretty critical spot here as well to maybe be able to find the player hovering just above if he did try and push his way down, which is simply not going to happen. Takes out the drone and gets himself away.
I think people often forget about the metal grids in the floor of Garage. It's somewhere that you can use, particularly the second set, where the ones without the hole in them, the ones that you can't go through. If somebody's trying to push up into blue, you can see the door from them grids. So it can be something used by the attackers to just create a little bit of safety. Ring getting forced back into blue, but managing to take a bit of utility before he did. Now then, Salty is going to be opening up the floor, take out the default cam. We're going to have Window getting in on the action as well. He's got the secondary shotgun on Jackal, which is just giving him a little bit of a destructive capability. Out comes the Nitro, but unsuccessfully. Rin giving it a whirl, but not finding his man.
Yeah, it's got to be careful there as well. Pretty prime spots up on those grenades, bounce on through there. They all do fall pretty vertically there. I thought they'd have fallen a bit faster and bounced around far more. But no, very minimal damage and impact radius, I guess, coming out of those explosives on the downstairs. Reject, they're making pretty good pace so far. They've got a lot of the floor torn open. Kitchen at the minute, the one thing I feel they don't really have control of that they should be looking for, is that normally is where teams start to think about a drop. With the diffuser on the ground, they've still got options here. They can look towards main stairs, or they can start thinking about that kitchen drop. But there are things like the Iruni laser gate still blocking their path.
Tadanic just still working with the fuse chargers. It's going to likely be done in conjunction, is it? Is there going to be a second one going? We'd usually see one placed around the hatch before the hard breach gadget is placed on the hatch to prevent anybody. There you go. To prevent anybody getting in underneath and being able to trick that off. However,
they're out. They can't open it.
We have lost the hard breach gadget there. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, but they have managed to get it done. Impact, you've got to throw it from deeper, but he's managed to find his shot. That's great from Woogie Man.
Really big, and I think ultimately that was down to a timing issue in terms of ordering of gadgets as well, but they've got to push in through smoke. It's not looking pretty. Salty is down at a few HP, just managed to find himself one bad, but has still got 2 more kills to find. Coates is there ready with the shotgun. And just to revisit that moment again there, Tim, it was kind of the layering of the gadgets, I think. They had the hard breach going off at just before the fuse charge went off. Sadly, the outcome that you're going to find is that there is still plenty of time for the Azami to be able to challenge, but it was a really good impact nade coming out of the Azami.
It was. It makes it more difficult. You know, playing the fuse charge, it's not a foolproof method.
No, it's not.
You know, yes, you keep them from directly underneath the hatch and maybe even a little bit of distance. You know, there's a little bit of luck involved as to exactly where those pucks ping off. What sort of distance are we talking? You know, which angle do they go? Which side do they keep them away from? Woogie Man took his opportunity to get that cleared off, so well played there. Reject, it could start to become a bit of a problem for them as DWG Kia get themselves on the defense. It's a solid grade 1 to begin with. Not really any attempt or any opportunity rather for Reject to win that round. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board here as Damwon go up to the top floor. It's going to be gym and bedroom, so popularity remaining on that side of the map for Damwon Kia. But Reject, for me, they could do with getting themselves another round here. I think if Damwon Kia pull level on the defense, I give them a serious edge to take the whole thing.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can bring themselves back to being square then, or if Reject can push on and start to find some success. Now you're seeing the DKB coming along with those impact EMPs that we spoke about earlier on. Flashes were in the back pocket of Yas back when they were playing it without really bringing a Thatcher or anything else that had those impact EMPs on side. One thing I will give to Reject, I thought their control and setup was generally pretty good. They evaded away from the C4, for example. It was just the final close and the reliance on that last hard breach gadget that really came back to bite them. If Kitchen Hatch were opened up, probably a different outcome at the very end of that round.
Rin's going to be working on that east breach. One bandit battery goes down. Second one will be kept in pocket as he just gets forced away. Thatcher EMP grenade comes in to allow Jacuzzi wall to be open. We may see the detonation of that Vulcan canister as it is. Salty manages to get a headshot onto Rin, so good start for Reject here on the attack. As I suggested, this is an important round for them to be picking up. They need to keep themselves that little buffer, keep themselves ahead of the game. But yes, he's able to find the head of Candy, talking about getting ahead, and that leaves us now 4v4. And Damwon Kia not looking too bad. I think he's actually it's a disgusting one.
I didn't see where it was from, but
it's a ranked angle. It's a ranked angle. You go and punch the hole in dirt wall as they're playing onto Jacuzzi wall. It's so easy to forget about that angle.
Thing is, Tim, Reject did exactly that to Damwon Kia back in round 1, so it's not like they should be, unaware of it. They should be plenty aware of it, given they employ the exact same tactic themselves, but it just came back to bite them. Good bit of play by Yas, and still in an opportunity as well to try and make a repeat of that and go downstairs once again. Still holding inside of the basement for now. Reject starting to slowly close their way in. They've got the west side breach, they've got construction control, and they're starting to think about hitting the site.
The Artaka is in there with the drone. He's just trying to locate. He's not actually having too much luck at the minute in seeing people. He's in the deployable shield, just catches the man in the logistics cubby there, but Courted is able to take him down as he comes off his drone, leaving us now 4 versus 3. He sees the man but can do nothing about it. There's a minute left here, and Reject, from being in a position of advantage, and now on the back foot. They're going to have to start pushing into logistics, but they're only going to get a foothold. They're not going to be able to move through there, but it does make it more difficult for Damwon Kia to defend.
I was going to say, Katsang is dead to rights here, and they do finally get him out. Tadaniki almost with a TK there, I want to say, with a shot going outside. That's the DKB down to about 25 HP. Not the sort of thing you're looking for, but he steps inside and finds Coated. Woogie Man now sat nice and close to, will get the kill, and that's Diffuser down as well. But the cross angle from Salty, the trade play coming in is beautiful. Windows in a spot with Diffuser in hand, and Yas is the last one left standing.
You just know that Yas is capable of a big moment like this, though. 1v2, Diffuser in front of him. Effectively, if he finds his man, it goes down on the ground, but it's a little back and forth around, and he drops him dead. That's Diffuser down cold. Salty has to go in and get it, and that leaves him now with a situation. He needs to go and find this kill realistically, because Yas is just going to try and burn the clock. He can't come off this Diffuser realistically. He needs to be very careful. Yas just needs to time this to perfection. Moves in, sees his man, gets the kill. Beautifully played by Yas. Will disable the Diffuser. Damwon Kia level up 4-4.
You said it yourself, Tim, in that 1v2. You just knew that Yas could do it and played it so well. Was expecting, and I think for a second we were going to see it. We were going to see the chase after Yas down the main stairs, but at the last second, changing his mind, doubling back and looking to go in for the plant. Yas leaving it down to a couple of milliseconds there towards the end, but still finds the angle as we have the last man trying to step away. Big win for Damwon Kia, big one for Yas, let's not forget. Otherwise, that would have been us sat at 5-3, and then things start to look really dire for Damwon Kia in their chase for a top 2 spot.
It's going to be CCTV as the third choice site then for Damwon Kia. Reject, you got to say they might feel a little bit hard done to there. They got the advantage with the entry kill. Damwon Kia fought back and fought well, but then Reject had a lot of control of site. They had the man advantage, and Yas just pulls out one of those moments that we've seen him so capable of. 1v2, locks it down. Now, interestingly, Yas is on the Azami again. We're on that site. I spoke about it reasonably at length after the last time that we saw it. It's about holding on to Catwalk at the minute, and in order to hold on to Catwalk, we're seeing players play down in Lounge and lower garage stairs. Yas is on the Azami, so it may be his position to try and hold on down there. If that's the case, I want to see Reject get in and clear that area out to allow them to take garage.
Well, they've not bothered to bring along a Monty themselves for this one either, which is probably a crucial decision. We've seen the Azari being used to basically block the way up those stairs by getting it just on the lip of the kind of hanging cage. Stops the Monty being able to walk straight up there comfortably. Means they have to invest things like the Zofia impacts to be able to break it off the wall, because you very well can't walk up and melee it unless you want to get shot out from lounge side. So this makes it an absolute nightmare for the attackers to be able to work their way through.
Here we go then. Quick work from the Maverick. Taraniki going to be taking out that default camera. Just gives himself a little hole in order to do so. Can be a difficult one to take out. You've always got to be careful with that one. If you try and do it as you come through the door, you've really got to be looking up over your shoulder. And it takes a lot of focus away from the garage itself. So I can understand the Maverick just taking the opportunity. Nice and easy for him. We're going to have a push from the Ace as well, using that soft breach. Of course, Ace with the soft breach and the hard breach Selmas gives him a lot of versatility to be able to move through the map and open up angles. So he's going to get that jacuzzi wall open, start the master-sided push, try and get into construction along with the sledge of Take. And this is good, quick progress from Reject so far.
I like it. Ignore the garage and go for the construction side push. You know, generally we've seen garage be a... Garage and East Breach has been the kind of the go-to for the longest time, and I've always said for this site, you need 2 of the 3 compass directions to be able to win. You've got the East, you've got the West, you've got the South. You could argue maybe the North if you're coming from construction, because the West window inside of CC itself is sort of the West direction anyway. But you need 2 of those, at least 3 or 4, on your side to make this work. They've identified very quickly what sides they want here. They want to get construction side, they're trying to impact out the Selma, but it's just too low down. That means Cash is suddenly quite risky to play inside of. I say that, it doesn't scare Yas. He'll step inside, plug that hole, and replay the position once again.
This is the beauty of the Azami, you know, this is the utility that she brings along, and it's really transformational in terms of dealing with breaches. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Reject with good progress, established in construction, managed to get themselves an opener. Salty with absolute beauty onto Yas.
You plug it up and you just assume it's safe. It isn't guaranteed to be because you can't cover the entire window. Take finds Rin as well. For Reject, it's looking like a good attack, but they've got to find themselves 1 or 2 more. Nade in hand, Coty was looking for his man, but just about misses things out as Taloniki's going in for the plant. Tim, it's almost like you said that this control is absolutely critical. They did have it, but the plant has gone down inside of the breach.
It's well played from Reject. What they've done is taken enough focus around site to mean that Garage Catwalk could not really focus on covering construction. And they've got the diffuser down. It's all up to Quoted now. 1v4. What? Can't even find the first as Candy just walks through that shotgun blast, gives him the little duck and weave, and manages to find one of his own with the skeleton key. And that's going to be Reject taking themselves ahead once again. 5-4 now. And as I say, the way that worked, the reason was Reject kept DWG Kia so busy all over the site that it was very, very difficult for them to focus, because normally, and I've seen Nesk do it with 3 people pushing in to construction, and he's killed them all and held it down completely on his own in a 1v3 from Garage Catwalk. It is possible, but you have to be able to focus on it. And the attention was just so divided for DWG Kia that Reject took advantage. Well played.
It just felt like Reject were coming out of the pipes, right? Like everywhere you look, there was an angle being held. They were contesting this, that, and the other at all times. Just really high pressure stuff that, again, I always reference back to these 2 teams, but Rogue and Wolves, last stage especially, were very good at this, at overwhelming teams and giving them far too much to talk about, to coordinate, to be aware of. Yeah, although we saw obviously Yas die to the tiny little hole that was still open on the west window, they assumed it was safe and it wasn't. Outside of that, every other angle that could have been contested was being contested. So for Reject, it was good timing, it was good coordination as a team, and great aggression to start to now make you start to think and worry a little bit for DWG Kia, who have now got to fight their way back into this half.
Taraniki on the thermite straight away towards that east wall. It's going to be a top floor clearance from Reject. They know that the utility is there for a reason, and the DWG Kia are likely around in the map. We can see at least one ahead of us. I think there's only one on the top floor at the minute though. So DWG Kia not sort of committing too much to this. There's going to be Yas up there and going to create his own rotations, try to just get a little bit slippery, move around, make life difficult for Reject, but his main focus right now is burning time. So he doesn't want to get into any sort of heavy conflict here, any heavy engagements, because he just wants to really burn down for about another 40 seconds if he can.
Absolutely. Well, Yas is looking to waste as much as, like you say, as he can here at the top of red, normally supported out by a shield. For Reject, it's that test of how fast can you pinch onto a key player and get him forced out. For now, at least, they know that he's there, but haven't committed to this push in deep. They have got players coming in on construction side, though, that does give them another angle to be able to challenge on towards Yas that makes his position all the more precarious.
Yes, precarious indeed, Des. You called it at exactly the right time as Take goes in there and takes him down. Salty going to open up those angles again through to the bottom floor using the soft breach. Now then, Woogieman, he's on the stairs. I'm not sure they're aware here because when they're opening up the angles, this drone is important. There we go. Woogieman is going to be forced back now. I was going to say almost cut down, but will be cut down as he moves under the floor that's been opened up. And for anybody wondering, that is exactly why you open up the floor there. You completely cut off that stairs rotation. And Reject, what a good start for them, Des. They could be on their way to 6 rounds.
The kind of guy that would type worth in all shit after killing a drone and then dying for it as well. It's a real kicker for them because these armies, as we've always said, you get more of those charges as the round goes by. Becomes more effective in those later stages of the round, but Katsang holding inside a lounge was ready and waiting, gets one. But again, Reject are there waiting. Their pinch play, the preparation for the rotations from these defenders back towards site has been sublime so far. Reject are in a 4 versus 1. Rin has got to hold down everything here to stop this being match point, but has no idea that Salt is behind him. Reject just running all over DWG Kia this half.
Guarantee themselves overtime, guarantee themselves at least a share of the points, if not the whole 3 at the minute. DWG Kia, as you say, really struggling to get to grips with this Reject side. And if you remember, back in round 2, after the opening death went to Take in round 1, I said that it was a part of the game that Reject needed to make sure that they were on top of because it could help them dramatically to get these rounds over the line. And interestingly, as they've got themselves some momentum and got themselves in front, they have had the last 3 rounds opening kills and they are taking advantage of those situations. So Reject need to keep winning those opening battles. It could be the difference maker for them. They only need one more round to grab themselves a full 3 points, and just having a look at exactly what that will do to them in terms of the standings, not just in terms of points, but comparatively to other people, we can see it pushes them up into 2nd, but it will put them on 7 points, which leaves only a couple of teams realistically then that can get ahead of them, which would be Fnatic, Sandbox. Cyclops are already ahead of them. So there's games to come for Fnatic and Sandbox yet today where you think they're certainly not guaranteed, Des. They're not nailed on to be getting points. So Reject could put themselves in a hell of a position here.
They could, and part of it, I don't even want to take it away from Reject. I think this has all come down to their play. I haven't seen, that's a lie, I have seen teams players like this level of teamship before, but the way that they're kind of, again, setting up these pinches, getting the angles held down, they're anticipating that Yas is going to come down red stairs. They're anticipating that we'd have Katsang come dropping in through blue hatch, for example. Everything had been predicted, and they just read DWG Kia like a book. But the best thing is, compared to, say, stage 1, when Reject couldn't win a thing, it's just everyone's coming online as a team as well. It's not just Salty running through teams like we saw a little bit back in stage 1. It's the whole unit starting to work together, and that is why there is a lot of excitement starting to build around this Reject side. If they can dismantle this team, like I said, DWG Kia have kind of set the bar of, if you want to fight for a major spot, they're the team to beat. Rejects are about to beat them and suddenly put themselves in 2nd place ahead of DWG Kia if they win here.
And I know what you're going to say when I say this, Des, but imagine if Reject make it to the major.
Imagine.
What a story. I absolutely live for that kind of chaos. I absolutely live for that kind of surprise and upset in terms of, particularly qualifications for big events. And Reject, they're doing it, Des, and I'm starting to get excited. There's a long way for them to go, but, what are you going to say to me? Oh, well, they've got to beat big teams yet. They've got big results to find. What? Beating DWG Kia isn't. So they are in a position here where they really start to build that excitement around the team. And one more round to go, Des. One more round. The drones are going in. They're pushing DWG Kia around the map here. They've got them pretty much cleared out. They're looking to get a bit of pressure into blue here. And only a minute in, Reject's looking okay.
What I really want to see from Reject is consistency across Playday. So if they can keep on beating teams like this at this sort of level, then fantastic. Absolutely deserve it. But the killer for a lot of teams is consistency across weeks. I think after seeing them attacking on Clubhouse, many teams will be scared of taking them here because they've attacked it so well so far. Either way, 90 seconds into the round, they're doing exactly the same as DWG Kia did, going for this full map clear, starting at the top and working their way down. I was always nervous for DWG Kia back in the first half that we get to say 10, 15 seconds left, and then they'd be thinking about the site itself. Needs to be a little bit quicker here, but Candy's already getting to work and getting this opened up. This might get it just in time. Yes, it will. Well denied by Rin.
Absolutely beautiful. We see the second Thatcher EMP come out, and there's going to be another one on top as well. They get the job done this time, but it means more committal of that utility to the hatch. But Take, he manages to commit a headshot onto Katsang there, finds himself the opener, and that leaves us in a 5v4, a minute to go. This is definitely winnable for Reject, Des.
Is looking it, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, to drop down into oil and get yourself a freebie, then get back out again, back on the drones. Just showing that composure from Take as well, as currently sat at 11 and 7. Woogie blocking off that horrible long angle through the pots and pans that we love so much, Tim, here. Just stopping Talon being able to see back through towards AKs. That makes that spot now more playable for the defenders.
Got to be able to find shots through the pots and pans. There's Woogie Man's going to take a bit of damage. He's going to take a bit more. He's going to take a lot more as Salty manages to rub salt in the wound. It's 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. Reject are doing it. And Nitro, he manages to find Tadarniki. It's Rin with the throw, but it's all going wrong as Take finds Quartered. 4v1 now. 3 points to Reject, and they catapult themselves up the table.
Second place they now sit, and it pushes DWG Kia down to 4th. If you thought this stage couldn't get any more crazy, well, look at Window. It's showing you just how crazy things can really get. Again, another fantastic attack there where you thought for a second, okay, I'm safe in AKs. I'm covered from Kitchen Hatch. He gets pushed from dirt. You have Take coming down blue. There's someone bottom main. Everywhere they turn, there is a Reject player waiting to take that gunfight. Just beautiful coordination from Reject there. A real masterclass, in my opinion, on how to attack Clubhouse.
Beautiful. And the thing that I've got to point out here, Des, I've spoken, and I'm going to do it very quickly.
You've spoken a lot,
we said about the potential for Reject to go into the major. Cyclops and Sandbox are probably their 2 big competitors, along with Fnatic, potentially. They're in a situation now where Reject only have to play Fav, Talon, and Spear. They've got arguably the easier game.
They can win
Sandbox and Cyclops play each other. Fnatic and Sandbox, they all play each other. There's points to be dropped. There's a path. There's an opportunity for Reject.
Are we on this hype train now, Tim? We're going to believe in Reject? Let's do it. Sandbox are going to throw it. Cyclops probably hold on. But you can see these boys being the team there. And that's what's going to be so exciting, is if they get on an international stage and turn some heads. What a big step up for them that will be. Especially after, as well, we had Sandbox and DWG Kia being the teams at, I want to say it was the major in Charlotte. What 2 teams did we have there?
That's the one that Cyclops...
There was a recent major, either way, where we had 2 Korean teams.
I was going to say Cyclops missed one, but was it Berlin that Cyclops
And now we're in the conversation for 2 Japanese teams being there. It just goes to show how competitive this region can be, and we absolutely love it. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
honestly could not have asked for a better surprise to kick off Playday number 4. How about we have a chat with our victors, Reject? Hello, Salty with Gunboy, our translator for this interview here in Japan. Salty, congratulations. I mean, it's a massive game for anybody to beat DWG Kia, but you did it, and now you're dethroning them. You were the Challenger League team now, just like they were a year and a half ago. How you feel?
まず今日の勝利おめでとうございます。ダモア相手にかなり大きな勝利だったと思いますが、去年の立ち位置からここまで来るのと、ダモア相手に勝ったことへの、感想を教えてください。
はい。ダムオンっていうのはやっぱ APAC でもトップチームというか、いつも優勝候補っていうところで結構みんなで対策というよりかは、やっぱ自分たちのパフォーマンスをどれだけ出せるかっていうのに注力してシーズン1から今日まで、練習をしてきました。
Damon is obviously one of the best number one team in APAC, but we didn't do anything special to prep on them, but we just focused on our playing until today, and it managed to be a big win today.
I mean, it managed to be a really big win, like you say. We had, first of all, on the map itself, were you expecting to see Clubhouse as kind of the place for you to play Damwon on? Because, like Jack was talking about before we started the match, that it is their favorite map or one of their favorites, but also they haven't been super successful on it.
まずマップでクラブハウスを持ってきたところについてですが、キャスターのジャックが言ってたんですけれども、ダムオンにとってもかなり、得意なマップの一つだったと思うんですけれども、ここのマップのことについて教えてくださいと。
そうですね、やっぱクラブハウスダムオンも結構勝率高いっていうのは分かってて、だからむしろ今日はめちゃくちゃ作戦用意してきた3走で当てたかったんですけど、マップバンのところでうまくダムオンにクラブハウスにされちゃってちょっとやばいかなと思ったんですけど、まあでも自分たちのパフォーマンスが今日いっぱい高い水準で出せたので良かったです。はい。
We knew that Clubhouse is one of their best maps, and it was kind of scary. But today we prepped for Chalet, but the map ban didn't go in our favor. But it was really good that everyone was performing and bringing in results.
I mean, everyone was performing, bringing results. You were dropping a lot of kills on the server. Let's be very honest in here. But you banned Ashe, and I really want to ask you about why that was the case. Is it a target ban against a specific player, or is it against a general play style? What's the reasoning behind it?
アッシュバンについてですが、これは、特定個人についてのターゲットバンなのか、それとも相手の、プレイスタイルに合わせたバンなのか教えてください。
一番大きいのはやっぱそのアッシュを使ってるリン選手とかが結構脅威かなって思ったのと、今アッシュとゾフィアの武器が強くなって、またそのどうだろうな、相手の作戦にそのアッシュっていうのが練習中にいっぱい組み込まれてるから、むしろそこバーンするとちょっと狂うんじゃないかなっていうところで今回はバーンしました。
The biggest threat was Rin using the Ashe from Damwon, and this season, Zofia and Ashe's weapon are kind of strong together, so it was going to be some kind of chaos if we could ban Ashe and kind of not let them play on their own.
Fair enough. And do you feel the Echo ban from Damwon was a targeted ban, or is it just in general, with you studying the team, would you expect to see this anyways?
のエコーバンについては、これも特定の、個人に対してのターゲットバンだったと思いますか、それともただただ、クラブハウスというマップにおいてのバンだったと思いますか？
多分リジェクトがいつもエコーを使ってる守り方を結構見せてるから、今回は多分ターゲットバンでやられたんじゃないかなと思ってます。
From my perspective, Reject uses a lot of echo, and I think from that part, they banned echo for a target ban.
All right. Well, Salty, with this victory, you go up above DWG Kia, and you're sitting very well for the last 3 Playdays, if you were to be successful, to actually go to the major. So next Playday, you go up against Talon. The one after is against Fav. The one after is against Spear. Not the toughest teams in APAC North. How do you feel the chances of Reject to the November major are right now?
今日の勝利で、リーダーボード的には、ダムオンより上に行って、残りの3試合の結果次第ではメジャーも見えてくると思うんですけれども、残りの3試合が APAC の中でも、強豪と言われる、部類ではないチームだったと思いますが、そこについてはどうお考えですか？
そうですね。やっぱ自分たちはいつもチャレンジャー精神というかのがあるので、どこもその強豪じゃないとか強豪だとか全然そんな気持ちはなくて、もう常に全部の試合で一番いいパフォーマンスで戦えるように心がけているので、頑張って勝ちたいなと思ってます。
We are always a challenger no matter who we face, so we would just perform on, stay focused on ourselves and not be, we'll just be focused on ourselves, yes.
Fair enough. And since you're here and with this big victory, Salty, anything you want to close off and say to the fans?
最後にファンの方に一言お願いします。
はい。今日応援してくれてとても力になってすごく嬉しかったので、もう一つリジェクトスキンを購入していただけるとすごく嬉しいので買ってください。ありがとうございました。
Thank you for cheering us today. It was really helpful today. And another thing that we wanted to say is please buy our skins. It is released now, so that would be another thing that we would be happy if we could.
Fair enough, Salty. For all the fans out there, make sure that checking out the Reject skin in the game. The players get a cut of it, so I guess that helps them all out.
Thank you.
Reject will be playing against Talon next Playday. Make sure you tune in for that. Salty, thank you very much, and Gunboy for translating. Until then, arigatou gozaimashita, and sayonara. Bye-bye.
Arigatou.
Bye-bye. And there it is. It's good to hear from Salty, who has to be the MVP here today. Let's be honest.
Absolutely.
Incredible.
Absolutely. I don't know. There's just this team there's so much energy in this team.
Yeah. Windows head. Can we check on him?
They have a lot of. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he doesn't give himself a concussion every single play day. I'm not gonna lie.
He must have whiplash at least.
Oh, seriously.
At the least.
Absolutely, seriously. And I think Rejects were really good for it today. Really good for it today, particularly on their defense. Those rounds 4, 5, 6 where they come into it 1-2 down after 3, and then they go and they rinse it through on the defense, get themselves in a really good advantage, and then coming into the back end of their attacks, played very, very well to clear it through.
They really exploited Damwon Kia today, and I think they found him out a little bit to a degree as well. Damwon struggled so greatly on those attacking rounds, and Clubhouse is a map now where we're expecting attackers to come away with a fairly equal share of the spoils. There are some good sides still for the defenders, but Damwon just got torn apart. Those 3-2-1 executes that we were expecting, we didn't really see them. We didn't see a great use out of Ying, for example, when that was brought, and there were a lot of times where players on the side of Damwon were dying to known defenders.
Yeah.
Their information game and that teamwork just wasn't there today.
And it's how dynamic Rejects can be, right? It's in terms of what they're playing. We saw Paul Shotgun. We saw Vigil just playing in church and just getting free Ks. We saw
shotgun.
The garage hold that they had going on the CCTV defense that they had no right winning, but still win, and are still super dynamic as a team. They're a pleasure to watch at times, even on a map like Clubhouse that can be so mundane. They make it look very fun.
And like Salty was saying, they didn't even expect this map. They were prepping for Chalet in that case. And you talk about the pulse shotgun. We were sitting in the back watching it, and we're like, I really hate playing the M1014 because if it was me, I would do 4 damage as quoting easy. But since it's pro players, somehow they get 1 tap 5 meters away, and I just don't get it. But it's the beauty of seeing it when it works.
It's honestly, it was great to watch. And then their attacks were clinical as well. That's the big thing for Reject, is their attacks. They had started off a couple of wobbly attacks, but then they were absolutely clinical. The teamwork, the coordination was on point. They even got a couple of plants down. It was just really good siege all around from Reject today.
And that's the really big difference maker, isn't it? They had the better performance all round, top through bottom. They did well on the defensive rounds. They were able to shut down Damwon. And like you say, the fact that they weren't necessarily expecting Clubhouse and they still are able to come out there. Very impressive stuff from Reject. They were definitely the upset today.
Yeah, and at this point, Reject just have a clear line for the major. They got 3 games that are relatively easy. If you're looking at it, Talon, Fav, and Spear Gaming. So there is a potential possibility of Reject sneaking into the top 2 and making it, basically replacing Damwon Kia, what they were in 2021.
Yeah, and I think the big point which Des and Ace brought up on the cast, CAG have to play Sandbox. Sandbox still have to play DK. Like, these big teams above them that in and around that major fight all still have to play each other. And Rejects now hold the head-to-head over both Sandbox and DWG Kia.
Yeah,
Set
so
themselves up well.
you can tell where this is going, and hey, who knows? We've been surprised before, so we can talk about the G2 4% run from last stage. There's a lot of things that are on the line here. 3 more playdays to go. Thank you, boys, very much. That was the beginning of our show, and it only gets better from here. Talon versus Sandbox coming up in a moment.
Drop the bomb defuse. 15 minutes. Attackers have dropped the bomb. Attackers are activating.
4v1 now, 3 points to Rejected, and they catapult the...
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. Is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams, while you were chasing everything else but me.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North. Talon versus Sandbox Gaming is game number 2, and we're about to kick off with our matchup, all Korean, for this one. Hello, what's up? Welcome to the desk. I'm Ostamatic. With me are Fresh and Mr. Ollie Extra Hatton. Just to put everything in people's heads. Here he is. You can find him down below, like all of us here in the lower third. Let's start off with a chat about these two squads, because it's going to get tougher with Recheck's victory over DWG Kia. Yes. For Sandbox to keep this rolling. So let's talk about Sandbox first. We'll pull them up on the screen. And Fresh, what can you tell me about the chances of the squad? Because they've done pretty well.
Well, they have done pretty well, but it does create a whole load of pressure that Reject win. Puts pressure on Sandbox to win today. But we went through it in the match of the day, in the pre-show, Milos, where we say Sandbox, are they like the European G2 that actually wins? Probably. The APAC version of G2, sorry. They're a team of basically superstars in this league. They are, so good. Any one of them can just absolutely outfrag anybody that they come up against domestically. I would expect that again today. Like I say, my big struggle for Sandbox is how they do internationally, not domestic.
And I think, we talk about this sort of international domestic sort of clash that Sandbox seems to be having at the moment, but realistically, the pressure that is now mounted on them after that win for Reject over in game number 1, I think that that's really going to play quite a big part here, because, we don't want to see Sandbox come out here and almost bottle it. And I've just got a funny feeling about today. Jack went with some crazy predictions. Fresh went with some wild predictions, and so far he's 1 for 1. Now, there's potential that he gets a couple more right before the end of the day, but I don't think this one's going to be as clear-cut as it maybe looks on paper.
And the reason why we're mentioning Reject is that Reject beat Sandbox in the opening day of APAC North 7-5. So they have the head-to-head above them, and they have the extra points. So those are 2 layers that Sandbox will have to compensate for, and they're going to have tougher games later on. So, hands up in the air. Whoever knows what's going to happen over the next few weeks, definitely not any of us. But we're looking for surprises here. Whereas Talon on the other side, we also talked about them in the pre-show when we were talking about this team that has potential, Ollie, but it seems like not being able to run a consistent roster is hurting their chances.
Consistency is a problem for Talon. I think that's certainly a factor. These two teams have faced off against each other quite a good number of times. Yeah. They played each other 5 times just this year alone. Currently, Sandbox have that head-to-head. They have 3 wins versus Talon's 2. So Talon are trailing behind just a little bit. But again, there's more to it than meets the eye with that. We talk about this consistency. We talk about the rosters that are being fielded. And Talon need to kind of get around that if they're going to really start to churn out some wins. That chaotic play style, whilst it sometimes can be quite fun, it isn't always a recipe for success.
Yeah, I think that's what... They just miss that consistency. It really is, and it's kind of hard to talk about Talon because there's a lot of people that support Talon that want them to do well, and they're always just kind of on the precipice of doing well, and then it falls off a cliff again. Mm-hmm. And then they build it back up, and then it falls off a cliff again. So we're just looking for a nice baseline level of consistency to build upon. Like you say, familiar opponent. I wouldn't be surprised if Talon came out today, put in a really good performance, because they know their opponent really well. I feel like that can be a big advantage for them today.
If Sandbox were to go to overtime here against Talon, that would not be a good thing. Sandbox need to close this in regulation time to get all 3 points, because getting 2 or even worse, 1 point is going to hurt massively given a Reject success.
Oh, absolutely. And it's weird, and it kind of feels weird that we're on Playday 4 talking about,
there's only 7,
oh my God, you need a 3-point win, because only 7 points matter more. And a big rival goes up and goes and gets 3 clean points in terms of Reject. The pressure's on instantly.
Our map bans for this series, let's bring them up on the screen. Again, from 9, we'll be down to only 1, and that'll be Villa Bank banned out by Talon. That was the other choice in this case. And they start off on the attacking side. Sandbox have opted for defense. Defense on Villa, Ollie, I mean, it's been played time and time again, eh?
Villa is very well played out at this point. Defense on Villa, I mean, Jack will correct me on this. Jack's the numbers guy, but from a base feeling point of view, I don't feel like Villa is particularly one-sided at the moment. I think it's very neutral. There's good opportunities for both sides. Typically, it has been a map that has really flipped and flopped, whether it's attacker-sided or defender-sided. But even now, we saw in the graphic at the top of the show the 5 best defender sites. One of those sites was on Villa, and it was Kitchen.
Yeah, true. I think Talon have won this map ban phase. Because I've just looked at the preferences very quickly over the last 3 or 4 months. And for Sandbox, Villa is their 8th preference map. For Talon, it's their 2nd preference map. It's a map they love to go to.
What's their success rate?
They have won 1, lost 1 last 2 times that they played it. Both stage 2, beat Spear, lost to Reject. As most teams will do, to be
How
honest.
bad of a difference was it?
It was 7-2 win against Spear and a 4-7 loss against Reject.
It's not bad.
So it's a map they like. It's a map they like going to. Very comfortable attacking. The attacking start was what we said. 4-2. They got a attacking split going up against Spear and 2-2 against Reject. So not too bad at attacking it either.
Is this still a coin toss, or how we coined it, a toin cost?
A toin cost. I mean, I don't know. Like, we should say, in my opinion, right, is Sandbox are by far the better individual players, the better team. But for me, the thing that makes it a little bit closer is the map and the fact for Talon it's a familiar opponent. So I'm leaning a bit more 50-50.
Ollie?
I would agree. I think that we could be in for another upset here. It's certainly not as clear-cut as it looks on paper. There's more to this game than just what's going to go on in the server.
Well, let's see how things are going to actually evolve or maybe devolve into the server. Who knows? We've seen Sandbox on Bank, for example, devolve a couple of weeks ago. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's toss it to our casters. It's Des and Ace. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh and the desk. Welcome back for game 2. Villa. We get a bit of a change of pace today, Tim. No more multiple clubhouse stacking up in a row.
No, I mean, we've done a lot of clubhouse recently, it's fair to say. I can't remember the last time we cast Villa, actually. It's not one that we do too often.
Last week,
I look forward to a bit of it. Possibly. It's quite rare, though, that we don't seem to do too many. Not as many as we used to. That much is for sure.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy Villa. It's a map I enjoy playing. I enjoy watching. I think because of the size of it, you get a lot of variety.
Yeah.
There's different play style options. There's a lot of different things you can do. So yeah, I'm all for a bit of Villa.
All for a bit of madness. In fact, I think it was Fnatic we cast last week on this map, I want to say. I think. I'll have to go back and check.
I'll tell you.
I
can do that.
I don't maintain.
Oh no, it must have. It was the game I missed.
That's why you
Doing
didn't
demo.
do it for a while. Oh no, we did cafe, I think.
I mean, I can
Pretty
tell you
sure.
the Sandbox.
Yeah, me and Demo did cafe together.
Sandbox against Spear, which was the game we did, was Bank.
Maybe it's not the game I'm thinking of. Maybe the week prior then. Either way, bans are rifling on.
Either way.
A little bit of a outside ban here coming in the form of the Nomad as well. Don't often see that taken away. But I think many probably underestimate exactly how valuable a Nomad can be. You're in a spot where you have to destroy the air jab that has been placed down by shooting it, which equally gives your position away to whoever the flank watcher may be and can sometimes let them a free kill if they're at the right sort of time. So that being taken away may well force a bit of gridlock to come into play. She does now have more tracks in her back pocket, so has a bit more ability. And the final ban is even spicier. Tim, a Jaeger ban coming out here on Villa.
Yeah, going to do a number of things. First of all, it's going to rocket Wamai's pick rate. We will likely see...
Yes, he's out the game. Good night.
We will likely see Wamai picked every single round now as a way of dealing with those throwable utilities. We may also see a little bit of extra Aruni. Aruni not being an operator that people often associate with, fulfilling that role of dealing with thrown utility. But the laser gates are certainly good at doing exactly that. The laser gates.
Thank you.
I put a bit of extra emphasis on that one for you.
No, that was less emphasis.
So it may well be that we see a little bit of extra Aruni as well, but Wamai is going to be the target there. On the side of the attackers, they can take advantage of that. Bring the extra grenades, bring the extra throwing utility, pile them into sight, particularly if you push sight quickly, because of course Wamai's discs only available as time goes on, not like Jaeger's ADSs that are all available at the beginning of the round. So there's the potential there to see the speed of the attacks pick up a little bit. So that's another thing that we might see as well. The Nomad ban particularly impactful here on Villa in that when we have seen Villa played, we see the flanks recently, particularly, having a lot of impact. Players getting up red stairs, players getting up Astro stairs as defenders, getting onto the flank side of the attackers and making it very difficult for them to be comfortable in their pushes. So again, that Nomad pick might just open that up even more.
One thing I can't help but come back to every single time we cast or even talk about Talon is the ever-changing roster. Because again, they've done that today. Heady is back in. Marble is nowhere to be seen. And the fact they keep on rotating through players. Now, I'm not at all trying to say that a 6-person roster couldn't work. We do see this in other games. League of Legends, other esports are available, yada, yada, yada. That's a wonderful example of some teams, especially in Korea, do actually like having 6 or 7-man rosters when they can bring in someone with a different champion pool, for example, to add something different to the team and make them hard to predict. My main frustration is that's more in top-level teams. Talon aren't yet a top-level team. They're still trying to build towards to that point. And when you're still trying to work towards consistency in your play, changing what players you bring to each game every single week, it starts to feel a little bit, I don't know, difficult. Because normally you have Misa and Marble playing as their hard supports. That now obviously has got to change around. Heady, I imagine, will play in that kind of position as we go through some of these rounds if they feel the need to bring a hard breach. For now, at least, though, you see Misa bringing along the Blackbeard, and that is hardly a supportive operator.
Here we go then. We are into the thick of it and we'll get things going. We're going to have Aviator Games as our first site. Misa on the Blackbeard. Keep an eye. Obviously the face shield, not an operator that we see too often. It just gives you a little bit of wiggle room. There's been a lot of discussion around Blackbeard, so it just gives you that freedom of one headshot, essentially. And in a game with a one headshot mechanic, obviously that can be a reasonable advantage. So Misa is going to be used to be pushing in towards main stairs for the time being. Static, I love this. I love this. Yes, Misa goes in and gets the kill, and that is beautiful teamwork from Talon. There's sending the Rotero, take Static's eye off the player pushing him, and go and get the kill. Really well played.
Also just means that Misa can't be instantly headshot because it is the Blackbeard coming around the corner. So you one being attracted by the drone, and you throw and flick onto the head of the player that's also pushing you. Good luck, have fun. Very fair chance he guns you down as Misa has just done. 2 players now falling by the wayside for Sandbox inside the first 60 seconds. Already you're starting to feel like this could be a Talon round, Tim.
It certainly feels that way. And I'm not getting carried away just yet. But going back to our excitement about Reject and the position they currently sit in because of the remaining matchups particularly, imagine if Talon win this game. If Talon win this game, it ties them on 6, it keeps Sandbox on 6 points, and it leaves Reject like ahead of Sandbox at that point. And like I say, Sandbox, their remaining 3 matchups are what we would consider the other top 3 teams, Cyclops, Damwon and Fnatic. There's no givens for them. Honestly, this picture for me is starting to paint itself, as the round starts to paint itself. We're going to have the drone going around, but he might have just missed his man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Emmy Taylor, sorry, Arakaz even has been unseen here on the stairs, and there are a couple of players looking to come pushing through. Soldier no doubt going to be looking completely the wrong way here. Might just get blindsided to call it a freebie coming across towards Sandbox, but will it be too little, too late? It's already a 2 versus 5. Make it a 2v4. It's far from the end of the world. There it is, Arakazi getting his kill. Diffuser wasn't obviously in hand there, so it's not the end of the world, but Envy Taylor finds one back as well. A 3v2, and suddenly you start thinking maybe okay, Sandbox can swing this back. C4 over the top will find the man in the breach. No, it won't. Just about misses him out. Arakazi steps across, but Kanos finds a second. This looks to be a win for Talon now. They're in this 3 versus 1. Envy finds one, but Talon do get the shutdown. A little bit scary towards the end there, Tim, but still a fantastic round for Talon.
It was, you know, from minute 1, essentially. As I said, I got very excited about the opening play. I just like how they worked it. They almost guaranteed themselves the kill, and they just rolled on forward from there. So Talon taking themselves a good attack to begin with. So good, in fact, that it's going to force Sandbox away from that site. They're going to move themselves onto Trophy and Statuary for their second round. It's going to be the other top floor site. It's here on Villa, and we're going to see, I would imagine, a similar push. So we didn't see too much north-sided pressure early on. It was all about getting those south stairs, working study, you know, playing in from there, and then a little bit of maps at the end. So I would think that we might see similar here from Talon. They'll try and get themselves into study with a little bit of pressure onto master, but that's not going to be the focus. Arakaze is the focus for me in this round. We've got him on the pulse. Where's he going to play? If he plays downstairs, a lot of destructible floor, Nitro in hand, 4 Nitros on the team. If he has somebody down there with him, potentially, could be an interesting one to watch out for. So Talon need to be very careful of those explosives, particularly vertically.
I was going to say, please don't tell me that we've got another pulse shotgun player. I had enough of that from the last map, but no. I can assure you that he is running the the UMP, wrong vowel, in this game. As it sets up, though, there's a lot of denial still coming in once again. It's all about the info game across these last 2 rounds, I think, for Sandbox. They are leaning quite heavily into having a good idea of what's going on in the Talon camp, but also denying the information away from the would-be attackers. Not that it stopped Talon in the previous round. Here I'm looking towards things like the Thatcher to really unearth some bottlenecks. So one of the beauties of Thatcher is you see EMPs, pests around, for example. Just EMP the lot and march on through with the drone, for example, not really getting in your way. So it's not strictly being used to open up walls, for example, or to get rid of things like hide electro claws or bandit batteries. It can be used to help your team move more freely through the map as well.
Headit going to be opening up that closet window, but as suggested, immediate pressure coming in towards Master. They're looking to get control of that. Not too much on the south side this time from Talon. I thought we might see them trying to get themselves into to study and apply a bit from that side, but not at the minute. The focus is all around Bathroom, Master Closet and Master. We've got Soldier looking to move underneath as well. He's droning himself at the minute, which always concerns me. It just slows down the speed at which he can react. The information is older when he gets to it, and that can be a problem. It can be the difference between winning and losing a gunfight. It can be helpful sometimes to those aggressive entries to have somebody else drawn in ahead of you. But for the time being, there's nobody for him to chase down there. Although I think, we've got Good Boy on the Mozzie just roaming underneath, Nitro in hand. So that's going to be the job of Soldier to find him and get him out of the round.
Well, indeed. Headed here at distance as well. The beauty of the Habana or the Ace, of course, is the safety that you have. You're not going to get right up against the wall to get things open like you would with a Thermite or a Maverick. Even when you see one of those two band away, normally the other will step into the fold and do the work from distance. Got to be super careful of not getting swung on, though, from the Master doorways. We've seen so many teams employed behind a shield before and just use it to very comfortably challenge. As it stands, though, Tim, no one's gone down. Don't forget we had 2 kills. Say that, and then Misa goes down. I was going to say we had 2 kills inside 60 seconds last time. 2 minutes have passed and no one had died, but like that, everything goes off like a rocket at the 60-second mark. 1 kill apiece.
Demic managing to take down the Aruni there. As suggested, we may see more Aruni just to deal with that throwable utility, but she couldn't deal with the nade that came her way. Soldier, he surely knows that Good Boy's there. I don't think he does, actually. He's going to step away. He's facing the wrong way. It could be a freebie if only Good Boy would look at the right time. Static manages to get headed. There goes Good Boy. Oh, just a bit too late. MV Taylor manages to step in and snatch it away from him. Soldier taken down. The result is the same either way. Demic peeks around the corner, sees his man, but can't win the fight. Static manages to take the kill, and that leaves us now 1v4. Canos pushing up the Astro stairs, just getting aggressive here. No choice with 15 seconds left to go. Cut down by Good Boy. And that's going to be the round for Sandbox, looking better than they did on Aviator Games.
Absolutely. Much better that time around. Much more mobile around the map as well. I mean, sadly C4ing one of their own C4s, which didn't get a kill, so 2 C4s netted literally nothing for them. But it was that massive mobility around Red Stairs as well that just kept Talon guessing there, having them to have to try and work their way and fight through more things. Just much better overall from Sandbox, I feel. It didn't find themselves getting picked off too early on. We're probably going to see much of the same again in round 3, given we're now going downstairs into dining and kitchen. Would expect to see more presence on the upstairs again, some challenge coming in around Astro, just all these sort of key areas that we've seen being held around this site. Master doorway, like I spoke about, no doubt. And that's before you've even started thinking about what's going on in the downstairs. But for Talon, they need that vertical control to employ things like a sledge, potentially a buck, some breaching charges coming out as well, to give them the vertical control they need to then look for a plant on the downstairs.
Interestingly, I think it was the same last round as well. There's no Wamai on side. I suggested that we might see plenty of Wamai play, but not being brought along here. We've got the Aruni for the laser gates, but with what's looking like, or it was looking like 4 nades being brought along, but the Arna's going to be swapped out to the Osa. So I don't know if that's maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. We saw Demic get a kill with the nade last time around. There could have been a chance to get them raining in from above, get that floor opened up and get the projectiles dropped in there, but probably not going to be the case now, and instead we're going to see what Talon can do with the Osa shield.
You're obviously considering the other things that you have to get rid of in a round, things like the Ash breaching charges, or breaching rounds, sorry. Charges versus rounds, go figure. Also very, very handy and can be caught out by the Wamai. It's the Osa going down. That is not the kind of first death you want. But Static there finds arguably the most critical operator in this attack, because everything would have come in behind a plant through this laundry door to get tucked just inside but be safe enough that you can't be shot at distance. That's no longer an option.
Yeah, and that's the way to look at this lineup. You know, you look at everybody else. I'm not going to say they're generic operators, but they are operators that would fit into any lineup. We see them all the time. Osa is the pivot. She is the point that team was going to work around. 4 versus 4. All they can do now is look for kills, look for breaches, just your standard sort of attack. You know, that trump card that they were trying to bring along, that little bit of a trick, that little bit of something to play in behind to give them the shape of the execute is gone now. 4 versus 4. Heady on low health, down to about 15 HP. One bullet will do the job. Misa with a spray down through the soft wall, not going to catch his man, and that leaves us still 4 versus 4 at the half. And there's definitely been some fencing back and forth in this one.
It was a really good strike onto Arakate because I think they felt they had the pinch, right? He was isolated by the long angle through pantry, through the stairs to the right-hand side, through this wall that you can see right now. So what they did was send 2 players, Demic and I want to say it was Heady, send them in through laundry, pushing, and just go for the challenge to get themselves a free kill. Maybe also force Sandbox back towards side, thinking a side rush was coming in to try and free up the upstairs. Sandbox, for the most part, though, have still held firm, still have some presence on the upstairs, still have players out on the roam. Talon now looking to find the next angle to step through.
Talon need an angle to step through. They've still got time as it stands, but as every second ticks away, it just gives them less opportunity. They need to start disrupting this defense. Look at how long Shaol's been able to hold this angle. There's absolutely no reason for him to move at the minute, and that's something that Talon need to change, really. They need to make it a little bit more difficult for these defenders to hold their angles. 3 of them are just stood stock still at the minute because they know where the push is coming from, and they're just holding their angles exactly like that. Demic gets away with it, but this could be trouble. They need more disruption.
Decimated by Shaol. Good point into a second. Envy's ready for the jump in from Heady. That was their point. 25-second mark. We go for the move. But Sandbox already just still as statues, as you said, Tim. Holding those angles, giving Demic the odd warning shot. And as soon as Talon pulled the trigger, well, turns out who's pulling it a bit quicker? It's Sandbox.
Absolutely no surprise. Absolutely no surprise whatsoever. And it's because Talon did nothing to disrupt them. If you're attacking, I would say, generally speaking, I won't say every single time this is the case, but if you're attacking and the defenders are stood still, that can be a real problem for you that you're playing into because they're comfortable. They're in positions of power. They are playing where they want to. They are holding lines of sight and angles. If they've made a mistake in that, maybe their comfort is misplaced, maybe they're holding the wrong angle, then sure, you can get away with it. But in a round like that, where you've lost the focus of your execute in the Osa, and you're having to just push in as a standard sort of execute onto site, open up a line of sight, open up a breach, and that's your entire option. Because they only had ace, so they only had 3 Selma charges, so only enough to open 1 walkable breach. So once that breach has been opened, Sandbox know where the push is coming from. And the fact that they're stood stock still, that should be a big concern for Talon because Sandbox are comfortable and they know what's coming and they're ready for it. And it's absolutely no surprise to see 4 kills in a row all go to Sandbox and just close out the round because it was almost certainly always going to happen. So Talon, for me, especially on a down floor site like that, they need to be getting more disruption, whether it's sledgeable, whether it's even fusible, whether, whatever it is that's going to force those defenders to move, force them out of those positions of comfort. That's what we've got to see from Talon.
I love how here Misa, who again normally is their more supportive player, you'll see him, I imagine, on smoke for much of the second half, is being given a very frontline role in this team. And he's a player that I think, even though he's been kind of caught in a team that's still going through a lot of changes, the roster's moving around a lot, roles are being swapped, he has consistently impressed throughout Stage 2 and into Stage 3. And I think, truthfully, probably one of those more like hidden gems that we have in APAC North. Always really impressed by what I've seen. I know that he's 1-3 right now, and that came from that first round bit of play. But watch him as the weeks go by. I do think there's a really good player buried in there.
There's a lot of good players buried in APAC, Des. I would completely agree with you. And we're just starting to start seeing it week after week after week, improving. Too easy, same thing. Misa manages to get in and get the kill, but this time, Envy Taylor's there for the trade. Can he get himself a second? Of course he can. Takes down his man, and that leaves us now 4 versus 3. Envy Taylor having a good game today.
For all I said about Misa, really should be getting that kill there onto Envy as well. You've got a shield on your face, for God's sake, stepping around a corner blind. But Envy does hit some fantastic shots, as we know that he can. Moves himself up to 6-1. It's one of those games where Captain Envy will not be stopped. To say that as a nade comes through and blows him sky high.
On goes the round, 3 versus 2. Sandbox with the advantage this time. They weren't able to hold down Aviator Games last time, but I would say at this stage, 1 minute 15 left to go. There is time on the side of Talon, but without a kill or two, things are going to be very difficult. It's a tough site to push into at a man disadvantage, especially with only 2 of you, because what's going to happen is you've got a choice. You're either pushing through the same single door together, which is a big risk, or you send 1 round to the map side and 1 to the other. Now then, Canos manages to find Good Boy, and that changes everything because all the angles can't be held now by Sandbox, and it's going to be a bit more difficult. So if they separate here, there could be a real opportunity for Talon. At the minute, they're both at the south side. At least one if one goes to 90 corridor and one goes to study door, they could make things really uncomfortable for Sandbox.
Really smart player here opening up this wall too, because normally you'd have the feet holes opened up, which means as you try and push down that corridor, you are basically screwed. You're walking in blind, they can see your feet, they're going to ship you out and you will die. But by opening up the whole thing, you now give yourself a very even chance to go for a contest behind the bar, which may force the members of Sandbox to move away. For Talon though, right now they've doubled up and pushing their way through, looking to get control of Study, and have now sat inside of site a little bit. But do they know about the player inside of Vault? Yes, they do. Arakaze going to be full flashed, and that's where the push should come in.
And here we go, 15 seconds left to go. Talon have got to make their move. Demic has diffuser in hand. It's all going to be down to the cover from Canos, sorry. The Nitro comes out, is not going to be successful. Canos continues to keep the Goyo in there. Shayo just cannot find the shot. It's 2v1, and he's too late as the diffuser goes down. Canos with essential cover there, and Sandbox might have just thrown away a 3v2 opportunity. Shayo moves around. He's cut down on the main stairs, misses his shots again, and that is a tough round for Sandbox to lose.
It is, because they had so much control in the first 90 seconds or so, as we commented. Sure, main stairs was a little bit of a battleground for a while, losing the first man, but Envy planting his feet and finding 2, that made it start to feel like a bit of a lost cause, especially when Sandbox were in a 3 versus 2, but a fantastic closing 2v3 coming out from Talon and giving themselves round 4. That keeps them in the conversation here, because I'm pretty sure if Sandbox win this game outright, they jump to first place. Obviously, Cyclops still need to play today, but they will hold on to first place. Talon could play a massive spoiler to that party.
Moving on to round number 5 then, as you say, Talon, it's not just about the Sandbox party, it's the shape of the whole league. If Talon get this win, not only does it really impact on Reject's chances, potentially elevating their opportunity to get to the major, but it also throws Talon into the mix as well. They go on to 6 points, they tie themselves up with Sandbox. A lot will come down to the Fnatic game later on this afternoon as well, but it really does start to just put everybody into the ringer, really. Everybody goes into the mix, because let's not forget, because of these fewer teams, there's only 8 teams here in APAC North, so that leaves us with 7 games per stage. We've only got 3 left to go after today. That's it. So we really are into that final run-in.
I think after today, you'll start to kind of quite clearly see who are going to be our major challengers and who will not be. As I've commented already a few times, coming into the start of the day, we had Cyclops in first place on 8. I believe it was Sandbox sat on 6, DWG Kia on 6, and Fnatic just behind them in 5. Other teams obviously were then sat on about 4 points, kind of just coming in just behind. As we've already seen from Reject, though, that was enough to propel them into that top 2 spot with a win today. So really, after today, I think we started to get that feel on who's going to be the real challenger.
40 seconds into the round. Talon not yet stepping foot inside of the building. It's going to be a trophy attack. We saw it in round 2. Sandbox were able to get it locked down. Talon never really threatening sight too much, I didn't feel, in that one. They did a lot of the similar work. Got closet wall opened up, made it difficult through bathroom. Got good early work done. Got the triple wall open, had the lines of sight, but we're never really able to push in and aggress beyond that. He's going to look to get himself into Astro here. He's going to stop for the time being inside a shower. He's got to deal with that laser gate, which will tell Shayo that he's on his way, so something they need to be aware of, because it's going to alert them to the presence. We've got Envy Taylor just making a rotate as well here, but Sandbox feeling, for me, pretty comfortable at the minute. They've got a Good Boy on the roam. He did a great job last time underneath, getting the kill onto Soldier and a number of others. Shayo
had his life.
Absolutely deleting Misa there.
The thing is, I really loved... honestly, this is too easy. Mark 14s, baby. Mark 14s this patch are just unreal. But the big thing about that I enjoyed at the very start of that was Weezer's entry, making use of the sort of Selma noise that was being made onto the main wall to use that as a way to get inside a bathroom. Seemingly unknown, but it didn't stop Child taking his head clean off his shoulders. A 4v2, at least for now, making a 4 versus 1 as Soldier hits the deck. A much better round from Sandbox overall on this trophy and statutory defense.
Much better, much better. 4 versus 1. Look at this angle. It's
filthy.
Absolutely disgusting. Finds his man. That's going to be the last kill. Sandbox take the lead once again, but let's not forget they're on the defensive villa. They're going to be looking for a 4-2 half realistically. I think we'll see them go back down to dining for the final round here for round 6. They've already won it once. No reason they can't do it again, but let's not forget they did get that kill onto the Ossa, which did shape the round a little bit. They can't necessarily rely on that this time, but Talon are going to have to do something different. Disruption was the word that I used last time. I'll use it again here. They have to move the defenders around. They have to make life difficult for them.
I imagine they probably will like re-pick out and try it again. You know, the strategy didn't really fail as much as they just lost a player to a, I don't want to say unlucky because obviously it was well placed, but I guess a timing issue, you might call it for Talon. Just finding Soldier in the wrong spot at the wrong time, peeking the role, being peeked from the wrong angle, and lost his life as a result. They could stick to a more conventional comp and just try and play it out in a much more typical fashion, but I think the Ossa wasn't strictly a bad shout. It depends whether or not they feel Sandbox would have seen it when they got the spawn peak off. It definitely was the Ossa that went down, which you probably should assume they did.
5 seconds remaining.
Round 6 we head in then. It's going to be the final defensive round for Sandbox. We saw this position from Shio last time around. He played, we didn't really pick up on it. It wasn't too critical, but he played exactly the same piece of utility inside of living room, just putting down that salvation station as the Thunderbird, just to juice up anybody who's playing on that extended sort of hold out from sight, just to make it difficult for those lateral pushers to come in. As it was, Talon pretty much tried to work from the outside in, so it wasn't too much of an issue. It wasn't something that defenders really needed, but worth keeping an eye on that position.
Yeah, one thing worth noting actually is Thunderbird's been picked fair whack today. We saw it back on Clubhouse in a couple of rounds. We've seen it a couple of times in this game as well. Just probably a sign that the differences we've seen between, say, Europe and APAC are still slight, but enough that you're seeing different operators coming in. I think Fresh was saying that in EU, we haven't seen her picked yet by any team, and he was kind of surprised why more teams aren't playing. Now that Doc potentially is getting buffed up to the high heavens, she might never see the light of day again. But at least here in APAC North, we are seeing being picked a little bit, probably because a lot of these players for the defenders do like to get out around the map, look for little skirmishes, and just want to make sure they can stay topped up.
No kills as of yet. Misa is going to take a little tickle of damage, but nothing too serious. Walls getting opened up. Windows, doors getting opened up, but once again, Sandbox not really being disrupted yet. Let's get that top floor presence. Talon, they need to get themselves in there, get control and start sledge swinging that hammer. That's how they're going to move them around. But Good Boy on the other side, he's going to have something to say about that. He's playing himself over on the study and Aviator Games side of things at the minute. That needs to be dealt with by Talon. If they're not aware of the Roman, the problem that I've got, the concern for Talon really, is the time that's left. You know, they're not necessarily going to be in a position to be able to go and push and deal with Good Boy as well as coming back. So they need to at least be watching the flank.
There's a big north side focus as well, really coming out of Talon. Everyone trying to push in on that side. So Good Boy probably not quite in the right spot to do too much damage here, but could rotate himself back across the top, as that is where the focus is coming in. And I think at some point you'll probably find Sandbox start to read into this, that the focus is mainly up on the top floor. 3 players have now dropped down, that control has been established, and then it's going hard towards site here. Do they know that the site is empty? They're just going to look for a plant outright, Tim.
Certainly looks like they're going to. Heady's in position. He gives it a little tickle, but he's not going to stick it just yet. He goes for it again. They know it's happening, though. Sandbox have got the Yokai drone. They're going to stun him out and get the kill. Shio with an important one there. Just drops the diffuser inside a site, and Sandbox managed to keep themselves on top here. 4 versus 3. 20 seconds left to go. Soldier relocates. He's going to try and get that diffuser down again. The Yokai drone knows that he's moved. Can't find it, though. The cover's there. 4 versus 2, though. The diffuser is planted. Can they get a successful retake here? Canos, he's on the hunt, but he's not sure. He gets shut down by Arakaze. Good Boy's returning to site, and this is 3v1. Surely you've got to put your money on Sandbox here. They've got to be able to close it out, and do, as Good Boy finds the final kill, and all that's left is to disable that activated diffuser.
Cheeky little disable coming out. Well, not cheeky disable. Cheeky little plant, sorry, coming out there from Talon as well, but well read. They had enough control upstairs that they felt they didn't need to take more of that out to really control the entirety of site. Just take the key bit of territory they need, go direct to site, hold down, F, job done. But really the big saviour in that round was those Yokais, as you saw. Just interrupting 3 of those plants, slowing everything down for about 25 seconds and letting Sandbox get into position. Good Boy could return to site. We had the Thunderbird pushing through the ground that wasn't taken taken by the attackers and using that against them to stop the diffuser going down. Just overall very good delay tactics being shown by Sandbox, and Talon found the right opportunity, just couldn't get the end result.
Switch sides then, shall we? Talon, going to move on to the defence. They're going to be seeking for overtime, but I'm not sure they're going to find it, Des, if I'm honest. Sandbox at the minute just feel, I won't say head and shoulders above, but they've certainly got their noses in front here. They're just going a little bit bigger, a little bit better, a little bit stronger for me. And Talon, just as they have throughout the stage so far, and probably the year really, are just struggling to keep themselves in touch. We'll see as this one goes on, but if Sandbox can get themselves a first attack here and go 5-2, then I really feel like Talon's work is cut out, and I'm not sure they've got it in them to do it. So very important round coming up. Envy Taylor still going big, 7-3. Good Boy joining the party, 6-3 as well. You know, Shiol bringing the numbers. There's just too much going on the Sandbox side at the minute.
Yeah, which is what makes it so exciting to watch them at this level as well. Again, you start thinking they're going to be one of those teams that will likely go to the major if they carry on at this rate. But Cyclops and Reject probably got a thing or two to say about that. As you can see in the top right corner of your screen, though, if they do win this game, they do sit above Reject, pushing them down ever so slightly, with Cyclops still with a win today, pushing themselves back up to the top. So not tons has really changed outside of arguably Reject replacing Damwon Kia in terms of who's currently trying to challenge the top 4. Not forgetting that we've still got Fnatic to come yet as well, who are in a position to be able to challenge for a top spot.
Static on the drones. Sandbox just race. Ooh, they see their man. Are they going to go in aggressively here? This is the question. Canos is going to hold that line. He's on the Wamai. Doesn't want them coming into Master. And for the time being, he's been left largely alone. It's just forced Sandbox back a little bit and slowed them down in that push. Good Boy is going to continue moving through underneath. If he can get himself up into Astro, that could be a problem. He takes a little pot shot through the wall there. Doesn't manage to find his man. Soldier does get taken down by Shiol, who goes for a second. That puts him on 9 for the day. Canos is down, but Misa manages to find him, and that's a trade, but the damage is done potentially. 4 versus 3, Sandbox in the advantage.
Just not expecting someone to still be in basement this late into the round, I imagine. And Misa, I mentioned being the more supportive player that I thought we'd see on Smoke. No, that duty resides with Heady today, but Misa's being given the freedom then to get out and roam and keep busy around the map. Has now relocated himself below, so looking to do a little bit of work. Has the shotgun as the primary still, so can open up holes from below and look to get kills should a plant attempt come down. That's kind of his main remit right now. Doesn't have C4, instead has the bulletproof camera on side. Demic has the C4, but they've got to play from a man behind. So we'll see how intelligently they can play this.
Good Boy. He's just waiting for his moment. Again, Poison, they've got that man over now of Sandbox. They don't need to get overexcited. They can take the time, 50 seconds, and this is exactly why Good Boy has remained downstairs. Envy Taylor's in position as well. They can push him around, but Misa, what a shot on the reverse angle. Absolutely decimates Envy Taylor on the main door there. Static dumping utility on into sight. Demic goes to the challenge there, doesn't find his man. Can he on the second attempt? No. Somehow they survive, but Misa, he might have just won this round there. Talon have gone big in the final minute.
Just destroying both of them as well. Static and Envy falling by the wayside to Misa. I said earlier on, one of those players you've got to keep an eye on is a real gem, a real diamond in the rough. But can they pull this back from a 2 versus 3? I'm thinking no, as now it's a 1v3. Demic with the last 2. Talon pulling back another fantastic round.
Absolutely great stuff from them. As you say, they were on the back foot a little bit. It all seemed to really change and shift momentum when Misa hit that shot onto Envy Taylor on main door. That was like the dam that broke and the river raged forward like a torrent over Sandbox as Talent were able to get themselves the round. 3-4 they stand then, and they're going to move on to trophy and statuary. And another top floor site is going to be fairly similar in terms of the defense for them. So Talon probably carrying a bit of confidence here. If they get this, for me, the game is anybody's at that point, because they haven't quite, but they've almost guaranteed themselves overtime. They think, yeah, if we go to those 2 sites, win them again, all they need to do is pick up a dining kitchen and it could be job done.
Absolutely, but obviously the thing is getting that round over the finish line. Sandbox did start out very strong. We've already said how well guys like Charlotte have been playing so far today. Almost half surprised to not see him trying the Blackbeard himself after Misa's success with it in the first half. Because back in the day, interestingly, there was a game when Shiol used to only really play Zofia, and it got banned away from him one game. He picked that beard and then walked out with 9 kills across 3 rounds. Got 3 3Ks, and everyone was like, yeah, let's let him have Zofia still. Because no one wants to be dealing with that round after round. Here, at least, though, still employing the Ashe likelihood because of those breaching rounds. Plus, of course, a decent gun that everyone's still pretty happy with, given the recoil changes that have come in. And it gives you some of that vertical destruction, if required, in the form of those breaching charges. Obviously, don't really need it here, but you can use it to open up walls down towards, say, Vault side, for example, when pushing in from the south.
Still on the cams. The defenders just trying to figure out exactly where everybody's coming from. It'd amaze you how much detail they can pick up from exactly where the drones are and where they have come from. Just gives them a bit of a picture as to how that push is building up. We've got immediate presence on the south side. So this is the push that I talked about potentially seeing out of Talon. It's not something that they really went for when attacking Trophy and Statuary, but getting yourself into the south side, moving across through maps, through Aviator games, and just trying to pick up those roamers as you go and pressure from that side, and then you just put a little bit of pressure onto Master side as you get towards the end of the round. Damic is in an important position here. Him and Soldier need to work together back to back to make sure that they win some of these fights.
Small observation, the good boys running the G36C on the Iana as well, where many consider the ARX to be the go-to because of how high damage it is per bullet. But you do get more rounds in the mag playing on the Iana with the G36C, so maybe that's a good reason why he started stepping towards it as well, given that gun on both the Ashe and the Iana in this round. Demic getting a little bit mobile as he starts to feel the pressure building up here as well. Explosives going off, smoke canisters being tossed around, drones flying in from every which angle. Let's not forget though, Tim, this isn't the site itself. This is just a south side push that's starting to get them set up for a side push. And again, Misa has found Envy.
Demic manages to get Shio 5 versus 3, and this south-sided push has fallen apart. As I said, those two, Demic and Misa, needed to really play together inside of this position to make sure they were picking up kills, but Sandbox, he gets in, and Sandbox, they get in and manage to get themselves the 2. 3 versus 3, they level things out here, and Talon might just be ruined that they couldn't hold on to Aviator games for a little bit longer.
Very possibly, but I feel a lot of the damage has been done. They've killed off 2 players, 2 of the best performing players in this game as well for the side of Sandbox. In exchange for a Malusi, who you're pretty happy to lose once already her Banshees have been deployed down and she's done a bit of work, which Demic did. And you've also lost Soldier, who... I don't want to pile on the guy too much, but he hasn't really had a good game so far at this stage. So I don't think it's the biggest loss in the world. You've still got the key couple of players that you're looking at in the form of Canos and Misa playing around site at this point. No C4s in back pocket, though, could be a bit of a stinger, but have one more smoke canister left to play with in the last 20 seconds. Things are looking pretty good for Talon here as Sandbox start to execute.
Canos pushing forward, just looking to find his angle. Heady manages to get good boy. Static thinks about getting the diffuser down, but that
Great
kill
shot.
certainly changes the thought process. Big moment for Talon at the end, though, as 2 kills come in. As you say, a beauty from Sandbox across the distance, but they just couldn't double down on it. And Talon hold on, get themselves the round, and level things up 4-4.
Quite fortunate there. I think it was Misa or Demic. I didn't quite clock who, but as they swung in towards Statuary, they did get the down onto the diffuser planter, but also down themselves by the player coming in from the master bedroom, I think. So one of those I was looking at and just thinking, ooh, if there were a couple more players still alive, that could have got a little bit more dicey. But as said, with that 3 versus 3, that felt like a massive advantage to Talon, given the utility stacking on both sides, the positions of where they were coming in from, just everything lining up their way. And as you say, Tim, that now pulls us all square at 4-4. Suddenly, we're starting to look at a couple of teams today. Down 1 Kia and Sandbox could be dropping very critical and what many would probably consider, you know, easy points for them.
Well, this is it. That's the thing. You've got to look at it. There's more difficult games to come, and particularly the fact that they've got to play each other, and that's where the opportunity opens up for the quote unquote lower sides. You know, and they're not necessarily lower because they are starting to jump above these teams. And when they've got to play each other, there's the way that it happens is basically there's no route back for at least one of them. It's like, you know, there's two players there, there's 2 people there, and there's a bridge across that chasm, but it can only hold one of them, and there's no way back for the other. And that's the position that they start finding themselves in when they have to play each other. So Talon could really be throwing a spanner in the works here for a few teams, but there's a long way to go yet. 4-4, we're getting excited because you and I love that chaos. Des. We love it being mixed up, and we love the fights coming down to the wire. But right now, Sandbox, they've still got the opportunity, but they need to get this round. And what I like here, they're attacking down in kitchen, and they put in a lot more priority on top floor. floor than I feel Talon did.
Absolutely. I mean, understandably so as well, because you saw Talon try to make it work with just enough top floor control and just enough of a push on the ground floor to get themselves a plant down, but it was just so well disrupted by the other side. Obviously, it's to Talon here if they want to be a bit more aggressive upstairs and try and challenge ground away from Sandbox. Absolutely no complaints, but it feels for the most part that they're playing on the downstairs here instead of relying on things like the Pulse to feed information back and forth and to sit behind those couple of C4s that they have in back pocket.
Going to be getting themselves inside of the building in numbers now. Not just Good Boy, Shiol joining the tip of that spear as well. And they've pretty much got this top floor, I think, locked down now. Astro is going to be the last bastion they're a little bit concerned about. There was a red ping came out. Canos is all the way down in the basement, just looking for those long vertical angles. Not going to find anybody for the time being. And there's one just inside of library and lounge as well. But right now, Sandbox, they've got themselves the top floor. They can start opening up. That's exactly what they do. We can hear Harakazi swinging that hammer around, looking for those verticals to push these defenders about. But right now, no kills for Sandbox, and that could be the big problem.
It was about the 150 mark when the last Talon player dropped away from Astro, back downstairs and moved himself back in towards site. So definitely looking more like that lateral extension that we spoke about, trying to get themselves out and about around the map. They have found one, though. A little zap to acknowledge, hey, you should be shooting this drone, really. But just a reminder, here's your health bar starting to come down.
Arakaze still working, still taking out utility, but with only 45 seconds left to go, Sandbox need to think about what the final push is. Where are they going? Where's the execution? They've got players out on the flank that they haven't dealt with, but I'm just, erring on the side of caution for Talon here. They're not moving yet, and they might not give themselves enough time, but Derek and Hede, they find two Des. This could be happening. The third site could be going towards Talon here as we're in a 5 versus 3. Shiol manages to find one, as he's done so often, to get his team back into things. 3 versus 3. Talon haven't used these man advantages. Sandbox have been great at fighting their way back into it. Envy Taylor, he's going to try and get that diffuser down. 15 seconds left to go. He really needs to stick this, and he is going to be able to, but Demic finds Static. 3 versus 2. Here comes the retake, Des! They've done it! They've got the 2 kills immediately after the diffuser is planted, and Misa is on hand to disable.
You know it's going to be absolutely insufferable if Talon win this game. Not you. Fresh. Because Fresh looked at our predictions today and said, oh, everyone's gone for the same. I'm going the exact opposite. It worked for him in game 1. It's building up to working in game 2. Today's just proving to be a little bit crazy and against all expectations, which I love. It's absolutely the key one, but no surprise here at all that Sandbox say, right, boys, it's slipping away from us. Let's just take 45 seconds, have a conversation, get things back online, because Talon, they're running us all around the map here. They're keeping us busy. They're down and out of the basement. They're scattered out towards the high winds and coming back onto us when we're going in for this execute. They just look a little bit unsure how to deal with it. It's like trying to box with shadows. It's just not going their way.
It's really not at the minute. And this isn't, apart from Fresh, maybe a result anybody would have expected to be seeing. But Talon have felt on the cusp of things, a couple of times. Like you said, they've had those changes within the roster and that little bit of road, and you just wonder if they're going to find that consistency, if they're going to settle. But it certainly looks like they might settle down today. One more round puts them in guaranteed overtime, but there is a long way to go. Sandbox are a team that have certainly got the ability to come back from this one. It's going to be aviator games for the defense, and that's going to be going back to what we saw in round 7, where Talon were able to get the win. It was hard fought, but they got it done.
They did. Now, can they get it done again here, though, and make round 10 taking up to 6 and 4? Be a little bit dicey for Sandbox, so you hope you can find a way back in. Once again, that Jackal coming on side as well. No doubt to try and deal with the more free elements of Talon, those that have been offered about around the map, again, keeping them guessing and asking questions the whole way through. That Lion coming in once again. In fact, both teams, as a key point to mention, on a good number of these sites have stepped away from bringing hard breach altogether. Now, there might be some hard breach gadgets in back pocket for the Buck, for example, but overwhelmingly, I think since stage 3 of 2021, Rogue showed that you can play this map without even having to worry about bringing hard breach along. Not that some teams weren't, not bringing hard breach before, but they showed it was very possible to focus on your executes and say, forget about bringing hard breach, let's just go for it. And sure enough, no hard breach. I don't know if I feel that 9 flashes are a bit excessive in this case. Like, there's a couple of nades to look for that Good Boy will probably try to look to use on the vertical angles, but maybe it's more for trying to look for the fights. We've seen a couple of players being flashed out, for example, inside of Vault when they were sat inside of there, actually using flashbangs to flash people and not just burn through ADSs and magnets. Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thought? Like you said, time will tell as the round goes on. We've got, Jackal, for example. Smoke canisters can have a big use, but you look and you think, was there maybe an opportunity for a knock? But he's going to go in and get himself his kill, so I'll shut up, and that's going to be the answer to that. Nice kill onto Misa. No doubt that Inox just doing some good work to help locate. 5 versus 4. Nitro goes out, going to be shot out though, will not detonate. And Talon, they're going to have to find a way to get this done with a man disadvantage.
Make that 2.
A big man disadvantage.
Yeah, at this point, make it 2 men disadvantage, absolutely. It's a good start for Sandbox, almost making it 3 as well, but just missing a couple of shots onto Canos there that would have seen his life snuffed out pretty quickly. Either way, this is a situation that Sandbox have been in so many times. We saw it back at SI 2021. I spoke about it a lot at the time. They were the highest entry differential team we had there at plus 29, yet found themselves getting smashed by teams because they could not close rounds. Now, no doubt that has changed with the changes they've made in terms of Arakaze, Good Boy coming in as well, but they've got to show they've got the composure to be able to close out rounds from a 5v3 situation.
Soldier moving through, just on that roam, looking to find himself Envy Taylor. This could turn into a little bit of a duel here, but Envy Taylor, as much as Soldier continues moving around, he's going to be able to take a look at those footprints if the opportunity presents itself as he moves through. But right now, Soldier, he's just trying to hold down 2 different angles, so it could be a bit of a toss of a coin here as to where Envy Taylor chooses to move through. Coming into the final minute now, Sandbox need to get moving towards site. They've got things softened up. They've certainly got the room, but Canos and Hede are inside of there, and they don't want to let the clock become that 6th man.
Absolutely not. I speak about it all the time, right? You get that last 20 seconds or so, and then the clock becomes the 6th man for the defenders. It gives them that advantage, as you've just said, Tim. Really starts to build up and put pressure on the attackers. Mistakes get made. They can't drone things as much. They can't use all their utility. It really does start to stack up. There's one for Canos. Are you starting to believe, Tim? Because with 25 seconds on the clock, I think I am.
It's definitely doable. Good Boy manages to find him though. Soldier needs to work his way back in. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2 as he finds the kill onto Envy Taylor, but the diffuser's going down. 15 seconds left to go. There's even a bit of wiggle room here. Good Boy is almost certainly going to secure this, and secure it he will. And that is it now. Soldier, low health, 1v2 against the clock. Everything is stacked up against him right now. He is facing a challenge of mammoth proportions. Just opens up that line of sight, tries to find his man in behind the bar, but Good Boy relocates. 2 players on full health up against him. This is surely only going to go one way. There's the spray down through the soft wall. Soldier, you got to make a move. You've got no choice, my friend. You've got to have a look around this corner and see what's waiting, but I don't think he's going to like what he sees there as he moves around. He doesn't. Good Boy finds the kill, and Sandbox level things up 5-5.
For a second, I thought maybe we're seeing a swing back there. Good couple of kills coming out of Soldier, 2 of his 4 in the entire game, but just couldn't quite do enough there to get the side back going for his team. 5-5 then, Tim. It's starting to smell a bit like overtime, but one thing for sure is we are guaranteed to see at least all 12.
Ooh, and am I looking forward to that. What a game this has been so far. Pure entertainment from these 2 teams. There's been mistakes, there's been successes, but they found themselves absolutely dead level coming into round 11. 5-5, it's going to be trophy and statuary as Talon choose to move on. They're not going to double down on Aviator games, feeling like they can have a little bit more joy on the north side of the map. Last time, Sandbox tried that south-sided push. It didn't work out for them in the end, but it was close. They didn't really lose too many going through Aviator games. I think it was just the 1 kill that went down inside of there. As I remember, it was Demic and Canos that were trying to hold on to that position. Demic and Soldier as it is now, just reinforcing there. So I think they're going to see, much the same approach here, but Sandbox could circumvent this, waste a lot of utility by going route 1 direct to site through Master Bedroom.
Absolutely. Right then, let's see how things go. Then straight away, no surprises at all. You're going to see a couple of players from Talon getting busy at the other end of the map. Down here towards the south is where we've seen them roam previously. I say a couple. There's 4 of them currently down here, Tim. Really looking to go for a repeat of what we saw before when we had all those players dug in down towards the south. And for Sandbox, do they change their attack? Do they just try and go more direct to site and look for a north side push? Or do they want to try and fight this out from below, or just push into it once again and hope it goes a hell of a lot better? Because the opener last time was from top red down towards Study coming out of Misa. I forget the player that he caught out, but Talon made it a real headache for Sandbox to be able to push through. So really now the onus flips onto Sandbox to change things around a little bit.
Canos will never know how lucky he was then. Arakaze missed him by a hair's breadth as he was looking in through that window. Envy Taylor holding the angle through into 90 corridor. That's good quick progress. Ooh, just misses his opportunity. But it's good quick progress from Sandbox to get themselves into a position to cut down that rotation and to be able to hold it off. Now then, that's a big shutdown as Demic manages to find his man, just dunks on him through the hatch, takes Shio out and gives Talon the advantage, 5 versus 4.
Again, this is where that call really needs to come in from Sandbox here. Are we willing to try and fight through this blockade that has been established by Talon, or do we ignore that and try and look to go more direct towards site? You already had Envy, for example, sat inside of Master, holding the longer angle. Join him and try and make the push work from there, boys. Like, there's barely anyone sat inside of Astro either, and it does feel like finally there's been a bit of a read on that, and they are starting to relocate, but you've lost yourself a man for no reason here and burnt through about 75 seconds for the pleasure.
They continue pushing. Good Boy just moving into assist Static, but then moves away. Static's going to be looking for that bottom floor clearance. Needs to be careful, though. Does have Diffuser in hand. They don't want that dropping in no man's land because we're down to a minute 10. And if you're still working on the clearance, need to be careful because time is going to be limited. And Misa just at the top of Astro stairs there, continuing to challenge, supported by Toxic Babes to prevent that push coming in through bathroom. Envy Taylor moves back to his original angle here, but I like what Talon are doing, Des. Nice and I was going to say nice and patient, not overexposing themselves, but then Sandbox managed to find themselves 2 opportunities and swing it into a 4v3 advantage.
It's a little bit over-aggressive argument there from Talon, and they've lost 3 players here where it feels like they didn't really need to. They were in good positions, but by the looks of it, they've fallen by the wayside. Demic, the last one left standing for Talon here against the onslaught of 3 Sandbox players. Diffuser is going down. We've already seen how this ended for Soldier in the previous round against just 2. It feels like an insurmountable task.
Certainly does. He's going to have to fight his way back into sight to begin with. Demic, that prone just kept him out of danger for a second. Lets him know there's one inside of Astro. Goes for the challenge. Sees his man, takes 2, can't get him. Envy Taylor steps up to Master Door. Expert teamwork there to know exactly where that challenge was coming from. Finds his man, and Sandbox get themselves the advantage. Guarantee overtime and have an opportunity to take all 3. But I wouldn't be surprised to see another twist in the tail from this matchup on Villa.
I'm all for like risk versus reward in terms of Misa's swing there on the Valkyrie, by the way, when he swung onto Master Door onto Envy, who was playing the sledge. Yeah, I get it. You bring down Envy there, you open up bedroom, you can use that for your rotates towards bathroom, you can put a lot of pressure on towards Sandbox. But Envy was kind of screwed. They couldn't get the wall open, they had no hard breach as we spoke about, so they had to come pushing in through the Master Door. And when they did, there was a wonderful crossfire from down towards 90 hallway, as well as Misa off towards his left, and potentially even towards the top side of Statuary as well. There was so much against Envy there, but by taking that swing, you remove one of those critical angles. You suddenly force the player that's in hallway to have to focus on multiple things at once, and the whole team just falls apart from there. And this, I think, is where NA, a lot of NA's teams and players talk about this. They get frustrated that Europe and other regions will just swing something for what feels like no reason. That kind of feels like one of those reasons there where it was like, if I get this kill, we get a lot of control, it's worth the gamble. But because you lost it, the whole formation of the team just collapses off the back of it as well. So really would have preferred to have seen Misa hold still there, let Envy come pushing through first, and then capitalise off the back of you being guaranteed at least a trade.
Round 12 we head into, and Sandbox, they've got themselves the advantage. They're going to be attacking onto Aviator Games, and the problem for Talon, the problem they were facing is that they've just lost 2 rounds in a row, both Aviator Games and Trophy Statuary. So where do you go? The big difference that they're going to bring along here is the cap can from Soldier, so they're going to be getting those entry denial devices just bonked all around the map, try and catch somebody out. It could be a cheap kill. It's not something Sandbox have had to play into so far as of yet, but you get the feeling that they're going to be on point with the drone work, and they're going to make sure that that is not something that they're giving up here. So there's going to be a north-sided hold. It looks like Talon are not only putting utility over there, but probably a bit of manpower as well. They've got the electrification from the Kaid Electriclo, so definitely not wanting to give that easy approach into the map side of sight.
Absolutely not. Well, just like if they were defending the top side, they have got everyone down towards the south side, understandably, because the site is there. But there's no weird flip where they've kind of pushed everyone up towards Trophy and Statuary. Just a couple of players here supported by those reinforcements plus the Electro Claws. Now, Sandbox have really committed and pretty much all these rounds to bringing the Jackal on the line along as well. Just probably showing they don't want to deal with the craziness that we saw in the first 2 or 3 defensive rounds out of Talon, trying to almost contain and box them in a little bit. And clearly so far that started to work for them. They're at a point where they are at match point. Just kind of one more round they've got to push over the finish line here, and Talon therefore need to get a little creative, I think. If you can't play this hyper-aggressive roam game where you're always trying to backstab and cause trouble because of the Jackal and the Lion, then what else can you mix up?
Headit just prepared for the push that might come along with that Rotero drone, but there wasn't anybody there at that point in time, so Toxic Babe canister burnt in terms of Sandbox as they look at this. And the Twitch drone going in, not being spotted out there, so they know exactly where the Capcan of Soldier is, and they can hold a line of sight and just make it difficult for him to move around. He's going to find himself increasingly isolated and cut off here as Sandbox start to get themselves inside of the map, or at least think about it. Now then, Envy Taylor doesn't quite have the angle to catch the player inside a sight there, but him and Arakaze need to get moving towards dealing with Soldier. Good Boy tries to do it from underneath, but Soldier's moved away, and that is going to leave us still 5v5 at the halfway mark.
Yes, still got a lot to go through in terms of their tracks and their 2 EE1D scans as well, but clearly you can see, I think, really here the goal was to try and get them moving forwards. Based on where you had Envy looking to sit and provide a bit of support from, they wanted to make sure no one was about to backstab them as they tried to get set up from below with those nades that have now all come out. They do have four smokes on side, 5 flashbangs still in back pocket as well. Lots of utility to stack up on site here when the time comes around. But Soldier, for now, has still managed to get himself into a pretty powerful position. He can obviously get onto the window there and cause a little bit of bother, but also look to bring down players like Good Boy, who have no idea about what to hit him. I lie, Good Boy had the best idea. Clearly, must have seen him on a drone coming through. Soldier, that golden opportunity thrown away.
It did take a long time to deal with Soldier, though. Down at now 35 seconds. Sandbox have got themselves moving. Next kill is particularly important. If they can grab it, then yes, you think that they get the match. But if it goes to Talon and 4v4, then time could become a real factor. Canos is just playing out onto that 90 window, just looking, peeking out of the side door. Doesn't want to give anybody easy access. 20 seconds left to go, and Sandbox still need to get moving, Des.
They're barely inside the map, Tim. They haven't cleared out main stairs yet. They haven't got study control. They've got almost nothing. They're going to have to brute force their way in through the window here. Now, Static can sit and hold the angle as the EE1D comes out, but can they get the plant down? Because Static is the one with the diffuser. Coming charging in, looking to go for a plant as Good Boy hits the deck next to him. It's Canos and Misa left to try and disrupt this one. Will they be able to find Static in time? I'm not sure they will. That plant is going to just complete at the last second, and they found the kills they need. One more goes down. Static hits the deck. It's a 1 versus 1. Envy has now backed himself away. He's been in these situations so many times, and Canos is going to try and bait out the disable as well. Envy holding the angle. He gets the shot, and Sandbox narrowly hold on to secure all 3 points.
Experience wins the day as Envy Taylor does not get overexcited in that post plant, holds himself a really tight angle, plays it fantastically and gets the win for Sandbox. But how hard fought was that? There was absolutely nothing a given for them then, but they were able to get it locked down at the end, take a full 3 points, and after Reject's win, that is extremely important for Sandbox.
Massively so. Like, truthfully, for Talon, it's a bit of heartbreak. They've had this so many times where they've come so close to getting a win, but just been that 1 round or 2 away from getting towards overtime, getting a few points, even snatching away a win. But one thing's for sure, you're still seeing those glimpses of promise in Talon. My only concern is, while you're still trying to figure out your roster, who's playing what position, they're never going to be able to get those heights where they can push for. So whether or not Sage Tree is kind of more of a builder time for them to test some things out or not, I'm not sure. But Sandbox, dare I say, I've got away lucky there. 1-1v1 has given them 3 points. Otherwise, that could have been a very messy overtime game.
Yeah, it really could. And if it goes to overtime, I don't know who would have started on the defence, but, you know, you really wouldn't put it past Talon to have grabbed the 2 points. Great performance, you know, looking at the losing side as well. Talon, a lot for them to build on there. They do feel like they keep getting close, but not quite there. But eventually, it may come.
It's like I keep on saying as well. Glimpses of promise, just not quite being fully realised, but maybe we'll see that in the future. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, everybody. A victory for Sandbox, but a hard-fought one against Talon. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, hello. We're joined by Envy Taylor and Bubble, a translator in Korea. Hello, hello, Envy Taylor. Congratulations on your victory. How do you feel taking down Talon, your Korean rivals in the region?
너무 축하드리고 이번 탈론 이긴 소감을 부탁한답니다.
항상 좀 중요한 경기 때마다 탈론을 만나가지고 조금 많이 고전했었는데 실점도 하고 막 그랬었는데 오늘은 확실히 이겨가지고 좀 기분이 좋네요.
He said it's always tiring to meet Talon in such important events and important matches. It's always them that that are the block, the wall. But he's glad they were able to triumph this match pretty significantly.
Yeah, I mean, at 7-5, it leaves just a bit of squeezing space through here, especially given that Reject had defeated DWG Kia earlier on today. But my question to you then is, did you expect Villa to be the map in the series?
이번 맵 초이스 빌라를 예상을 했는지 안 했는지 물어보고 있습니다.
제가 그 맵 밴픽 쪽으로 건들지는 않아서 잘 모르겠는데 그 코치들 쪽에서 많이 나왔던 게 그 탈론이 맵 풀이 좀 좁다. 그나마 나올 맵을 간추리고 하다 보니 이제 빌라가 나와서 그렇게 됐습니다.
So he's not too aware of the whole map decisions, but the coach, from what he heard from his coaches, is that Talon has a large pool of maps, and they were actually glad that Villa was a part of it.
Do you believe that Sandbox has a large map pool? Because now there is the potential of seeing Sandbox, back on the stage of the next major.
샌드박스도 모든 맵에 잘하는지 물어보고 있습니다.
어느 팀이나 똑같겠지만 잘하는 팀이든 못하는 팀이든 이제 다 선수들의 기량에 따라서 선수들끼리 이제 난 이 맵이 좋아, 난 저 맵이 싫어, 막 그렇게 나뉘는 것처럼 팀도 솔직히 다 나뉘는 것 같아요. 좋아하는 맵이나 이제 싫어하는 맵. 저희도 싫어하는 맵도 있고 좋아하는 맵도 많고.
So just as any team, and it's all comes down to personal choices. It's different per team inside the team too. He thinks that there are a lot of good maps and a lot of bad maps, and that is such a wide range of map pools to choose from.
Well, what about your next game versus Fnatic? Because, you don't have any easy games coming up for you. And with Reject's win, this fight for the top 2 spot is really going to get tough between, now the 4 teams fighting for them. So you got Fnatic, you got Cyclops, and DWG Kia. How do you feel your chances are going to be like over the next 3 weeks?
이제 다음 경기는 Fnatic이고 여기에서 무엇을 기대할 수 있는지 물어보셨고 이제부터 다 어려운 경기밖에 안 남았는데 CAG, Fnatic 그리고 DWG Kia 매치밖에 없는데 이거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보고 있습니다.
솔직히 다 Fnatic 빼고서는 다 솔직히 Fnatic을 무시하는 발언은 아닌데 Fnatic 빼고서 이제 CAG랑 담원 경기를 많이 크게 중요하게 생각하다 보니까 많이 어렵게 생각하고 있고요. 다음에 있을 Fnatic 경기도 전에 있었던 탈론이나 스페어 게이밍이나 했었던 때처럼 착실하게 준비해서 이기도록.
In all honesty, besides Fnatic, he's not underestimating Fnatic, but they are nervous about the 2 big teams, CAG and DWG Kia. They are actually very nervous and they are practicing rigorously for that game. And just like this one, just like Talon's game, they practice hard for this one and they're hoping the other games they'll show great success.
On a final note for that great success, what do you feel is the strength of Sandbox Gaming, of your roster?
지금 현재 샌드박스 게이밍의 가장 큰 좋은 점 아니면 승리의 약간 힘이 뭔지 물어보고 있습니다.
솔직히 팀에서 저나 이제 스태틱 선수가 나이가 높고 나중에 이제 그 밑으로 다 나이가 낮아가지고 그 어린 선수들 위주로 이제 앞선에 서서 싸우게 시키고 저나 이제 스태틱 선수 같은 경우는 이제 게임도 오래 했고 이제 어떻게 판이 돌아가는지 아니까 드로닝을 하면서 그 엔트리선을 이제 굿보이나 샤일이나 아웃카지건 선수 같은 선수들 내보내면서 그렇게 게임하고 있습니다.
So he thinks it's the age, because they're all they have various ages. For example, Envy and Static, they're very, in his own words, a little older, and they have much more experience in terms of the games. But Good Boy, Arakaze, and Sail, they're all very young, and because they have that aim and reaction, they send them out first. Or when Envy and Static would just drone or think of methods to infiltrate, while they send out the heavy gunners, the fast reactions to cut off the enemy team first.
I mean, Envy Taylor, you've been around for ages now, so I really get that analogy, a bit older. But again, thank you very much for the interview. For all the fans out there, remember, Fnatic will be playing Sandbox next Playday on Wednesday. That'll be game number 1. Till then, Envy Taylor, 감사합니다. Thank you very much, and Bubble as well, translator. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. 안녕.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And there it is. Good to hear from Envy Taylor, but they cut it close on this one, Jack. It's a comeback for a 7-5 win.
Yeah, they really did. And at one point, it didn't actually look like they were going to win it. They really had to force those last 3 rounds, being basically, 5-4 down, going all the way back to 7-5. And I think in the end, it was a game of where Talon looked, I think, team performance-wise, a little bit better. But Sandbox, they know that they've got the skill, the individual skill, that can just clutch it out even in that very last round. We saw Good Boy just have an instinctive kill that opened the round up and understanding what they needed to play for the kills, and they win generally their gunfights because they're generally the better players. And I think that was just the difference today.
It really felt like Sandbox almost flicked a switch in those final 3 rounds. We look at rounds 10, 11, 12. They planted in every single round. It was like they'd just instantly come alive. And I'll admit, at the start of the game, it didn't look so straightforward, did it? We saw round 1 and we saw the way that Talon flew out of the gate, and we were thinking, hang on a minute. And even then, one or two 1 versus 1s that were thrown into that. It was a game of clutches. There were a good couple of clutches thrown in there. Any of those go the other way, we could have been sat here still waiting for a result. We could have been waiting for overtime to finish.
Honestly, Talon really got so close to it, but Sandbox know that they have to win all 3 points because there's much tougher games that are coming ahead, like we heard from Envy Taylor. So it's good to hear from him, really, and be honest about the fact that it's really going to get tough, but they have to work for it.
Yeah, they do. It would be a stretch to say that they've played the best Siege this stage. I don't think they've have. I think they've, if you put it into a car analogy, I don't think they're out of 2nd gear yet, genuinely. This team's got a big skill ceiling, but I don't think they're anywhere near it yet.
All right. Well, now, next up is Fnatic versus Spear Gaming. Our question for this one is, can Spear land some points in this one? Because they did win in the opening day of the stage. Or Fnatic continue with their role? I know everybody wants to have Mag back on here to have a chat with him. So, hey, let's take a quick break. When we come back, it's Fnatic versus Spear Gaming.
Located by attackers. Attackers have recovered
He gets the shot, and Sandbox narrowly hold on to secure all 3.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. So now you're here again, knocking at my door.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North. We continue with Fnatic versus Spear Gaming. It's game number 3 out of 4 here in Playday number 4, the 2022 competitive season, stage number 3. That's a lot of numbers to keep in mind, but we're here to clear up the air. If we hit, how do you say it in different ways? Do you have a way to say clear up the air in Hullish?
I'd say clear up the air.
Clear up there. Yeah.
Clear up the air.
In Preston, is that what they say?
Yeah.
I'm just
We're getting doxed. We're getting hella doxed.
Screw it.
Anyways.
If anybody wants Milosh's address,
Yeah. Phone in and we'll send it.
phone in. We're starting a chat
Are
show of doxing each other.
God damn it. Anyways,
You started it.
no?
You started it.
Fair enough. I didn't intend to be this way, but here we are. I did mess up. Though, Fnatic, I hope it's... Anyways, Fnatic versus Spear. Let's talk about Fnatic because they have been on the rise. Just like my blood pressure in the past 20 seconds. Jack, help me out here.
Yeah, well, I don't know where they live, Milosh, but I tell you inside of the server that Fnatic have actually been getting a lot better recently, especially overcoming that big hurdle of the attacking win rate. It might not look that good on the left-hand side of your screen, just below Mag 50% attacking win rate, but when that was down at like 20% last stage, it's certainly improved. They're certainly looking better, and it really does look like they've turned a corner.
I think that Fnatic have often, for a long time, been waiting for this almost resurgence that everyone was expecting, weren't they? You know, when Mag came back into the roster, we were looking toward it and we were saying, what is the difference going to be? Because it's been long awaited. And slowly but surely, we are seeing that sort of come through from Fnatic. Again, there are a couple of problems, a little bit slower on those attacks. I think that's something that's going to come with time, with a bit more, time spent together, a bit more synergy. But, I mean, going up against Spear today, they should really be favourites.
Yeah, I think, Choppy and Chibi, the dynamic duo, they're looking really good. They're kind of younger front line that they've got going on and a nice amount of experience in the back line. Fnatic have got a lot of balance to this team now that I think they've been searching for.
And they have to continue on this run. Of course, things don't get easier next week. They play Sandbox, and Sandbox themselves were saying when we were just chatting with MV Taylor, like, oh, maybe they're not the toughest. No disrespect or anything, but just, to keep it in mind. So, hey, a lot of pressure on Fnatic also because They want to prove it to everybody. They have the Fnatic brand name with them. That comes with a lot of expectations, of course, some of the players that are there. However, on Spear Gaming side, they had a good opener to the stage, beating Fav, and also who's not beating Fav right now. So can they replicate that victory against Fnatic?
I'm not too sure. I think it's going to be a bit of a difficult one.
What do they have going for them?
They don't. I mean, they don't even have the fact that they are chaotic going for them anymore. It is fairly random. I'm going to be honest with you. It's kind of difficult to understand what they are trying to do as a team, because a lot of the things that we see them do just doesn't really make sense. We're seeing, you know, a lack of fundamentals, a lack of those basics that we often look for, whether that's teamwork, drone work, their information game. It's almost a bit like that copy pasta at this point, Jack.
There's a sprinkling of Stardust in one player, and that player is going to be Mephi. It's not saying, and I know that Crazy Boy was very particular about this in the interview when they did beat Fav. We don't build our strats around Mephi, but the outcome, what we see in terms of the tangible on the external, is that whenever anything good happens for them, Mephi is at the absolute center, at the epicenter of that. So if he can get going and they can really start kind of working in, even if it's a little cheese plays that just get him a double kill, that's what they need to start trying to do.
The Mephi center of success.
I could see your eyes light up. I could see your eyes light up.
We looked at each other when you said that. We both thought Mephi center. It's got a ring to it. It's got a ring to it.
There you go. We just coined the term. I'll just put it as us. It's our term.
Yep.
There you go. Collective, very much in this case. But let's take a look at our map for this series, as our teams are pretty much set and ready in the server, and the lobby is almost set for it. There we go. We got the call. It's ready, and Spear will have the final say. They'll take out Clubhouse and take us to a theme park. All right, I'm very excited about this. I like seeing theme park. I still think there's a lot of things that people can innovate on it. And then again, I'm not an analyst, so as a dummy host, they start on the attack, Fnatic on the defense. Does this fit any scenario, Jack?
I can't find history of either of these two teams in tier 1 playing theme park. Spear played it a little bit in the Korean Open, but in terms of preference, in terms of their banning strategy on it, Spear definitely like the map. That's why they've chosen to go there. For Fnatic, it's like and I said this with the last game, it's like the 8th preference map for Fnatic, but they are going to start defense on theme park in a best of 1. So it's strong.
Always a good thing to start on defense on theme park. You'll probably be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think theme park's been played at all this stage.
No.
In APAC North, yeah.
So realistically, we don't know what we're going to get here. This is, it's good. Uncharted territory. But both teams, obviously, fairly comfortable to go here. Failing that, maybe Fnatic lost the ban phase.
Big questions. Is it going to be Uncharted 1 or 2? That's always the question. Are you going to get, I haven't played the games, but are you going to get blown up by mines in the sea, or is it going to be something different?
There'll probably be a bit of explosive action, won't there?
There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
Maybe.
There's a lot of expectations on Fnatic's back in this one, and the hope is that they can meet them because of that pressure. Otherwise, you're starting to think, all these changes still haven't really gotten results out of it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It is the expectations of the org and the roster. You would expect Fnatic to get through, especially defense in a best of 1.
Alrighty then, gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's toss it then to our casters. We swapped them out. It's our lovely Happening. Enjoy.
Hello, it is us here bright and early and ready for action on Theme Park. And there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of who knows, and there's a lot of we will find out.
We will find out indeed, but what we do have to mention is that we are past the halfway point of the stage now, so these two teams really need to shape up well, depending on where they want to be at the end of the year. And as we get going, quickly glancing over all the bomb sites, there's a bit of a treat to see which the rotation will be.
There's another.
There's another, yeah.
There's a couple, at least.
It's a total of 4 bomb sites.
Wow.
Times 2.
That's 8 bombs.
2. That's 8 bomb chassis.
That's a lot of bomb chassis.
Yeah, it is.
I like...
Only ever 2 active in the same round.
Now, from the lore side of this game, it's all like, training exercises, getting themselves ready. But it is funny to imagine that it's like an actual sort of live fire scenario, and they just keep being like, oh, they got these 2 bombs. Well, we've got 2 more. Should we put these in a different room and try again? Yeah, cool. Let's go.
I feel very sorry for the construction crew that has to rebuild everything.
Yeah, like this is all real time. Imagine, God, that's the worst. If any contractors are out there, any DIY people, if Team Rainbow, if a guy called Harry comes up to you and says, listen, we've got this contracted job, just say no.
you're going to be working.
That's so much work. Like, assuming one game a day, you got to rebuild a building almost 12 times.
Yeah, depending on how many rounds they go, you know. Who knows? Maybe they do
huge, the biggest
12
budget,
round scrims.
The biggest budget expense from Team Rainbow as a military contractor is on plywood.
Exactly.
Hey, look.
And maybe the paint to get everything back
Maybe
into
the
the
paint.
normal colors.
Valkyrie, Azami, Dokkaebi, and Thatcher. Nothing too outlandish about these bans. Obviously, you know, Dokkaebi sort of found herself playing very well for these teams and in the current meta. She's had a bit of a play of preference. Nook is sometimes the other swap out there, but the Thatcher as well. You're looking at a bit of heft to theme. There's some hefty places and plays, and I feel like there's almost a little bit of a return to default because, as we said, we haven't really seen this map from these two teams.
No, we haven't really. So it's going to be good to see, first of all, which sides these teams want to play, and there's always a bit of variation in there as well, of course. And then second of all, how it will play out. Is the defense indeed going to be favored, which we do expect, or is the attack going to be able to provide some surprises? Now, normally when we have attack pause, we do analyze what we've seen before. However, we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, I can't really do that.
So cannot really do that. We could go back towards the topic that Des and Ace used, which was favorite desserts.
Yeah, what
flavors, because Des was made out to be a vanilla by Milosh.
Yeah, Milosh. I mean, I don't. That's not a conversation for broadcast. I'm based on puddings that he would like. Obviously, where this conversation is. I like cheesecake.
Cheesecake's nice.
Like a New York style.
Any toppings you want on top of that?
But in cheesecake form. No, because you just have like the sugar in it, the drizzled sugar.
No fruits. Just sugar.
Baby, I'm fruit enough.
All right. I was just wondering, you know, if you want a bit extra, but
we're back in the game. We'll save your favorite fruit until a little bit later. If we haven't had another pause halftime, we'll ask. So get thinking. Everyone at home as well. Fnatic. They're starting on defense here. Theme, defense, if we're going to cite the fact that we don't really have modern numbers for this map in this region, let alone numbers for these two teams, then as I said, I'm going to suspect it falls a little bit back towards default-esque plays. We've obviously got that in the standard set of bans that we'd see pretty commonly, but here, I'm going to think that your defense, Fnatic, is where you're going to have to try and make the most ground.
Quickly check in for last stage, because it was played once at that moment in time. A 73% defensive win rate. With 6 rounds won on Armory Throne, which is by no surprise going to be the first site we are at. Fnatic looking to start this off strong. Hoping to instantly put some rounds on the board and see if they can build up some momentum. Of course, Spear needing to work on that top floor control first. Get some drones in, get that information going, open up some verticalities if you have the opportunity to, just to set yourselves up to open up the walls directly to the site properly. There's a bit of a worry because there is roamers around on top Dragon.
Yeah, Choppy was there, sort of making a bit of a statement here. We've always got to remember where the site is, and Chipasu's going to be the first one that is getting in a confrontation. The drone just drops around the corner. Mephi gets that first connection. We talk about the importance of him as a player for this team, for this roster, and there he is. After that slightly screamed start, the drones are still getting themselves prepped up. It's a very good clear and bit of attention here, paid by Spear. They know that there's a big spread of the players, and it's not that they're entirely risking themselves for 1 versus 1s, as we see that there's drones rolling in, but look at the hold here, waiting for them to push across onto the split side of the other half, hoping they try and support around the computer end. The computer, which Royboy is getting that push in. You can see the hammer hit, doesn't quite get the connection with the nail of Ramu. He's able to get himself tucked in, another drone, another E1D, and he's about to find another player.
You heard Fnatic say last week they were on a giant win streak and wanted to continue that through APAC North as well. Mephi now looking to go for a bit of a challenge. Drones are coming out. Ramu has been spotted. Of course, not for one of those aces last time. Will not be landing one as of yet. As Mephi shuts him down. Spear stays in charge thus of this round. But they still need to clear out the majority of that top floor directly above the barrels area. Still 2 players around, one in the bedroom, one onto the arcade stairs. It is choppy though, that will start to fall back towards the site, so that soon is going to be one less player to worry about.
45 seconds and they can try and pull themselves back. You can see that Spear Gaming, they've had to go for a big claw back, and Lily finds Crazy Boy, gets one just on that final sprint back towards the site itself. They still have the kit. They also still have an electrified main 2 walls. The push only really open towards barrels at this moment in time, and with 30 seconds, they've really got to start trying to chug themselves in, otherwise it's going to be a bit of a deep drive. They find the electricity on the back wall. They're looking for the second. Can't go get the connection, but with 20 seconds, there's always a certain amount of time Cell must take to pop off. They've got the breach. Everything is being well sort of prophesized towards the defense of Fnatic. They know exactly where they need to angle their guns and ideas, but look at that, 5 seconds. Sayora gets one on the slip in. They missed the player inside split. They're tucked around into the box. Choppy, he doesn't quite get the win out there, and well, it's Mag on the back line. He's able to get the drop down, the C4 around the corner. It connects! Mag! A 1 versus 3 clutch in the dying throws! And what a moment to open us up.
He was just hiding right behind a throne, a room, waited for the swing to come in from barrels, finds the first, the second, and then the toss. That one was a bit scary because he saw the player walking out. At the moment he had his Nokia phone out, he's about to blow it up, but just in time. Well done. And that is round 1. On the way for Fnatic, but that did get quite close in the end there. That is not the way you'd like to lead off here. On Armory Throne, the side that has a 100% win rate over the last stage. So they need to improve slightly. Just get these last things sorted out properly.
Attackers need to locate.
And now it will be up to the top floor we go. Towards the bedroom, so you see it. That was just off contact. Sledge, no clue either. And that C4, that was just in time. Because the shots were coming his way. But a 1v3 clutch, just casually like that, you know? It's a good way to start off for Mag. Less so for Spear Gaming.
I mean, that was sort of it. I said they were last chance salooning it. There was the engagement inside split. You could see Choppy was waiting for exactly that. He knew roughly where one of the players was. He knew where the kit was going down. He wanted to sort of try and take the first engagement, win that out by the surprise fact, then likely swing onto the diffuser, because at that point you either force the diffuser carrier to stop planting, heads up, eyes locked, see if you can get the engagement, or just sort of suffer the fate, get dropped, lose the round anyway.
Now, Bunkin Daycare, the site that we're currently at, has only been won 1 times out of the 4 times it was played last stage. I know it's a very small sample size. It is going to be difficult to get some proper statistics out there, but it is something that it tells us. It is potentially one of the worst sites we might see today if that trend keeps going. So Fnatic, they need to make sure to have it on the lock and key here. As the hatches quickly open up again, of course, they do not really provide any pressure really from the attack towards the defense, because all you can really do is drop down, and that usually results into death if you do not have control. So, I mean, it's there, it's an option, but more than just throwing in drones or utility pieces, not going to be much of a threat.
Now, Murphy, what can you find with the chance of grenades potentially underneath here? There's a lot of soft pockets, but with the angles open, the hatch has a power position that you can sort of respond to. It makes it a little bit tricky to get yourself comfortable in a position to start striking. So some attention has to be paid and drawn elsewhere. You can see that there's a bit being paid towards Cafe. Once again, Spear, they've gone with a slightly wider approach here. The 2 players stacked up either side of the kitchen swinging window, hoping to see if somebody decides to take a little bit too much of a strong step onto the checkered floor and suffer because of it. But the shotgun is, I was going to say, kept well at bay there. The rip of the C4 is the turn. They're holding on to each other. What's going to come through first? The burn of the flashes. The grenade's going to come up from underneath. They're looking to get rid of that warden, potentially just tucked in there, but forced off of one angle, and the grenade doesn't come behind it.
As of yet, I believe that the ADS is soon to be recharging as well, so some more safety will be found. Luckily for Spear, the first C4 already been used. There is sort of a bit of a safe way in to go for the rappel because of this double reinforced wall, so break room might soon get into the hands of the attackers. There's going to be a Selma placed. The mute jammers will stop it from detonating as of yet. Ramu and Mephi will both find a kill as an L gets traded out to 2 on 3.
Yes, not just one apiece. It's suddenly locked in. There's a shotgun around the corner. Mag brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Choppy. Oh, he's holding, he's waiting, he's striking at the right time. Pops on the other side of the train to try and deliver the train pain. But the connection doesn't quite come through. You can see Mag's got the rotate there. He's slightly closer, a great take from Mephi, and suddenly a 1 versus 1. Once again, Mag is in that last alive situation. Do they know where he is? They're going to see if they can try and bait out the plant. There's the shotgun. There's the pop, and there it is! Mag played it perfectly. There was a second of panic there, and
I don't know, he just did a bit of a shuffle, wasn't it?
Just a dance.
Just a little bit of a dance.
He emoted on them.
Like playing on a dance step, what's it called? Dance mat right there. And
yeah.
Suddenly walked out, got the shotgun kill. It's the second time in a row that he wins out on the final kill and finds Fnatic a second round on the board as well. But again, close. It keeps on getting close. And that is something you do not want to see if you're a Fnatic fan right now on that defense. But hey, as long as they get the round wins, they do get the round wins. Those eventually do count. Headed up towards initiation and office next. The other top floor site.
It is often known as that.
Yeah, it's the second top floor.
Factually correct as well.
I'm not telling lies here. Not catching me in those.
We're not lying.
No, we're not lying.
We ain't lying.
Usually you see a bit of an extension here towards bunk daycare, which we have just seen. And as you see those rotations being made as well towards the scaffolding, towards the top of yellow stairs, that basically tells you what you need to know. They are going to be extending out towards the west, but have the opportunity to quickly lock that off in case it falls as well.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Now, 2 rounds deep, 2 rounds in, and 2 players combined so far have a total of 10 kills, 6 in the pockets of Mags, 4 in Mephi. It's sort of a bit of a spread of a fight across it and says, or highlights how close these rounds have been, that we're having both teams have a big sort of bit of presence. Both teams are having these players dig in, but Mag has just been that difference there across the board. He's got himself now in this stress situation of how much impact can the backline player be, because you don't really want the backline player, the support, to be the one that has to take the load and take these final engagements, but at least they are stepping in as the pressure here comes across onto the side of Cafe Flores. Is often very well picked and played here. It gets you a little bit of a lead in, the tricky drone spots, the drive behind anybody that might be hanging around inside Cafe itself. They're concerned about the drone hole, they're concerned about that arcade stairs player.
Yeah, rightfully so, because it is going to be quite difficult to take control of Cafe if you cannot really get out. Because if you just look at it right now, there's basically 3 guns pointed towards that direction as Ram just swings on the window, finds Crazy Boy and takes him out. There's going to be no more air jets to be deployed, so these flanks are definitely going to be on for Fnatic. They're down in the round, if they even do get that far.
2 rounds in a row now. Ramu's been able to get that early entry kill, and we're seeing both that double boy pairing, Roy and Crazy, suffering either side of it. They haven't really been able to dig themselves in, but the Nomad, that control of the loose potential players of Fnatic, I'm curious if that's going to be something that leads back in. I think there's a disc there is. That first one will get caught out. The Umai is in a position where he's not quite got a second to throw down. Are they suspecting it? They hop in for the fight. Chibisu and Sayora trade out. Lily gets the lock in. Mac does go down. Mephi, he's suddenly in an engagement. Wins it out an arcade. Flicks towards where he thinks the second might be coming from. Peppers a couple of shots, but suddenly a 2 versus 2. Barely any health, and once again a massive explosive entrance here for Spear.
Wanted to go for the reinforcement there on the side of Fnatic as Roy does get locked out by the smoke canister. Gives some time for Spear Gaming to quickly get some information out. That is going to be a very well used Gemini replicator there. Knows exactly where Chibisu is going to be located, and they can start working towards isolating him. Actually, the drone hole might have actually been able to spot out those feet earlier on.
Well, they've got the kit back. They obviously took a very aggressive drop into the hatch here, and they're eyeing up their chance towards initiation. They're looking on the split, the hop over the top, and the burn of the flashes. The Buck makes sure that they're able to sprint through, swing, and get themselves a little bit of a jiggle, but they actually double think it, pull back and rotate round to the opposite side, onto the back of the vault. They're looking to get the hop round. They're looking for a wider angle, but you're looking at not a lot of time. Buck, you got to try and find this engagement. Pre-fires the angle, gets the connection. Roy Boy finds one. Choppy has to return a pocket full of seconds here. Mephi's looking for the fight, and he finds it. Spear, they finally get around just over the edge. They're first and 3.
I mean, it has been 3 very close rounds, Emmy, so finally the coin flips their side and they're able to pick one up. And they'll be more than happy with that, considering, we've all said it, it is a very defense-sided map theme park. Fnatic starting off here is supposed to give them that advantage for the remainder of the half, meaning that Spear cannot afford many mistakes. Every round that Spear picks up here is going to be making their life a lot more easy when they do head over towards the other side. And given by how close it's been so far, I mean, we've seen a 1v3 clutch from Mac, we've seen a 1v1 eventually to come out, and this again, a 1v2, this time in favor of Spear. Really shows you that there is a lot more potential for Spear Gaming to pick up some important points here today, so, or rounds, rather, before we speak of points. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up in a 4-2 for Fnatic or a 3-3 even split, depending on how things have been going so far.
Okay, Spear finally pushed herself over that edge. Robo gets a couple of connections. I said at the start they hadn't quite been able to have the biggest impact, and you're looking at a Buck and the impact that they can sort of have here. The holes that Fnatic are doing, there's these big pockets of soft. They're doing this full extension on the side of Throne as well. They're making sure that they sort of force a fight on the second story, which a lot of teams try and take, but usually there isn't this much put between them and it itself. But it allows that Buck to be a little bit more impactful, and I say that they've changed off this time around. The Jackal might be the Trackle here.
Of course, hoping to get some information on those roamers. Gotta make sure you don't instantly get your head removed by Ramu, who managed to do that for the Nomad. Not quite the same role, but of course is there for flank watch. Eventually didn't hurt them too much on the side of Spear. Check out that
double claymore.
Double claymore. One might get shut out, but the second one definitely not, I guess. Hope they don't use an impact grenade to get rid of it. I'll get both.
It's the classy move.
Oh. One blocks the other lasers as well, by the way.
Yeah,
just thinking of it, so you don't even know it's two until you jump in.
All right, well. Can't quite get the pass that way around, so the drone's going to hop through the window that's already been cleared on the pressure put by Roy Boy. There's the catch on the Mozzie Pest, and they seem to be angling themselves towards the site with a little bit more pace than they did last time round. There was a fight on the second story. Dragon's fallen a little into their favor. Another catch, and I think maybe another Pest there. They're really limiting the approach and the stop here. It's a great bit of coordination from the side of Spear. They're making sure that the calls on this utility push are coming together, but this time Fnatic, they're not giving them anything. Look how much quicker Fnatic has peeled back at least 40 seconds earlier than they did last time, minus, obviously, Ramu, who's trying to get the third entry in a row.
That's it, right? You're in such a good turtle position. You really want to be abusing that as Fnatic do not take the fights too much to the outside. As Ramo had been stunned, fell back now towards the barrels as well. Up onto the side he goes. Not going to be locking it off, even though they do have a reinforcement. It's a bit too dangerous with someone out on those windows. And that leaves us with 5 players currently on the site. So, Spear Gaming, they need to find themselves an opening. They have one in barrels, but prefer to open one with a breach as well. And after that, they just need to start isolating these players.
I mean, you need that width. You need the sort of extra wiggle room from the pressure that you can put on the backside of Thrones. They can't just play it as a bit of a no man's land and huck over hefty bits of utility towards it back. He's paying attention as the man of the previous moment last time round, and look at this, all 10 players. If we thought the previous rounds were explosive, this one is really teeing itself up to be dynamite. As the walls still sit, we can hear the one at the bottom of yellow, I believe, getting broken open. Crazy Boy has the width from the side of barrels. Sayura's got a setup there onto split, and we've only got 15 seconds. So Roybo puts pressure onto the back end. They're swinging their way in, trying to find the fight on split. There's a almost freebie. Ramu has the cover. Chibisu gets one apiece. 3 versus 3, 5 seconds an L. He's going to see if he can stick it. The door of split is being watched, and one out by Mephi. The 2 remaining players drop. There's the C4, Spear Gaming. Just with the cover from Dragon Door, both of them ran into it, and both of them blindsided.
Both ran out with C4s in hand as well, not having a clue there was still a player out on Dragon to support them, take them down as they ran through. Well done by Spear. A good lockout. And he might have that good turtle setup, but first of all, I have to say, player inside a split
unaware of the explosion that just happened a feet behind him. That could have definitely been a game changer if he turned around, got that kill, and was back right into the breach to stop them from moving in. But besides that, Spear did it really well there. They, took that top floor under control. They shepherded them back towards the side, not having to worry about any roams or flanks to come through. This is maybe the moment where Fnatic should have had someone inside Drug Lab, for example, or storage room, so you could strike them from behind. This is the second time in a row they have opened up the yellow wall, so that should tell you something.
I mean, you really have to give credit to Spear's sort of coordination here. I'm not sure, without being inside their strat books, whether it's entirely a read on how Fnatic like to sort of play, whether it's this map or not, whatever they've pulled together. The way they're sort of pushing them back into the team and the way they're doing these executes, regardless of if it's there at the sort of 10-second mark or if it's a minute earlier, as we've seen in the previous rounds, it's not always been an entire sweep into their favor, but it is precise. All 5 players are moving at the same time. There doesn't really seem to be one that isn't aware that there's a 3-2-1 go count happening. Whereas, as you said, Fnatic, they're getting a little bit lost behind it because this strike of Spear is relentless.
Yeah, for sure, and that to imagine it could have been 4-0 for Spear Gaming right now if so many other rounds were able to be locked out a bit earlier or more efficiently. So again, wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a 3-3, maybe even a 4-2 for Spear. Now there is going to be an ammo on the board, on Crazy Boy. Intriguing to see how that one will be working out. That could either be from the hatch from below, from barrels potentially, or from the windows and break room. Of course, not located there as of yet, but we might develop that way later on.
A bit of breach, bit of damage done, and a little bit of attention being paid once again towards this, the power position of Ramu. They sort of played a bit of a flash game from underneath last time round, but they couldn't quite get the connection with the grenades behind it, and then Ramu was able to make a connection with the player's head, so it became a bit of an awkward push. Maybe that's why they've instead gone for this. A little bit more attention paid towards computer, focus down themselves on towards initiation. They're in a position, tight with a shotgun, that we know that they're very adept with, and they have the option to fall back if they do so please, but Spear, they're doing this same game they did before, weighing things up. Crazy Boy, what are you planning?
I think it's the hatch in barrels, and otherwise it is going to be the window into break. However, that might be a bit more dangerous. There is going to be some thorn devices set up there, so you might actually find yourself getting killed or at least alerting the opposing player on the other side.
I mean, I'm wondering if it might come on the back of an attempted push here onto the Warden to see if they can try and get a connection. There it is. No audio, no cover. Who you're looking for, you don't find him. Ramu, once again, gets that opening body, gets that take. Mephi's able to find one in the back, but Mag with a shotgun locks in. Shoppy and NL once again find a body apiece, but dropped in the midst of it. It's just NL. Fnatic, they're able to hold on to the sort of edge there, and although Spear Gaming once again went with the batten down the hatches approach here, unfortunately, the boat has been topsy-turned. 3-2 now, with one more round to play. Fnatic, they pull back.
It's the first real comfortable round that Fnatic has been able to win throughout this matchup so far. The others came down from clutches, and this was due to the fact that they locked themselves in quite well. They played it passively enough, but also aggressively enough at the same time, where they didn't give any space towards Spear and basically forced them into just, well, a Hail Mary. They needed to do something. They needed to just try and attempt a push, and that's what they went for there. Amaro going into break. They knew there was going to be these thorn traps out there, so needed to move out instantly. Could not wait for a second. Pushes you right into the crossfire of Ramu, who was waiting for it. And that is basically the pressure locked off from the complete south side. You don't need to worry about south anymore. The only place that can come from is either Cafe or the yellow stairs. And that's where all the guns of Fnatic were aimed at. So well done by them, good, well read, and quickly taking care of south, important.
Okay, Fnatic, one more swing, one more chance here on your defense to see if you can try and just get a bit of breathing room, a bit of wiggle room. Spear, as you've sort of pointed out a couple times, they are in a good stead. They're in a good bout of pressure and position. They've been able to sort of cement themselves across some of these attacks, and unfortunately been so close, but then a Fnatic player just puts a paw into the lovely wet cement and leaves their mark for all eternity. So, can they make one more contribution here before they have to find themselves trying to defend against the Fnatic approach.
At least they already have those 2 rounds. Those will be more than helpful. If we look at normal percentages, of course, around the globe. Now that might differentiate a little bit here, but you have to remember that Spear could have been 4-1 up right now. Looking to find a 5th round. Yes, I will continue repeating this until we do head over towards the next half, and maybe even continues through that. Spear is looking to try and find an entry yet again. It is Fnatic that might have just figured out how to play against this Spear by playing it slow enough where they don't really have any pick, any opening they can go for, forcing them to make mistakes.
Oh, for my money, Spear are a game that seems to try and make their own openings in life. They're very much ready to go for slightly wider splits. There is that Arcade Stairs player that actually was caught a bit earlier. Once again, Ramu, the name that's trying to find that opening engagement. He's in a stricter position. The Flores is doing business on the other side of the map as well. As a bit of destruction reigns over the approach around Dragon onto the cash room. So they get themselves a little bit more of an option, a plan B, or a plan C, or a plan D, or to be honest, 5 plans operating at once is sometimes Spear's MO.
It's very long angles though from the cash room, so they need to be very careful if someone wants to thread in there. But what Spear currently is worried about is, first of all, team flash, but that happens. It is going to be some blind repel-ins. It's going to be entry though. Maffy will find Max somehow.
Here it is, the entry on their favor. They don't quite get the connection. The player jiggling around either side. Chibisu gets one, and Lily somehow escaped. Really should have been netted and fished off there. Crazy Boys looking for the split on the angle. They're not entirely sure where he's gone with a massive explosive entrance. They're able to find their route through into the opposite half. They have some attention paid towards the site, but the loose player on yellow stairs. NL finds Chibisu as well. Ramu is ready to strike. They rotated their way underneath. The pressure starting to hit against the remaining Fnatic players. The drone, Lily, he slips on by, takes a massive bit of damage, but there's one. There's a rotate. Ramu puts a little bit of damage in. Seora keeps fighting into the site itself. They found their way through inside initiation and inside everything inside the site. Ramu, he's all that's left. NL is going for the plant behind the back. The smoke could not quite hold it off. He's in a similar situation as to the first round. Post plant 3 versus 1 clutch, but this time he does not have the planter. Heads down to give themselves a little bit of the swing and the luck that was offered towards Mag. Slow and steady Ramu as he creeps. He's wanting a gift, but you look at the position held just round onto the left there of the door. They've got themselves on the pillar where the kit is. They're not revealing it, and well, there's the pillar player.
I was going to say, the Scylla player just sitting in the same spot. One of the Fnatic players was in earlier. Not checking that corner. And that is going to be the 3-3. The even splits that Spear is going to be looking for and has found now. And over to the defense they go. Armory Throne seeming to be their first sight as well, as they feel an opportunity for some good points here against Fnatic, because it is a defense side of map, and them being able to pick up 3 rounds on the attack is already huge, but it should have been more. And that means they are in control of this game, at least up until this point. Because yes, the Siege is a game of 2 halves, which means that it might be completely different now in terms of the power balance. Maybe Fnatic is just going to be absolutely stomping and rolling them on the attack. It could happen. Who knows? Well, we'll know in a couple of minutes, but Spear, they have done everything they needed to do on their attack themselves. Now they just need to lock it off here on the defense. That is basically what is going on in their minds. And none of them have used the tactical timeout yet, which is also huge.
3 apiece.
3 apiece.
3 apiece. Delicious, balanced, everything in its place, as all things should be.
I know that reference, don't worry.
5 seconds left before insertion.
3 apiece, and we'll see who gets the next bite. Fnatic, you know, I think it's fair to sort of say that it's a game of 2 halves. It's a game of 2 halves, but I really love the coordination that Spear's been able to put down. It feels sharper, it feels a little bit more together. And okay, yeah, I know, they're on attack. That's the point. Defenders are trying to react to what the attack is bringing, who are reacting to structural changes more than player positions. But at the same time, I really think that's an energy that Spear have just flown very, very well. And Fnatic, they kept finding themselves in these very scrappy trade positions that Spear, even in the rounds that they lost, still often got the upper hand on.
As Fnatic now is on that attack, they need to find themselves some openings, but there is a bit of pressure coming down. Might have actually been able to hit the head there if he did go down a little bit. Or holding a very tight angle, has been spotted. Now where he's going to be at, but not a real threat as long as he's all the way in the back of the mezzanines there. Is being tossed in. Cafe seems to be a priority point here for Fnatic, but they're not quite punching through yet. They've changed the side actually, their initiation. Even though I thought it was going to be Armory first. Wow. Which of course makes sense with they have the extension here.
Yeah, it does. And Mephi, they've definitely been deadly throughout this game. They sort of commented on it early on that between them and Mag over the first 2 rounds, they'd been able to get 10 total. Now Mephi sits at 10 total and Mag's only been able to find, I was going to say one more, but there's a second. Adds on, talk about them in this game, and they seem to be able to get on the back of it. This grenade, or this attempt on a grenade, maybe to clear utility here. There's a frost mat and a mute jammer that makes things a little bit tricky. And now there's still both. It rolled a bit too far.
Choppy Dough that walks in, finds Mephi, is going to be able to clear out that window and its utility as well, provide some safety for his friends, Ramu, who just have jumped in. So the top slowly starting to fall west has been taken by Fnatic. Now they have direct openings towards this side. It's just that they are going to be vaulting holes, so that is something they need to be aware of. You preferably open those up as well. And that would be a very good pick for that. Or maybe Selma's onto the reinforced wall also works.
Yeah, not a jammer there, unless it was previously taken out that we didn't quite see. That wall's going to get popped open, makes things pretty tricky to sort of dig in on the half the width now that the attackers can apply towards the door, the lock-in, and also more importantly, the hop-in. You can get yourself in, have a bit of cover elsewhere, and suddenly it makes it very awkward. That's it, NL. He has to go with a wider swing, and with the pressure that's coming down onto the computer there, the hatch has been opened. They're inside the site behind the pillar, going wider and wider. They wanted to keep going, even though the kit was being planted there for just a second. Lily with a huge win out. Siora gets one back. You're looking at 10 seconds. Mag heads down this time. They're probably not going to swing too aggressively either side. A post-plant situation. 2 players. Only takes 1, though. Fnatic, they find their first attack.
Well done, and as they took west, it's okay, so basically this side, you can either play it very, very turtly. Like you are in a site, you do not extend westwards. This hold that they did is the usual hold we see is when they do extend towards Bunk and Daycare. But if that falls into the hands of the attackers, they have these direct lines in, and you no longer have these crossfire or cross lines of sight that you are hoping to set up, of course, by extending westwards. Normally what you see is an east approach from Top Dragon, from computers, from Cash Room, and because you have extended so far backwards, so far much more towards a Daycare, yellow stairs, all that kind of stuff, you have these long angles you can use to deny them entry off the actual site without being a direct risk. So Fnatic played into that well by attacking directly from the west, and it's something I like to see. You do not see it quite often, or often enough, I have to say, that teams just, you know, go through the rough part there, because it just makes it easier once you do decide and once you do get control of it.
Spear, they sort of lent themselves in a bit tighter there against the approach. Fnatic, there was still a couple of moments where I was a little bit like, when they started planting for a second, and then the cover of the plants just kept on going, kept on swinging into a fight, which they then lost. It forced Mag to have to stop planting.
Yeah.
Those are the little things that you have to be attentive to when you're trying to piece together who is in sort of control and who is in charge of that drive, that coordination and communication. Because we know that it's a Fnatic roster that's still trying to find it. Oh, goodbye, Roy Boy. Chibisu with an early grenade take gets the Jaeger, ironically, off the board first.
It's always ironic when you see that, the Jaeger to be taken out by a grenade as the opening kill. If only he had kept a ADS in pocket, could have saved his life. But he quick entry there into the drug lab and storage room as well from Chibisu is just there to potentially lock off and shut down any rotations that might occur. And remember what I said the last time when Spear was attacking on Fnatic? Fnatic should have had someone in that area as a defender to strike them as they were going for a yellow wall opening. Now, they do have someone out there, so if Spear Gaming does have the idea of shutting them down if they do decide to go for that opening, there is going to be Chibisu to shut them down.
Imagine if Jaeger could attach an ADS to his back.
That would be funny.
It would be the opposite of how useful Wamai attaching a disc to his back would be. Oh, that's a really bold run there, NL, and almost pays off. Choppy gets one. Crazy Boy catches that final sprint. He went for the impact trick. I thought he would peel back. He had different ideas and got a double out of it. Lost to the third player, but suddenly Fnatic, they went from full cruise control, a fight onto the site and flooding their way through, to surprise, I am the one inside the cake and I have a gun. 2 of them left versus 3. They're going to see if they can try and steady themselves through from barrel room. They at least got the breach open, true, but now it's just Chibisu and Lily left on the back end to see if they can try and pull the pieces back together.
We have 2 on site, 1 still off site, so all they can really do is try and get in from barrels here, but there is going to be a bit of a sneak here. Crazy Boy about to come around the corner with the MX4 Storm, has to fall back. They know exactly where he's going to be at right now. Hopes got more aggressive, just misses the head, and the grenade lands right behind him, and it's going to be the support that comes in from Dragon. Chibisu will find him as well, however, a triple kill for him, and it's only up to Ciora now with the Scorpion. It's actually quite usable again. He needs to find a double kill to lock it off for Spear here, otherwise Fnatic might get away with it again.
Well, now they have the reveal. They're playing this with the time they had left, and he's got to try and move into a situation. Gets the down onto one, looks for the second, and finds it. Ciora!
And as I said, the Scorpion, very usable again, finds the double kill, locks it off. And Spear, they managed to stand because Fnatic, they hope to flood the site. Now, there was going to be that slight hiccup, you know, missed impact grenade, but at least you got 2 kills out of it in the end. I think you made up for it at that point. Together with the support from the MX4 Storm to find yet another. And Spear, they equalized that score.
God, that was a round of 3 acts.
It was. It was
a whole.
really
That was a whole Shakespearean tragedy or comedy, depending on what time and team you support.
Oh well. That means that one is locked off. They cannot go straight back down towards Throne. Didn't even see the full defense properly tested. Was an early opening. Quick breach. Followed by a rush that failed. But you know, they'll be more than happy with that on the side of Spear because they can keep that full execute or... what?
No, I need to claim that Siege Tales bundle that leaves on October 13th.
Yeah, you need to make sure you claim it. It's actually quite good. Yeah,
it's very cute.
It's very cute. Don't know what I was saying anymore.
Sorry.
But back to it. Defense still holds for the next time they go Armory Throne. And they managed to win the round, so that's all that matters for Spear.
So, over to Bunk, over to the opposite side of the second story. And, wow, Fnatic, things slightly fell apart there on that rush because of that positioned player. Things... I mean,
it's the last position you wanted someone to be in.
Back as well. It's the main position you didn't really expect anyone to be in as well. It was a gamble that I'm not even sure they knew that they were making at the time. But to be honest, sometimes that's Spear Gaming. I think as somebody who's watched and enjoyed this roster for a long time, there's always those moments where you go, did they mean to do that?
I mean, the wall opens up, and he realized that as well. And it's like, I might as well just stay here in the middle of the room, you know? Just go for it, see if I can get some, because I can see them, they cannot see me. They probably don't expect me to go back aggressive on that wall. So, element of surprise, working out quite well for them. And Fnatic thus needing to slow it down a bit more next time. And probably in this round as well, as Cafe being contested a little bit by Chibisu. Had quite a good round last round. 3 kills coming through. I'll see a bit more of that on that Yana.
Steadying as it goes, as it seems to be on Throne. It's a lot of external steady work at first. It almost has sort of played itself as a little bit of forcing positions. You've got that extension that you've got to play around Arcade. If you're looking towards Cafe, you can see that that's where that's being paid towards. You've got to pay the respects towards the jump out on barrels, or maybe even the far end on the Cubby and Pantry supply line. But here, with the first bit of attention being sort of ominously directed towards Crazy Boy and NL, you can see Spear is holding on. They're shuffling their feet. They're getting themselves tucked in and burning some utility to keep themselves locked there for now.
Choppy almost finding someone vertically there, just a little bit off. Chibisu will open up. I'm on a very long angle here from Break Room, hoping to find someone passing by as NL goes quite low. Not sure how. Literally 1 HP, anything. Just the bounce of a flashbang would kill him.
Well, this is what I talked about, the direction towards those two players, but they've moved in. Siora replaced the first body. Lily finds the fight on Arcade Stairs, and they're able to at least keep the momentum behind it. Siora, though, he's looking for one more engagement. They know exactly where he is. Can he get one more before he's dropped? Can he even get himself rotated back? No, is the answer, Mephi. Certainly all that's left as Mag was able to peek one up on the far end as well. He's sort of playing this crux position. He's hoping somebody drifts out of Cafe, but you can see the drones. And unfortunately for him, the reveal of the player. The slight pulse of that is going to give him this first. He sprays and almost connects with the second. It's a rotate either side. It's a post-plant situation as well. Fnatic have got themselves very well propositioned here for this approach. They've got themselves either side of draw. They've actually even hopped further away into initiation. They know he's got a lot of land to cover.
I was going to say Mephi somehow snuck himself in between 3 players there. There's no way he was going to get out of that alive. He shows himself. It's going to be triangles suddenly right upon him there. Fnatic, they win 5-4 currently. One more round needed to find a point out of this matchup and to continue their streak to what they hope to be a season in that top 4, preferably top 2 to make it to the major. Because, of course, if you are watching NA, if you're watching EU, the top 4 makes it to the major. However, for APAC North or South, because APAC as a whole is a region that gets to send 4 teams, means that North and South both send 2.
Yeah.
And we have less play days. So everything matters more.
There is a total, including today, of 12 remaining points to be picked up.
Yes. And still enough for some of the teams to be making it to the top 2. Technically, everybody could be making it at that point.
The major concern for both his teams is both of them still have to play Cyclops.
Yeah.
Fnatic still have to play Sandbox and Talon, but Sandbox are obviously a terrifying team on the day and one of the current top 2, if not the current top 1, actually, with their points they got earlier. Spear still have Cyclops. They've got DWG Kia and they've got Reject. So they've got the 2 other teams above them.
The thing is, though, right? If you want to be making it to the major, you need to be able to beat the teams that are playing.
Oh, you got to be the best
region, right? So
if you want to win a major, you got to be every single team in the world. That's
sure. And I mean, that might not be the direct goal of these teams. It might be something they want to work on in long term. But I guess qualification is what they go for first. And if you look at Fnatic, if they do win this game, that pushes them up into 3rd place suddenly. That is within striking distance of making it. And that has like been 2-3 years would have tried to do so. They are super close now if they do continue to streak.
The sultry sound of a DMR slamming into a window. It's the constant, as it has been for a while, and almost takes out 2 players either side. Ramu looks for the engagement against NL, who suffers once again. They are a little bit better off than they were in the previous round when they got into an early engagement, but still. It turns what is any sense of sturdy towards a little bit of flimsy. Mephi, they're next. They're the player that you sort of want to survive as long as possible. They've been a big driving force. Siora alongside them as well. The 2 of them have really kept Spear gunning and gaming against the onslaught of Fnatic. They've had a little bit more of a balanced push here. Crazy boy. He really surely feels that the Reaper is close.
Just wonder how Mephi took some damage out there, as that is from the hatch. You don't often see that. Lily taking out Crazy Boy, just looking over the edge right there, almost falling off, but he finds the kill. That's the opening. And suddenly that is a giant gap in between. The Claymore kill to Royboy as well. Hope to go for a double jump out, because there is, of course, 2 players up on that rappel. And that truly opens things up for Fnatic here to at least secure a point.
Yeah, Royboy wanting to take a risk. We haven't seen a single jump out this game, but it's always a little bit of an expectation. It's sort of like playing Consulate. You have a fear that it's going to happen at all times, and you have to be prepared for it. And, well, they were prepared for it. A minute on now. The 5 versus 3 situation. We've seen this turn away from both teams throughout this game so far. Fnatic have to be the ones to try and cement it. And as I said, they've been a very good team at sort of a 5-player slap against the opponents. Siora and Mephi alongside NL being that slight difference maker. Can they try and just keep them rebuffed?
Here comes some of the breaches that will ease up the walking towards the side, but a head gets spotted out, ducking right behind the pillars. So NL's going to be finding himself in a bit of a power position here. They need to clear him out if they want to go for a plant, but he will be full blind. Mephi finds one, still full blind. Mac finds NL. Now the plant goes down. The cover needs to be on point. The CR strikes back.
The smoke is blocking any of the ideas and angles. A big rotate towards initiation. Mephi doesn't quite get the connection though and gets caught on his rotate back out. Seora locked inside the computer room, as we all generally are. Is looking just to try and bite his way back into the site, but this is a gauntlet of guns. He's got to try and move his way past the first. Doesn't quite get the connection. Assumed they'd be lying down. They're up, and they're up. 6-4. Fnatic have guaranteed themselves a point, but they want the full 3 to leapfrog DK and find themselves fighting for 3rd place.
That is what they are looking for indeed, but a tactical timeout has been called by Spear. They need some time to talk because it is starting to slip away here from them. And now, going back to those first 2 rounds where Mag had a nice little clutch on the board, that could have been 6-4 for them right now.
Could have?
Could have been. It's not the case.
Hey, what's your favorite dessert? I said I'd get you with this.
You asked me for fruit earlier, though. You told me
I
to
said
think
dessert.
about fruit. No,
you got 20
actually,
seconds.
You actually said fruit.
Okay, well, what's your favorite fruit?
I like bananas. They are a power fruit.
Cool. Great power fruit. All right. I said I would ask you that, and I did. Okay, Fnatic, they are on the precipice of 3 points. They've guaranteed themselves at least 1, which does bring them as a points balance with DK after their loss earlier on in the day. Spear, they're sitting on the wrong end of that. The maximum they can now take is the 2 that would actually just draw them with Fnatic's current scoreboard. They'd be able to jump Talon, but they would only go from 7th to 6th. And that is a gap that is going to get wider and wider with, after this, only 9 more points potentially ahead of them. And CAG still to play, maybe cementing themselves at breaking into double digits. So, it's important. It's high pressure, high intensity, high value.
Yeah, and especially if you look at how much in control they were for the majority of that first half. They've kind of just fallen off as soon as they went over to the defense. Kind of proving the point that it seems like attack has been favored today here on Theme Park, and of course for now we do have the extra attacking rounds in, but Fnatic looking to expand on that. They find 1 more, it's gonna be a full 3-pointer, and that will keep their dream of making it to the major very realistically alive. Because 3rd place, that is not bad. And of course, you know, you don't longer qualify for playoffs. It's just a direct invite for the top 2. But you stay within range, and that is most important. And then if you find any of those top teams on an off day and you just have the best days of your life, or maybe you're just better overall, you find yourselves going to the November Major.
This could be the best days of your life. I don't know what that's from. I think that's like an old advert from the 90s.
I was going to say, I don't know this reference, so I'm sorry if I, again, broke the law.
Easy just said whispered something in my ear.
Yeah, I don't know what he said.
He got goosebumps. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Fnatic. What can you do here? The pressure is obviously more intense on the side of Spear, but it's always that awkward situation where sometimes if you're so close, that's when you're at the most pressure. And sometimes some teams operate very, very well. We're on the back foot here. Spear has been one of those teams that's somehow been able to thread things together. They're still missing that sort of 5-barreled approach that they're able to have on their attacks here. I think the drive was a drive for those players that haven't quite been able to get the full connection with the gun game that otherwise has been a little bit more even-handed from the side of Fnatic. I think some of the intel has been a little bit sloppier from their side, but they're sitting there on match point. So we always have to remember that at the core of this, it's an FPS.
It is. If you manage to kill all players, you will win that round. You do not even need to play the objective, but, you know, it's always, of course, centered around the site itself. That grenade could have killed him there. Tiopi goes down. Shura wants to go. Oh, that's a Frostmat. That is very unfortunate to lose a player like that. The doesn't know the Nook, though.
Oh, they see the camera get caught out, and it's still Ramu able to get the strike. And a strike! Ramu over the top takes Mephi's head off as well. The camera being dropped. I mean, it was a very big risk because that reveals that there's a player there, and they just kept moving behind it and got lucky that they were a bit tighter than expected. The second stack up was the cherry on the top of the cake, but You can see now it's a line of guns from the side here of Spear Gaming. They've lost those two huge fraggers that have otherwise been able to fight them through most of these rounds. It's down for the time for these three to show up, show them what they can do. The rotation underneath from Ramu still has both grenades. Might see if they can try and potentially open up an angle, draw some attention. Oh, the steady creep and clear here over the top of... Oh, there's a freebie!
Ramu catches Crazy Boy! Oh, doesn't spot out the next one though. Royboy will try and respond. Soon though, 45 seconds on the clock. Mag, who's been having an incredible game so far, is going to get that diffuser down. The pressure comes in from the top of yellow, but Royboy gives his position away. Just swings out at the worst possible timing. This could be the end of it. It's only up to him now in a 1v3 situation. Can he shut it down? Can he put a 1v3 clutch on the board himself? That is the big question if they want to stay alive for points here.
I mean, it's so awkward to try and fight your way back in here. It's literally a wall of walls. They have the angle, gets one on the pre-fire and doesn't stop firing, hoping to get the second swung in. It was a good idea, but you can see Fnatic aren't playing around. They take the full 3 points, 7-4, and it looked a bit dicey for the first 8 or so rounds, and since then, Fnatic found their pace.
Yeah, well done by Fnatic. They set themselves in third place, at least for now. And they will continue their streak in APAC North that they will be more than happy to keep up with here. And I have to say, Mag had an incredible game, especially the first 2 rounds. Important, clutching them out. 13 kills overall. I think he's very happy with that result.
I mean, for everything that we can sort of say about how there were moments where Fnatic seemed a little bit decisive, one thing was, or indecisive, one thing wasn't, and that was Mag playing the plant. 4 plants over the 5 rounds that they won, a constant drive by him onto that objective. It was something Fnatic had been missing for a while. Well, we'll have another quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down.
Welcome back, everybody. What a matchup here. Fnatic victorious. Let's have a chat with our winners. Hello, Mag. How are you today?
Hello, I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you, Milosh?
I'm all right. You seem to have a spring in your step in the server today. What's going on?
Look, I don't know. Hey, today it just, everything felt right. My arm and the screen was like one, you know? And I felt like I could read the enemy really well and just almost play with my food, I guess.
I mean, in the end, to be honest, when we saw Theme Park, my first thing was, oh my God, what's the stats on this? Is there anything on it? And Jack was saying there's really nothing to work with here. And I love seeing Theme Park because there's a lot still to explore in it. Teams, I feel, don't have, I guess, they don't all feel comfortable enough to go on it. So do you think that this was a surprise to you to pet the Theme Park, or was it all planned?
Look, obviously, as usual, it was all planned, especially since we could have a defense start, a defense start on Theme Park. Even though that didn't go to plan, honestly, we definitely knew it was either going to be Club or Theme Park, and it ended up being Theme Park, which honestly was a bit surprising, but we still expected it.
Fair enough. And to look back at the first 2 rounds, because of course you ended up winning this 7-4, but there were, let's not forget the clutches that you had. It could have been completely reversed for Spear's side if we're counting it this way. So what do you think happened there that forced you to get into a clutch position?
I really think obviously today, Choppy and Chibi are two absolute young gunners. Just, I guess, weren't at 100% today, which usually then led to, dying early or not winning some important gunfights sort of in the mid-round even, which means me, the site player, as always usually last alive in those situations. So I think the start and early round losses that we had in terms of, man advantage-wise was really bad. So that's why I was always left sort of alone or with someone else on site at the end.
Do you feel you have a favorite way to kind of attack into a theme park? Because it seems like there's still a lot of teams, when it does get played, which is a rarity already, really struggle to get an attacking side running. Even more Fnatic, of course, that we talked about it over the past few weeks, that, hey, Fnatic have some issues on attack that, they need to look into.
I don't think there's anything... Theme park's a tough one because the enemy can stop you while you're on the outside. They can do really aggressive, top dragon setup with shields and lots of line of sight. So I think theme park is a map where you either everyone goes from one side and you take it nice and easy and sort of peel back the onion, I should say, or you sort of spread out and you drone what's clear, what's not, because you can get very sneaky on theme park, especially because of the roof hatches. I think those are the two main ways you can attack theme park.
Okay, sneaky is definitely something that it can be worked in well on theme park. And I mean, you've had pretty good success over the past few play days. You're playing Sandbox in the next play day. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know if you watched that interview with MV Taylor, but he's saying, you know what, we're really way more afraid of what would go down versus CAG and DWG Kia, not as much against Fnatic. Do you have something to shoot back at that?
Well, that's what everyone has been saying about Fnatic for years, mate. It's even at international tournaments, it's just Fnatic. We won't do their homework and we'll surprise them. So look, I'm glad they're not doing their research because they're about to get surprised next week.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, the last time somebody really said that at LAN about Fnatic is right here next to me now. So you retired him into the desk, Mag. So thank you very much. We now have Fresh to deal with. Thanks to you.
No worries. I also got Fabian to retirement too. I've never lost to Fabian in my life, so
I think right now nobody's losing to Fabian. Anyways, moving on from that, it seems like the team's really been put together, but there's still some hurdles. What do you feel are those last things that you need to overcome? Because there's been massive improvement from stage 2 to 3. It's clear to see in Fnatic.
Yep. Ooh, that's a good one. I think it's probably a bit better communication in the 2v2s and 3v3s. I know today, especially, we lost 2 really important 2v1s, which I think we could definitely have a bit more communication there. But I think we're definitely on the right path now. We're improving on attack. So I think a bit more variety on defense and, really switching it up instead of running our same sort of default strats could go really well in the future. So I think that's what we'll be working on, this week for PAC.
Well, good to hear. Then for all the fans out there, Fnatic versus Sandbox, that'll be game number 1 for our next Playday. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there, Mac?
Look, the old Fnatic, the new Fnatic, we do everything so we can, be winning and going to these international tournaments. So I hope you guys can trust us even in this process right now. Thanks for the support, and we appreciate it if you guys could also check out the game next week.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Congratulations again. Remember, I'll say it one more time, Sandbox versus Fnatic. Make sure you're tuning in to catch it. Till then, take care, Mac. See you. Bye.
Thanks. You too.
There he is. And there you are, Fresh. I had to sneak it in. Sorry about that. It's a joke on your expense, but frankly,
I'm going to claim no responsibility for this, Milosh, and I'll tell you why. I wasn't responsible when we went to that invitational. I wasn't the one responsible for counter-stratting APAC. That was Sua. So I'm just going to throw him under the bus.
And look at him, how he's doing now.
Yeah, we're all doing great.
He bought an NFT. So anyways, match summary, 7-4, Fnatic taking down Spear Gaming. Mag, obviously number 1 on the roll here. Ollie, you're looking at this team, Fnatic. You're seeing how they've been doing over the past few weeks even. What does that make you think of?
I mean, today was a win. You know, you can't take that away from them.
Yeah.
It was a little bit scrappy, Milosh. I'm going to be honest with you. That is not necessarily the most straightforward game. Obviously, Mag has to be the MVP. For all that he's, you know, a self-admitted backline player there, he came out with 2 3Ks and a 4K. He had a clutch and he had a 1 versus 3.
Yeah.
So, all in all, Mag's had a standout performance. EPS of 154. He's blown it out of the park today, and without him, it would have been a very different game.
And I think he came alive, particularly on the attack. Like, don't get me wrong, he started off with 2 clutches, right?
Yeah.
2 clutches, started the game off incredible. But the way Fnatic attacked, and I will keep going back to this, is their attack during stage 2 was not great. They started out stage 3. Their attack didn't look great at the first couple of play days. Last week, this week, really good attacks overall, especially today. 4 plants on theme park attacks with just commanding wins. They were lucky to get a 3-3 defensive split. I think Mag said, you know, it didn't really go to plan on the defense. Could have been a 1-5, but for those 2 clutches. But on the attacks, even if it had been a 1-5, I think Fnatic probably still would have come through and at least got an overtime because they were that good on their attacks today.
Which is odd when you think about theme park, and also the fact that the metagame has really shifted since teams really used to play theme park. It's one map that I still think there's so much yet to be explored in it, and especially with every iteration, new operators that are being brought in, they really have a big impact on this map more than others. The verticality, as we talked about in EUL and APAC, talking about those sites, etc., etc. Anyways, gentlemen, I'm boring you to death. Let's move on then to our final matchup, Cyclops versus Fav. Can Fav collect some points in here, or will Cyclops keep the grind going? They want to stay in the top 2 and take that number 1 position. We'll see you in a bit.
Attackers are activating.
Fnatic aren't playing around. They take the full 3 points, 7.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it ain't what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so
Welcome back, friends. Our final matchup of Playday number 4 is about to begin. Fav Gaming versus Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Everybody's gaming in here, and we already made that joke, so we're going to skip ahead to the next part of it. Hello. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mustamedic. Here's Fresh. Here's Ollie. XR Troika. What did you call yourself, XR Troika?
Named after a gun in another FPS title.
Really?
It's probably a political way of putting it, yeah. The
You can
Troika.
say- You can say what...
Good old Gears of War back in the day.
I don't play
Troika.
Gears.
Yeah.
Where did the XR come from?
Xbox Revenge.
Ah.
It's a cool clan.
Ah, is that your clan?
Oh,
Yeah.
was that a clan?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, first one back in the day.
There you go. He's a competitor. Is all you need to know. Always watching out. Anyways, on to our teams. Let's start off with Cyclops that are in number 1 position right now, Ollie, but they're looking for more because the competition is really heating up here in APAC North. Only 2 spots for the major.
It certainly is. Cyclops are, well, a lot of eyes are on them in with contention to that either top or second spot. It would be expected for them to make a major. They have a history of appearing at majors in the past. And for me, on paper, this meta should favour Cyclops the most. Realistically, these are the players that are adaptable. These are the guys that will go through. And they were playing this meta before it was cool, before it was in vogue. They were bringing Lion Dokubi. They were doing all of this sort of crazy stuff. And all you've got to do is look across at these statistics. Blackray is a player that has developed somewhat over the last 6 months into more than just an entry and then go and perish player, where he actually gets a little bit more value now.
Yeah.
Plus 28 currently, KD. You don't get that by accident, do you, Jack?
That's plus 28 over 3 play days, by the way. That's absolutely, like, unheard of. If he carries that on, I know we talk about the 100 kill club in terms of, like, EUL, NAL, where those boys have 9 fixtures.
Yeah.
He could hit it in 7, 8. Like,
Which is pretty impressive.
well, 7,
I mean,
not 8, but yeah. I don't know why I said 7.
we're just going to give it an extra play day just to make sure. he hits
Oh,
100.
it's just because I love watching CAG that much. I just want to give them an 8th play day.
At this point, why not? Let's just have some more show matches, I guess, with our teams. Some more thoughts in the future. But we move on to Fav on the other side, because it is, when I say the other side of the coin, I mean the complete opposite one, Jack.
Fav is like when you are having a game of heads and tails, but the magician's rigged it so it's always tails, and you keep picking heads because they keep losing. And it's very hard to make a good positive statement for Fav, except that they've got some talent. They can compete in rounds. But the big issue for me, and the big issue that we've seen across, particularly stage 3, but it came in stage 2, and it's been creeping in over the whole course of the year, has been team play seems to be lacking. And it seems to be lacking to the point where it doesn't seem like they're droning for each other. Doesn't seem like they're sitting on cams for each other, making plays together. The kind of core fundamentals of what an FPS is, never mind Siege, but an FPS game, you want to play as a team. And Fav seem to miss the mark on that. However, the one positive I will say is Light is on an absolute revenge tour. He has been playing exceptionally well. And, you know, it's very similar to when I said about Spear and Mephi being the good thing that comes through. When Fav have good rounds and good moments, Light is at the epicenter of that.
I mean, one of Fav's redeeming qualities is that they did manage to take Fnatic to an overtime last week. So it does show that they have that potential to push a team. You know, we've seen Fnatic pick up a win here today. It was by no means a flawless win. There were a couple of holes in it occasionally. But they've got that sort of flavour, haven't they? They've got that ability, but we just don't always see it executed on.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to look at it here. Fav, you talked about, you know, how the fundamentals are. I mean, really questioning how some things are being set in the team itself. You can't rely on light, you know, being the shining light of the team. Anyways, moving on to our map bans. My colleagues really like me.
You're doing the map bans, Milos. We're not speaking anymore.
I can do a good job of that. Bring them up. I've been practicing this since 2016, right? Siege was before people knew what Siege was. Anyways, Theme Park banned out by Fav, and it'll take us to Border, our map for the series. Fav are starting off on the attack, as Cyclops have picked up the defense. And obviously, it's not a surprise for anybody, because of course I'm going to continue talking about this since you challenged me to it. The Cyclops' strength is adaptability and flexibility. And you give them any map, they're going to be able to do it. But Border even more so, because despite it being a very, I guess, a map stuck in time, if you want to say, there's still many ways to play verticality and destruction to your advantage and be incredibly sneaky on it, which are two things that could play into Cyclops' hands were they on the attack or on the defense, and Fav's got to be playing catch-up the entire time. So Fav not setting the mood and the play style for every single round is going to cost them a lot, because if you let Cyclops just get it all started, they're going to roll all over you, and they will not give you a single second to breathe.
Are we needed anymore?
No, I don't know. We've just done ourselves out.
But just because I play the dumb host role doesn't mean that I can't talk about it.
I know. That's why we call you out every time you say I'm a dumb host.
There you
Because
go.
you do know about it.
There you go. But I refuse to talk about it. There you go.
Because you're a host.
There you go. I don't want to annoy my colleagues even more than I do currently. Anyways, thank you very much for your input, both of you. That was fantastic analysis. We're going to toss it then to our game because our lobby is ready. So on to our casters. Happen and enjoy.
I just have to say that the analysts missed a very important part here. Fav has only won once since they've had their new logo. In APAC North, yeah. The last one was the last play day of stage 1.
It's been 175 days.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since they have won.
Again.
In APAC North. Yeah.
So we'll see how this goes.
And as Demo said, Cyclops for the Invitational.
In Demo's words.
Yeah, Cyclops wins the Invitational.
Cyclops wins the Invitational. Border. What's your thoughts?
Very
Milos is walking over here now. He's taken over all of that desk. Now he wants to try and take over the car.
Are you joining in? I mean, we can fit in another microphone, Milos. We can get a third in.
We could just leave.
We could also just leave. You can do everything.
Have a nap.
You can do the post show all alone as well. He says yes. Goodbye, everybody.
Yes. See you later. Hey, Cyclops versus Fav onto Border. I mean, with the sort of mood, the tempo, the timbre, the taste, the tone, and all the tantalizing features of current Cyclops, you gotta expect them to have this game handily.
I mean, the thing is, right, before stage 3 started, we were like, Cyclops, very scary team. You do not know what you're gonna get. They're just throwing like strat roulette on and they'll win from you. That's basically the way they did it. And then we started seeing a very, very methodical Cyclops out of nowhere appear into stage 3. So this is a team that can either play like a stack of golds, but with very good aim.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't mean that like bad, right? But as a stack of goals in terms of strategy, where you're like, what are they doing? I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah.
It makes sense for them. Or they've just won the Invitationals, Demo said. It's like anywhere in between. And whatever is the most effective play style against their opponent, that's the one that they will select to go with. I didn't mean golds bad.
Stack of golds.
Okay.
Wow.
In terms of strategy.
Okay.
Like dropping the diffuser in
You could have just
spawn,
said ranked stack.
you know?
You didn't even need to say... You didn't have to specify the rank.
Sorry. Okay, maybe they're platinums then.
Nice. Congratulations on the promotion, the ELO rollback. CAG versus Fab. Okay, it's not all the CAG show as much as we sort of go on about it, because Fab are a team that, well, it's just unfortunate when a roster is in this position, and we will talk about this lineup in a second, especially if it sticks. When a roster is in this position where they have not won a single sort of game in APAC North over the past 2 splits at least, their last was the very last Playday of the first splits. It makes things risky. Okay, now we'll talk about that lineup. Blitz, Glaz, Ying, Lion, and then a Thatcher on top.
Yeah. I mean, I did say
you were saying gold, right?
Fav is like, you know what, we'll just take a page out of Cyclops' book. But now Border is a very aggressive map, and I guess that's exactly what Fav wants to double down on here. And we know that Cyclops likes to play a bit funky. Maybe there's going to be a couple of players off-site, which is currently the case. What do you do? Just rush to site instead. Suddenly you're with 5 people on site. What can they do?
I am super curious to see how this works out. Are they just going to go for a plant here? I think that they are. They seem like they're going to stack themselves up here, go for a bit of a quick breach, the control of the movement by the E1Ds. There is the single player that's sort of stacked up towards the left of the door. You can see them holding the angle, waiting for the approach. They're going to try and get some of this control there. Will the Aruni be able to do enough to hold off the onslaught? Afro stacked up over on the side. Cyclops is sniffing out for a fight, and well, there they are, now hopped up even higher. Anaton, he gets that first. They suddenly lose a lot of the width. They're tucked in. There's the blitz with the blind above. Typhon gets the kill, and suddenly it's flashbang go Shin with the cover in the plant. The Glaz isn't going to be able to get it. Black Ray somehow gets the fight, even while blinded. Suzu C with the C4 from underneath, and Cyclops, they clutch in, hold on. They lost that little bit of a sprint at the start. Glaz, the one man who could watch through the smoke, gets caught out now. They're isolated. Yura on the far side of it all. The other remaining player, the Candela carrier of light, is, I believe, upside down repelling on Sandwich. Yep, there they are. Now they're pulling themselves back round, rotating off, and Fav, they went for all or nothing, and now it's kind of nothing.
Went very aggressive, got that kill straight away, then chased someone down towards Beepers. That Nitro Cell just in time. It's like now trying to work together with Yura. They have an idea that someone is indeed in Archives. There's still more players around from Cyclops. It is a 4v2. Flashbangs coming through. Will at least blind one of the players. They have the first part of the Archives under control, but they're about to be walking into these many crossfires that have been set up by Cyclops. As soon as this utility is about to get used, that is going to be a crossfire that should be saving them here if Foot gets spotted out, but it's only going to be up to light right now, and there's the crossfire indeed. Gatorada swings in from the back, secures that kill in the round for Cyclops.
They tried to go big, bold, brash, and loud. But Cyclops, they had the quick responses. The C4 from underneath is that pretty much set in denial of that plant. Usually what you'll see in that situation is teams, if they're going for that rush, they'll expect it. They won't plant right in the doorway. Yeah. They'll instead push themselves a little bit further in, inside the smoke on the opposite side, just to bait the C4 into the wrong place. But that also requires the Glaz. In my books, the Glaz is usually best placed on vents, on AC even, to watch over.
You have a bit of a wider view, right? You're not just
you have a wider view, you can cut off
wall.
the rotation. You know, the Blitz getting the first kill as well, and then continuing to charge.
I mean, I understand that, because that's kind of a bit of a shock factor, right?
Like, yeah. You want to get that kill. You know, if someone's blind and they're spraying into you.
The fact that Black Ray just gets a hipfire headshot completely blind is criminal.
It's luck, and there's no two ways about that, and that's a sort of bad thing. A couple of tweaks there, and I think Fab for something that maybe holds on a little bit more, maybe even gets the kit down. But that's us with the benefit of this position.
All those nice little outlines, knowing exactly where everybody is right before it starts. It's the beauty of what the viewers have as well. But I have to say, the opening kill from Anaton,
I mean, on the bookcase,
it's important as well, because that shuts down vents. That is like an entire dimension of the attack gone, like a whole part of cover that is suddenly fallen. And with that, well, all they can really do is attack from that door, plant in that door, because you don't have any other control.
Ah, well, buckle yourself in. I think the chaos is only just starting. A very different approach this time, though. Two setups of hard breachers. They've got themselves a Thatcher still. They've got themselves what is a more familiar approach. You want to try and get some control of vertical. You want to see if you can try and force out Anaton and the players here, and that's what Yura's going to do. Droned ahead. over the top on the shoulder. There is Irritants, if I believe. Yep, there it is. Thrown out. All the way through the top. Makes it awkward to get, and that makes it even awkwarder. Yura caught out by Anita and Afro. They're going to see if they can try and get the revenge, but they've tucked themselves in. Aniton's ready to hit them hard, but look at the rotate that's coming through into CC itself. They spray themselves through. Blackray wanted to offer some support. Iagator's there as well. They're leaning in, and Iagator finds a kill onto Typon. On the far opposite side, Light is able to remove the player. Now they can see if they can try and focus in, but losing one on the approach on break means that this Blackray, he swings around, looks in, and leans towards the fight at the approach here. He leans even further, right up towards Sandwich. Wants to get the wider and wider swing here, hoping they think he's playing cautious. That is not how Cyclops play.
Really battling through Afro. Has been hit by 2 different opponents already, literally on a bullet worth of HP, as they've opened up the small box, so they're looking to try and work on the back of that. This drone will be giving away Blackray's position, but instead of falling back, it just goes a bit more aggressive. Deals a shot worth of damage onto Shin before he falls back towards Fountain. And of course, we are playing around the bathroom area, which means that, well, this is still just falling back. This is the side not even under pressure yet.
I mean, that's entirely it, isn't it? There's so much of this that they're trying to force themselves back. Shin takes a huge amount of damage. I'm not entirely sure what to. I think it might have been Gatorada's impact from underneath, as he's now out of that. It roughly lines up, but here, with all the battering that's come across them, Blackray is still looking at retaking territory. Fountain is about to become a lot more narrow. Blackray, where are you going to go? Tucked in around on the corner, hoping somebody goes for a bit of a hop. 40 seconds, and this pressure of time is steadily ticking more and more away from Fav's favor.
We're still nowhere close to the site, so they really need to start working towards it. But there's 2 players in CCTV break. Like, they just need to take office first, but there's 4 players around there. Shin opens up, finds Blackray. It is going to be Aegator that strikes back though. Knows one is coming through. Quick Ramadesh to get out of the way and drop down that hatch is really going to be making life very tough on the FAF players here.
I mean, leaving them 10 seconds only just as the drop back towards the site itself. Shin, they're going to see if they can plant it, but Aegator, he's washed, cleaned, pressed, and, well, he's very happy with the information coming off of that bulletproof. A nice little peek apart at the end there. Yep. They had all that intel right next to him on the window. They knew where the read in the fight was coming from. Cyclops, 2 rounds.
Very much in control throughout this round as well, taking those fights, being aggressive, and due to the fact that Fav could not instantly capitalize on a player that is all the way alone inside of Armory, they lose so much time, because Blackray, I think, perfect example right there, just of the Cyclops playstyle. Continues to battle back in, continues to throw himself back in, doesn't get punished for it, manages to fall back towards Fountain and get into a new conflict over there. You just waste about 1:30 just all alone. And because Fav wanted to stick together, well, that left him in a situation we're in. This time Castle coming out as we are headed towards Workshop and Ventilation. Quickly blocking off one of those doors. Now, of course, will be easily taken care of by grenades or Selma, or maybe even an impact explosive, say Ash or Sophia. But if they don't, and they do decide to go for the planned a retake, all they need to focus on is just that window. So, you need to be very careful, Fav, for not just going for a blind window hopping, because that is going to be quite dangerous.
Well, they had an idea of, also taken out, swapped over instead. They want to see if they can try and control the roam, which fair enough, because they really struggle to just get that last little bit of pressure. If they can get a hot ping, they know that obviously Blackray was doing it, Anaton was doing it as well. They'll take a kill, then move further towards you and into the space. That's a pressure where Jackal can really be at his best, because not only do you have the footprints, you then have the read on the player closer towards you than anything. Here though, Typon, quite quick in, droned ahead. They're looking for the fight. The ping of the player just above the breach, holding on around the bottom of break. The pre-fire comes across. They got one on the window as well. They want to see if they can isolate this and get them before the drop, but they've slipped their way through, and unfortunately no true connection is made.
You're just hoping to go for some wild shots. You might connect, you never know. Let's go to Rada again, just banking back into the fight, doesn't want to leave here, wants to continue playing on that balcony. Now here's the east staircase door to be opened up, so is looking to lean into that one maybe.
Shin takes a bit of damage there. Gatorada, he's going to get droned once again. He tucks himself there on the one solid bit of that wall. He cannot really find himself tucked anywhere else on break because he will very likely get sprayed through, but he does have an escape. But still, just look at this time wasting. Look at this play that Cyclops is doing. They keep leaning back into the drone game and then moving and then rotating and making all of it out of date. But that one is surely there. Suzuki gets a quick response with a C4 from underneath. Doesn't get the player that got the kill, but does at least take one of the wind out of their sails.
And it's still downstairs, Emmy, so 80 seconds left for them to get that top floor control and start working horizontally towards that side to get a plant down. And look at Cyclops, they're still all the way across that top floor. They're not falling back anytime soon. Looking to go for a bit of a flank as soon as they do start opening up that flooring, even though they barely have any utility to do so with. They have a bunch of breaching charges. That is literally all they can use to start opening up on the side. And Cyclops realizes this, and thus they create some extra long angles, because if they do make it into the site, that's fair. We'll just challenge you there.
Oh, do they know? Oh. They don't know. There's one and a drop round, and Cyclops are treating this map like a jungle gym. They are clambering, climbing, and clutching onto all the different angles, and then saying, find me now, catch me now. And Fav cannot keep their hands on these players. Cyclops, they're finally pulling somewhat closer towards site. They're finally able to get some of this destruction done on the second story. Fav, they're opening up hatches, looking towards angles, taking care of cameras and bits and bobs, but there is a limit on time. 30 seconds. Typon takes the drop and looks towards the site. One of the first times they've really got true taste and eyes on it with some time to spare. Can they find the fight on the far side?
The thing is, though, all these long angles have just been created into the side as well. Light with a very important kill in the middle of the workshop. It opens up an opportunity for them to try and go for the plan, but as Shin digs in deep, that is definitely going to be a known position. It's only up to him now in a 1v3 situation. He's looking to get that plan down, but will not get very far. Blackray shuts him down, but we have to say it's the closest Fav has been so far on trying to get it down in the end. Not instantly taken down by that C4. But again, Cyclops, you said it before, they are very scary on this map. They just play around like they've done so for thousands of hours.
I mean,
it just feels like it's their home.
It's just fun for them. It's just fun for them. And that's the thing, is something that we've always sort of said about this roster is that they play very well when they're having a good time, and they're often having a good time. But this is truly, it's almost Scooby-Doo-esque, that they'll go in one door and appear in a different door and stick their head out, and then, you know, and then they'll disappear, and then they're somewhere else, and then they're behind you, and then it's comic book violence. It's the powers of Bugs Bunny.
And together with the meta that currently really favors Cyclops, they are looking very strong. Double Frostmite setup on the window in the office area. Wondering if that's going to be catching out one, maybe even two players. You never know. They might go for a quick recovery run there. Because we are back on the top floor. We are back on Armory and Archives. Now, last time, they wanted to go for a very quick push with a Blitz and, you know, some Candelas. Back then it was also a Glass. Glass this time has been swapped off. There is still the Blitz. There's still going to be Ying. So I'm wondering if there's going to be another rush attempt here from Fav, or if they are... I think there's something different here. Because it's looking very much like the exact same approach that we've seen before.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if there's a slight difference in the connection. The Nomad is a bit of a change of pace. They've got the hard destruction. They don't have the Lion or the Glass. The removal of the sort of coverage of the smoke might highlight that they maybe want to do a little bit more internal work before they go for the attempt on the plant itself and just sort of limit the space. Throw themselves in and see what happens. Didn't work last time, and well, they might get the stunning realization that the side that they took last time is currently clear. Nomad. There's a bit of an opening here, and they're hoping they can get a strike through it. It's not the most common wall to give yourself an angle through, but Anaton isn't the most common player. The blinds, the smokes, the coverage, and everything as Typon starts to dig in. Blackray suffers a lot of damage. They're inside Sandwich, and, well, they're out of Sandwich. Blackray gets the kill onto one. Anaton has the lockdown on the approach. There's the Blitz, getting the fight there. Swing round Anaton, no! There's a double for the Blitz. They do not have the kit anymore. Shin has gone down. Afro gets a pickup. It's a technical 2 versus 2. Shin's on the floor, and Iagator, he's knocking on the door. He's looking for the fight on the Blitz itself. Gets them down, sprays through with the Bailiff. Can't get the full connection. Swings onto the other side. The pings are coming through, and it's an impact on a Galarada. take. They kept driving and driving for the fight onto CC. The sight was theirs, the kit was not.
If I didn't have anxiety before, I definitely got after that last round. That was intriguing. let's say like that. The rush towards CCTV. First of all, well chosen to shoot out the legs of the Blitz. It is the only thing you can really do at that moment. It started to charge at you. But after that, with the Bailiff just opening up the entire wall, basically put you in such a difficult position as well that we're never going to go for the pickup, really, with the amount of time left. But Cyclops, they win it again. 4-0. Currently in the lead. And they're back towards Bathroom Tellers. Now, the last time we were here, it was a Archives and Armory take from Fav. They looked to push towards that area. However, they were slowed down quite a bit by, back then, Anaton and Black Ray, both leading into that fight, taking them down as they enter the Armory. So they need to make sure that they do not lose as much time as they did before from that position. Maybe even go for a completely different take. Just directly attack from the east towards the office. Completely circumvent the players out there. All these long angles, by the way, into Workshop, just to stop them from using that. All on like crouch level as well, so if you're just walking through, just be caught out.
I mean, they know how they like to set up. They like one person to be able to see every single corner of the map from anywhere in the map. Well, Light is almost caught out on the map. The jump out comes around AC. Doesn't quite get the full shebang. Euro on the Ossa. We've seen the Ossa sort of picked and pulled apart a couple of times throughout this. It hasn't really been locked in up until this moment in time. Will that give them a little bit more structure on an approach that has been and can be described as a bit chaotic in the tail end of the take? There's Euro, though. Gets the opener onto Black Ray.
A great first start. And that is definitely something along the lines of being quicker and not wasting as much time. They still need to take the control they want. And again, they are coming in from CC and the Armory side. So there is definitely a lot of work still needing to be done here by Fav. She's just face checking with the Talon shields. No drones being used somehow in that area of the map. It's always a bit questionable when that's happening, especially when you still have this many on the board. I believe just one got wasted by Syria Lasergate.
I've just noticed neither Gatorado or Ayagata have died yet, and we're 4 rounds in.
I'll just Cyclops say. Ayagator is 7-0 as well. Reverse James Bond.
Alright. Fav, you've been able to get this early opener. It's the time where the heads get screwed on and you take the head off of Anaton. One gone, one more player removed. The Os is going to see if they can be the push slightly further and further round on the creeping approach. Ayagator, he's getting yellow pings here. He's eyeing up the idea of a fight, but look at this Shin. They're sticking the plant down. Nobody's home to take it or stop anything going on with this diffuser. And, well, this has been a bit of a strange round on the side of Cyclops. They went as hands-off as possible, and, well, it's possibly massively cost them here, at least on this round. Gatorado, he's looking for an engagement out of pretty much every way possible. He's not quite able to get it locked in. The Buck is going to give himself a width, and Ayagator has the cover. They've got one. But now they've got one back. Euro with a triple kill this round. Fav, they slowed everything down. They found a gap, they exploited it, and played the kit as well. They kept everything safe, cool, calm, and collected, and Cyclops flew too close to the sun and were punished for it.
This is, okay, I'm just going to say, this is also the Cyclops you have. Like, they are very aggressive, they want to take the fights. That means there's almost no one on the site most of the time. And if Fav realizes that, they can abuse that like they just did. You just take control all around it, you get that plan down, and boom, you win the round. It can be that easy against Cyclops in these kind of situations, and especially since everybody's seemingly evacuated the site, looking to fight fights elsewhere. They got a bit bored, possibly. Fav find a round, but they need a lot more than that if they want to be winning here, because, you know, it is an attack-sided map, we dare to argue, and they're currently 4-1 behind.
I think it's funny that you can sort of say this is Cyclops. I mean, they started the day in the first spot. If they win this game, they'll be back in first spot anyway. It might just be a temporary not having it. They opened the first 4 rounds, 2 of the players hadn't died. And then they have a round like that, and it's like,
no, that's
yeah,
Cyclops.
this is also Cyclops.
It's kind of the thing is you cannot even disagree with me because it's
no, it's just like Cyclops fans know this better than anybody else.
This is Cyclops.
This is Cyclops. This is the roster that you're a fan of here. They have one more chance, Fav, to see if they can try and get a second buffer, a little bit more distance. I mean, 2 before the turn of the half. It's not really what you want in terms of border. You, as I said, you generally want to have a little bit more drive and finesse in your attack, but it's better than nothing, and it's a heck of a lot better than how this game started. Don't worry, Galarado, you'll get there.
He's hoping.
There
Okay, apparently a bit to the left didn't work out, so he just created an extra hole. You never know. Solution. But we're definitely going to be seeing someone getting stuck in there from Cyclops. I think so, because, you know, Galarado's aware of this. He probably has called it out as well, but everybody who hasn't walked through yet is going to get stuck like Galarado now is in the middle of that wall.
Yeah, it's a little bait of a play here. The pre-fire's come through, just sees the edge of a nook and tries to make the connection there. Yura, they pulled themselves back. They know that they don't really need to entirely force themselves into that engagement, and that's the thing about the DMR. It just takes 1 to massively wound and clip. The second will get the pickup, and your gun works better as a bit of a surprise factor, but in a longer firefight that they do not need with a DMR wielder.
For sure. But also, Galarado falling back instantly, knowing he will be outgunned as soon as it gets into that FMG, shooting accurately, knowing where to hit. Through that wall even. Just so many more rounds being sent down range. Not going to be winning that one out, especially not in close quarters. You wanna use that range with that DMR. That's really where it excels at. Some longer range shots, possibly through walls. But either way, an opening has been found down below. It's Light that is currently in customs, looking to find if the drone is spotting out any players so he can prefer. The lineup!
Oh, yeah, the lineup. The first gets in the fight there. Typon just gets the end. 2 headshots traded, and it's just one of those moments there where you've got to sort of take it and keep moving. Shin gets the breach above. Iagator's about to find himself in a fight. Does he know? He knows. Yeah, he just saw the tip of the barrel there. I don't know if that was just on our end, but it was apparently on his as well. That's a lead back in. Takes the route onto Beepers, hopes to draw something. And as you've just gestured, but the people at home cannot see, he has a C4 now.
He does, and he just heard someone came off Repel, finds the Thatcher, and now the C4 could definitely be playing some role if they do spot someone getting back into that site. And that's it as well. Tosses one up, hopes to find one through the wall. A lot of damage done towards Shin, but they still need to go down, Emmy. They still need to go towards the workshop.
They got 2 more C4s as well to utilize here. Shin goes down, dropped on the end of it. The spray through, I said, it's a hefty rifle. 1 more C4 pops, doesn't get the connection. They're a little bit safe where they are right now. The players are back up, but not for very long. There it is, Cyclops. They find their 5th before the turn of the half.
It took him 3 C4s, but eventually did manage to find those kills, and a 5-1 split for Cyclops. They'll be more than happy with that. And now going on to the attack. Fav basically needs to be flawless. They can afford themselves a single mistake to some extent because they want to find a win. And more importantly, they want to find 3 points because they are lacking behind in the overall standings. And Cyclops is like, yeah, your setup?
We like the blitz.
We like
the youth. We've got a couple of notes. Our notes are Amaru, who I am assuming is going to hit sandwich window, potentially.
Maybe even a hatch.
Or even a hatch, yeah. So small box hatch could be a decisive factor. They could also obviously hit the site hatch as well. You know, we like the parts. They've swapped the Nomad off. The line's also now swapped as well for the Thatcher.
Yeah, just to take care of ADSs potentially, you know. I doubt they're going to go for any breaches, so...
I'll be ADSs.
No, there's no ADSs, but maybe they think that, you know, is just get that EMP out so nothing is going to be stopping our utility going through.
They get her 10 to 1 now.
Only Yura's abilities are going to be affected by the EPs. Oh, going back to the line, so probably have figured that out.
Between Galarado and Iagator, they're 15 to 2.
Attackers are heading out to the view.
Yeah. Alligator having a really good game, 10-on-1. Blackberry had it last week. They're just trying to, you know...
Those 2 players have more kills than all of Fav put together. 14 is on Fav.
It's not a lot when you're 6 rounds in.
I mean, it just sort of shows how dominant they've been, because that's also, you know, you're still looking at, what, Anaton, Suzuki, and Black Gray have almost 14 between the three of them as well. It's a twice over situation here, and that makes it so risky, even more so coming onto the attack, where
why is he having his pistol out?
They're going to be locked in. Anaton.
He's just going to back in. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's backing in. The cover comes around, the spray through. He's going to see if he can plant amongst it. The Oryx is on his way over. The blinds come across the board. They pulled away from the smoke. It did a huge bit in stopping the plant. Sandwich window was where the Amaru went and where they went. Dropped out and caught out. They're going to go for a second attempt at the plant. The cover comes through on this one. Another blind, another smoke canister, and a very important kill of the P90. Shin gets one. The end of Anaton. And those smoke canisters stop that kick going down twice. He tried to stick it the second time. I'm not sure if he was blinded, couldn't find the door, but Igator now has to try and pad his stats further and further as he is all that's left. An ace situation here. The bot gets his second, looks for the third, almost gets a connection, but up the bottom stairs. They do not pull off the rush. Fav, they get a second round.
Yeah, some notes. Still need some work.
Still need some work.
Some work.
Some work.
Back to the workshop they go. To find out if there is a way to make that one stick. I mean, the smoke canister is perfectly used. That basically stopped that plan from happening, and that is why you want to push on further in towards the site. So if those smoke canisters land in that door, you're not really that bothered about it. But you know, the smoke canisters on the smoke grenades, I have to say, not the canisters, because there was a lot of smoke going on, didn't come quite far enough, and the cover wasn't quite on point either to make sure that the support was there to stick such a plan. And Cyclops, they failed that one, but they still have plenty of rounds to lock off this game. I'm not too worried yet. Once it start getting to 4-5, I think that's when Cyclops fans will start having little panic attacks as well.
Another Cyclops thing.
Yeah, just again, it's so weird to talk about it, but again, it's a team that just has fun and they try funky stuff, as it's called often, and it doesn't always work out.
All right.
At least they try it.
They do. Fav, you know, if you want to try and pull the precious 3 points off of this fight, it is worth sort of mentioning that if they did, they would jump from 8th up to 6th, I believe, at this point, based on how things have gone before. They would find themselves on 4 points. Reject, who were on 4, would jump up, or have jumped up further and further up the board. So this could be a precious moment to claw some places away from a couple of the teams ahead of them at this moment in pass and find their first win in a very long time in APAC North.
Cannot help but think there is going to be a bit of pace here as well from Cyclops. They've opened up quickly. They're basically knocking onto the doors already, but there is some verticality they need to take care of. They're close to the half wall, and as Black Ray finds that very first kill, it is like that falls as the vigil, so droning no longer should be an issue for the remainder of Fav.
Doesn't quite get the mute jammer tucked onto the door with the whip. The Malusi is watching from above. They have a lockdown and they've lost light. The Vigil caught out on the roam on the far side is going to be the first victim towards Black Ray here on the round. They've got themselves pretty loudly propped up, but here, caught out Yura, rotated background, got revenge onto Black Ray. They were able to find themselves back and towards the top of those eastern stairs. They're expecting maybe a little bit more attention to be paid, but that's sort of a proclamation of we still have the vertical control, Cyclops. You cannot just take the site. Oh, look at this, Galarado. He was almost inside the site. If that had gone the other way, that could have been a very decisive moment.
Went a bit too deep in there. Anaton will shut down Afro. They're still looking to go for a jump in at any given moment, but the hatch is currently still in play. That is what is worrying them here, as Anaton is forced to go a little bit deeper, even more so, as grenades continue popping up above him.
Wow, the kit isn't quite in the sight, and Anaton trades out with Shin, so neither of those two are either. Just misses the end of a player. The default cam gets the catch that play around and the flash on any person that's on bleepers, but now the 2 versus 1. The rotate round, Yura got Suzuki from the top of the hatch and takes the rotate down, so they have some of the lockdown inside. Igator has a lot of time. Almost had a freebie fight. He's able to get the end of it. That was almost a big question as to why he was sprinting, but I guess he didn't expect Malusi to be there, and Malusi didn't expect it either. Picked back up the kit. They have the pings on the play. They know the rotate's coming around on the bottom side of the stairs. They're hoping to see if they can lean into the back of the fight. There's the ping, there's the yellow, there's the hold, there's Yura playing ring around the rosies. He's back in, and he wins it out. Yura puts another round into Fav's pocket.
Again, the Nomad sprinting around the corner, though, has to ask him questions there twice almost. Well, once he almost got caught, the other one Time he did. The 3-5. Cyclops, I don't know what that round, weird. You just have two people in the middle of the site. One loses the gunfire, the other one trades out. And the rest of Cyclops is just following one by one. It's not like they're taking it by storm. It's like someone gets in, the others are still holding for verticality, not quite able to quite get that connection. I think a simple solution there would have been to open up Armory Wall. If you open up Armory Wall, suddenly there is that pressure on the vertical, so on that top floor. They would have had to at least pay some attention to it, might have not been able to watch the bottom floor as much. It provides you with an opening to go for a plant, and you don't even need to be contesting on that top floor. Just open it up. It's basically enough already. The 3-5, Fav is starting to get back into the game here after they had a very, very rough first half with only one round really being able to put some damage onto Cyclops' hands.
Yeah, I mean, all three of their rounds have come over the last 4.
Yeah.
They've been able to obviously get a bit of a drive, a bit of control, a little bit of cool and calm. They're dicing with the sort of devil of 3 points. And they still have attack time out as well. They still have a moment that they can have a conversation here. There's no immediacy towards apparently their fate of this game. They think that they can still put some drive into this. They have a choice to sort of slow things down and just have a conversation, even if just amongst themselves. They're setting the pace. They don't want to offer that to Cyclops, though. The pressure is coming across here. Black Grey has some attention onto this. The window, how close are they?
Should soon see the barrel.
Oh, yeah, that forces Shin off. He was sort of eyeing up the idea of that engagement, and then as soon as that first bullet sort of said, I know you're there, said, true.
It's a warning shot. It's,
yeah.
It's get out of there, or we are going to have a little bit of a fight there. So no one fell. Well, at least Shin fell off the balcony, back down towards the side, but both are still up and running to continue gunning. And as Fav, you know, still holding out on that top floor slightly. Cyclops is looking for opportunities, this looks like. There's a lot of drones, there's people very spread out. I think they're just trying to find a gap in the defense where they can push through from.
They have the pings on the player inside CC Cyclops. They got to try and play into that other side of the game that we started complimenting them on, which is the slower, heftier gameplay style here. They're looking to isolate the Fab players who have otherwise got long angles, and Yura is off the board. They got the opener in the previous round as well, but Yura was the man that clutched out the previous round on the back of it and got that final kill on the end of his 3. There goes Shin. Anderson's able to find one more. Suffers in response. Afro drops from the hatch. Gets himself back into server and rotates around on the other end. iGator was watching it, but you can see that there's another Cyclops body, Gatorada, that's going to go hunting for the rest.
Now he also knows there's going to be 2 opportunities for him to fall back, and as light falls, those opportunities start to dwindle. He's stuck now inside of ventilation, and he's definitely given away his position here. Typon seeming or looking if he can provide some support to his teammate that is currently stuck. They hope to reunite themselves, of course, as it is easier to fight off a 2v4. The entirety of Cyclops seems to be coming from one flank, from the southern flank, looking to head into the site, directly through that wall, and hope there is no lines of sight made.
Do they know where Afro went? Oh, he turns away at the worst possible time. He looks for one. He cannot find the second. Afro's able to get one more. He's rotating his way back down the core of this building on the bottom. Of course, stairs. Metal, he's spraying through. CAG know where he is. They know they've got the site. They're going to see if they can stick the kit. Black Grey, well, he's going to have the statistic instead. 6-3. They now have guaranteed themselves a point. Cyclops have 3 rounds to get all 3.
That round, it was quite weird to see it shape up. You had like players all over the map and like everybody droning themselves in. Suddenly one falls, the second one falls, and a third one falls, all by different players, finding them in different positions. And after that, they just lock it off. Nice and easy. What you said, more that slow and methodical. Just make sure you have those picks, then you start working on closing it out. Use the time you have. If there's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, there's no point of you just rushing to, because that might just lose out the round for you. They did well trying to get the information. Isolating those players, putting themselves in positions where they can challenge if they do get aggressive, and went for the plant when they felt the situation was right for it. And came out with a victory in that round. Needing one more on their attack. Glaz repicked in. Lion repicked in. See some heart breach there as well. This might be a similar approach to what we've seen last time, but without the blitz, because the smoke canisters dealt more damage than bullets in that round.
They did, and that was the sort of thing about the trade-off here I talked about when at the very beginning of this game, when Glaz was around for this sort of hold and push, how good he can be, and the sort of power that he can have, especially out there on AC window. You know, and you're thinking, okay, well, are they going to see if they can play that instead, get the coverage from that bit of width? Light wants to try and find an early fight here. Afro's swinging around inside CC, can see the doors being popped open, hoping that Cyclops is getting a little bit close to the wire. A Gon 6 pops off. They're putting a bit of early pressure down, maybe drawing some focus here. A steady creep through the Glaz, looking towards Sandwich in the swing round. That shield is going to make things a bit dangerous. A second smoke pops off. They're going to move in behind it. Oh, just misses the head of the player. The E1D pops off on the back, but that is a failed fishing trip.
Hope to find that smoke, of course, and as soon as you do find that header, you do manage to connect. That would have been a huge pick onto the 5 defenses. Now, shields are being taken out as an attack from the east stairs is starting to mount slowly. They want to take control of Break and CC, and it's got to rather find Zero. That's definitely a very tough pick to swallow for Light.
Oh, Light tried to get a bit of revenge there, but caught by the E1D, puts him in a tricky situation, which leads to a trickier death. Gator pushed himself forward around on the side of Break. Gator pushed himself into Afro as well. They're inside and blinded, but they get the kill on Fountain. Shin, all that's left of Fab's hope of being able to break the deadlock and at least get themselves here another round closer towards OT, but you're up against the full might of Cyclops. They still have utility. They don't need it. 7-2-3 Cyclops. They take the full 3 points and retake their mantle at the top of APAC North.
Normally we'd see a lot of celebrations, but for them this was just another day at the office, it seems like. They just locked it off. Also, by the way, Susan C was rocking a suppressed Supernova shotgun. Just saw it there. Yeah. Didn't really see it get into action too much, but well played by Cyclops. I mean, what can we say about it? It's basically the Cyclops we know, we love to see as well. We've seen both the incredible, but also the troll that comes out every now and then from one of those rounds they played. In the end, 3 points, all that matters. They are continuing on that first place. They are looking to qualify themselves for a major yet again, potentially 5 for the 6 Invitational.
Wow, that is all to be revealed as we find ourselves careening to the end of another APAC North Playday. 3 are left, and also, wait, what's this? Oh, yes, an ad break before we're back with the desk.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to APAC North's final desk of today. So happy for you to join us in a victory, a quick one for Cyclops Athlete Gaming to wrap up our day. Gentlemen, of course, as always, Fresh and Ollie, extra Troika on here with me on the desk. What happened in this game? How were Cyclops able to take it away?
They're a cut above. They're Cyclops, especially going on board, going on the defense. You talked about it in the map ban phase, Milosh, where you said,
it's great analyst.
Great analytical work in the map ban phase.
Thanks, mate.
And you said that it was, quite attacker-sided map, but it doesn't matter because that steam train of CAG just keeps on rolling.
It really does. It was at points quite hard to watch, wasn't it? I'll be honest with you. And I'll come on here and say it as it is. Some of those executes from Fav were a little bit lackluster. We've seen some.
CAG did one as well.
CAG did one as well.
Look,
to be fair.
3 blitz rounds where you literally keep rushing in the middle of it.
We had so much plant-focused siege on a map like Border, which you just don't always see it on. Like, if you're going to get a plant off, usually you do it with an advantage. You're not doing it against the clock. You're doing it early, and you're attempting to then watch that from outside.
Or also, you don't forget the diffuser outside.
It usually helps, doesn't it? It's one of the key components to getting the plant down.
It's true. Good analysis.
It was very good analysis. But yeah, no, Ollie's right. It's like the way that CAG just, CAG are defending, CAG are playing Border as if it's Border, right? They're running around, they're fighting people.
I hope so.
When, yeah, but what I'm saying is, when you're playing Border,
I mean, you don't want to play it like it's Villa, do you?
Play it like it's Villa, but it might not be the right approach. When you play Border,
Bring back that other analyst.
You literally go to the border of the map and fight as defenders. And CAG were doing that, right? But Fav were thinking, oh, do you know what? Let's try and plant. 2-3 times they died in the very late round trying to plant, lost the round with somebody's trying to stick the diffuser down. And I think it was just not the best approach from Fav, especially in terms of their attacks. You really should never, never, never on Border be 1-5 down.
Look at Alligator the Alligator in game. 176 EPS is insane. 17-4 kill death ratio means, first of all, EPS is the expected player score. 100 is, hey, you had a decent game. 176 is incredible. Most people are between the 90 and the 110 if they're doing well or around average. This is beautiful to see. But gentlemen, I'll be back to you in just a moment. We got our interview ready. So how about we chat with CAG? Hello. We are joined by Gatorada and Kobayashi, our translator in Japan. Congratulations, Gatorada. How are you feeling after this matchup? It seems like you're just passing through teams one by one by one.
ガトラダさん、本日の勝利おめでとうございます。今回のシーズン、各チームに対して次々と勝利をしてますけども、気持ちはいかがですか？
はい、そうですね。今回の APAC は本当に今まで以上にみんな気持ちが入っているので、勝てて嬉しいです。
Yeah, so this APAC means more than past APACs to us. So yeah, so we're very happy that we've been winning.
I mean, you've been winning, and today you play a wonderful matchup against Fav. You go on Border and you ban the Dokkaebi. Can you explain to me the decision-making process here for the Dokkaebi ban and if Border was on the plan for you?
で今ファブとの戦いでマップのバンドカビとあとボーダーの方のマップのバンを行いましたけど、これは理由は何かありましたか？
はい、国境を選んだのはボーダー選んだのは前に試合をしてたので、その試合を見て対策できるから選んだ。ドッキリバンは結構ノックとかを使ってきて、ドッキリの音で一緒に変なとこからノックも入ってくるみたいなプレーをしてくるので、そういう対策でバンし。
Yeah, so as for the border, we banned it because we put that in ban because we've played against them on border before, and we didn't want to give them the chance to use that as a past reference. And then for the Dokkaebi, we've banned that because again because of past games.
Fair enough. That's the experience kind of melding into all of it here. So very well done. And the next play day, you're going up against Spear Gaming. The one after is Sandbox. And the final day is Fnatic. So the competition maybe next week is easier, but there's still a big fight about the top two. Do you think that Cyclops, as it is now, has what it takes to be in the top two, given that there's so many other teams that are in the fight?
で、来週からの、ゲームで、冬はサンドボックスとの、今回、これから、対戦すると思うんですけれども、今、トップ2に、今、サイクロプスいますけれども、さまざまに他にも、これから対戦しなければいけないチームがいる中で、このトップ2の、位置を維持できる自信はありますか？
そうですね。正直あります。今回はもうずっと1位をキープできるんじゃないかなと。
Yeah, we're very confident, and we're very confident we'll be able to keep top place throughout this season.
Anything you'd like to say to Spear Gaming next week?
来週対戦するスピアゲーミングに何か伝えたいことはありますか？
特にないです。
Yeah, we have no comments for Spear Gaming.
Cool. Thank you very much, Gatorada and Kobayashi, for translating this interview. Take care. For all the fans out there, make sure you're watching Cyclops versus Spear Gaming. That is next Wednesday, our final matchup as it was today. Till then, take care. Arigatou gozaimashita and sayonara. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Arigato. Anyways, we are back and in for it. Cyclops victorious 7-3. That's a hell of a way to get it all done. Any final comments, gentlemen?
I mean, we're going to see Cyclops at the major. I think the whole narrative arc of the future of APAC North is Cyclops will be there. Who's going to get the second spot, I think. Because they look so good. They're just rolling through everybody. It doesn't matter who they are.
It's that second spot that is the question mark, isn't it? I think, Cyclops have done a great job up until this point to cement themselves. We've seen what they can do at majors previously. We've seen what they can do at SIs. And I think a lot of people put a lot of hope and expectation onto that. I think someone that maybe was stood here last week, for example.
He might have said they're going to win us.
May have said
you cast with him.
Yeah,
that guy.
Like medium height guy, like dark hair.
No, he's not medium height.
No, Demo he messaged me this morning actually, and he was like, look, you better give Cyclops a big shout, because I said they were going to go to the major. I said they were going to go to SI and win the whole thing. I'm not going to go that far, but, I wish them all the best.
All right, well, there you go. Let's recap our day. Here is what our matches looked like. There it is. Our schedule for best of one series that we went through. 7-4 Reject versus Damwon, a major upset, but honestly, beautiful performance from Reject. Highly recommend you go back and rewatch it. 7-5 Sandbox versus Talon in our match of the day. All Korean for that one. 7-4 Fnatic versus Spear. Really got to go rewatch the first 3 rounds. Honestly, the way that Mag handled all of it was beautiful. And finally, 7-3 Cyclops versus Fav Gaming. They retain the #1 spot, which leads us into the rankings. There's the next graphic after it. Cyclops at the top with 11 points, 9 points for Sandbox, 8 points for Fnatic, 7 for Reject, and 6 for DWG Kia. A 5-point differential between first and 5th, and there's only 2 spots. There are 3 more playdays, so a total of 9 more points that could be collected. But if you ask me, should Cyclops win the next playday and Sandbox not? Maybe we got to start looking at things differently. For a lot of these teams, it's big competition at the top. Talon at 3, Spear at 3, and finally Fav Gaming at 1 point. Next up, what will be the matches for our next playday? I was mentioning them as our interviews were going through, and we're going through them in the day. First up is Fnatic versus Sandbox. That is our match of the day. And honestly, given how Fnatic have been competing over the past few weeks, I have to agree with that. There is a lot that can happen in this game and a lot on the line for both of these teams, where Sandbox, they want to go back to the major and prove themselves that, hey, we are better than what we were in the last time. And Fnatic, we haven't seen them competing internationally since they knocked out Fresh from 6th Invitational 2020. It has been a long time, and they're looking forward to it again. We'll see if they now come out on the desk. That'll be a story to tell for sure. Fav versus DWG Kia is our second one. Talon versus Reject, and finally Cyclops versus Spear. We open up our space in here to beautiful Emmy and Hap on the other side. Hello, Emmy.
Hi.
I just had production tell me, "Can you please tell Emmy to put her headset on?" And I was like, gesturing, and they're like, "You did your best."
Tried.
There was an attempt.
I couldn't hear them for some reason.
I wonder why that was.
I just don't know.
Can we
Anyways.
use the voice of God in the studio next time?
Anyways, what are your thoughts about next Playday? Anything you're looking forward to?
What'd you say?
Anything you're looking forward to in the next Playday?
Oh.
Am I so quiet?
Shh. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, as you stated, the Sandbox Fnatic game, because they're second and third place. DK, they've fallen off a little bit, as we saw, but they're playing against Fav. So it's a very important day.
Half-year anniversary.
Yeah, and they've got to catch somebody, DWG Kia. They have to catch somebody. They can't fester, and they will.
I just have to say, if Cyclops keeps gaming like they are, and the Fnatic and Sandbox game goes to overtime, there'll be a full game ahead of the number 2.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which means that with 2 play days to go after that, they don't even have to show up anymore.
They should.
You want me?
They barely have to.
You want me to add more fuel to that fire? Playday number 6, the penultimate day. Sandbox plays Cyclops, and the final day, the final match of this entire stage is DWG Kia versus Sandbox. So DWG Kia at that point could gatekeep Sandbox if DWG have not been playing well until that point.
Was Fnatic play in the last 2 play days?
Fnatic plays Cyclops in the final.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So Cyclops can literally just be like,
yoink.
I want you.
Fnatic do not have an easy road because they've also got Sandbox as this sort of thing before. Talon, they've been hit and miss, but it's not been like massively out of reach of them winning games, Talon. I think Fnatic's going to have a tricky fight there.
All right, friends, thank you very much. Ollie, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great, yeah.
Was it a fun time?
In general?
It was enjoyable.
No, honestly, what games, what moments really stand out for you?
I mean, I like losing my mind watching the last game. I feel like, it's always nice to question you very fundamentals of, do I know this game? But is this how it's meant to be played?
That's a Cyclops experience.
Yeah, exactly.
The APAC experience.
It's the APAC experience. It really isn't one to be missed. But I think, looking forward to the next couple of weeks, everything's really nicely intertwined there with that 2nd, 3rd and 4th spot. You've got Cyclops who are sort of running away with things a little bit at this point, but the fact that we've got Cyclops, Sandbox and Fnatic all playing one another in the next few weeks, it could come right down to the wire.
Jack, your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are that Reject. You're talking about Cyclops and Sandbox and DWG Kia and Fnatic.
Never heard of them.
Nobody's mentioned Reject. What's that about?
They've got an outside chance.
They play
It's not even outside chance.
They play the 3 weakest teams in the league.
They have the easiest run.
They've got the easiest run. Could get all 9 points.
They could win all 9 points, yeah.
I want Reject to land.
I agree.
Do you know what? It's nice because previous stages of APAC have not had this kind of jeopardy going into the final days. We're going to have it all the way, right through to the final play day and, the very last game of the stage. DWG against Sandbox could decide it not just for DWG or Sandbox, but also for Reject or Fnatic or whoever. So.
And pressure is also on Reject, like you say, because, like also Amy added, they have 3 relatively easier matches, and if they were to mess up or go to overtime on any one of those games, then their chances, the best shot they've had yet, could just evaporate in thin air. So there you go. Lots of excitement here for everybody in APAC North. But it's time for us to close out our day. So how about we run the music?
We haven't even done any gags or goofs.
We haven't even.
I was happy we haven't derailed it yet. So hey, Mr. DJ, put the music on.
What have you got? An appointment or something?
Let's turn off.
You going to the doctor?
What?
You
have an appointment.
He wants some
What's
poutine.
the rush?
What's the rush?
No,
Why are you going for poutine?
We had burgers. I don't know if I can handle just like half a. I don't know if I can handle more grease.
No, you just want to go and play
Siege, Rainbow Six
all
Siege.
night. Yeah.
Anyways, here's what our predictions for today look like. Keep the music rolling. I like it. Really fits it all.
Wait to see Fresh Feel here.
Damn.
75%.
To be honest,
you've only done like 2 days' work. Your job's worth.
Honestly,
only one really for this.
I have to say though,
1 day's work. Got doxed. Got the predictions right. Goes home.
Predictions, Miss Bash Bosh. Home for tea.
Home for dinner.
He's actually going back to the UK tonight as well.
Yeah.
So.
I do admire the cojones on Fresh for actually going with the opposite of the stream just for this. So my
I think he just realised.
My cojones are to be admired.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did I stutter?
No.
There you go. Thank you very much.
That's why we're ending early, so you could admire his.
Anyways, let's finish up our show. Thank you so very much for watching. Thank you, Ollie, for joining us today. Fresh, Hap, Emmy, Dez, Ace, and of course, your beautiful observers, Medics, and Easy, our production team. Until then, we'll see you on Monday for EUL, Wednesday for APAC North. Tonight will be more NA League if you want to watch some Tier 3 Siege. And tomorrow is APAC South, our sister region. Till then, take care. We love you. Good night. Bye-bye. The one show where it doesn't.
Drop the bomb Attackers are activating.
4v1 now, 3 points to rejectors, and they catapult.
Bomb located by attackers. Attackers have recovered their
He gets the shot, and Sandbox narrowly hold on to secure all three.
Attackers are activating.
Fnatic aren't playing around. They take the full 3 points, 7. They don't need it. 7-2-3 Cyclops. They take the full 3 points and.
I think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone. Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. Yeah, I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. His number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of